is, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope that everyone's had a good day today. A red day today, huh? But, what's it up? It's up, what, 14, 15%, I figured, since the last stream, you know what I mean? Down day today, right? The whole market was down. Oh, I didn't even see. What was it down totally? So the market was down today, and again, GameStop held up. But more importantly, I was saying how every time we have a live stream, something big happens. It kind of happened. We were analyzing the news Monday night, and then it popped big on Tuesdays. We didn't have a stream yesterday, so we got to talk a little bit about that. Holy Toledo, huh? What a move! What a move yesterday. They got the daily up. I think I do. Look at that move. A nice clean gap up. And I was thinking, we expected the pop. There was going to be a pop yesterday. And then when it popped and I saw it break into double digits, I'm like, oh, shit, there's you go. There's your 10. We were talking about it on the stream. Is it going to get to the double digits? It did. And then I wasn't sure. Then I'm like, all right, we got there. And then what? Could it keep on running? Could that trigger a bit of a squeeze? And then it kind of just leveled off there. For better or worse. Sometimes you just want these things to, they want the market to digest this move. But regardless, what was it, 20%? Something like that? That is sick. And then I saw some people, I checked into StockTwits. Shout out to the StockTwits folks on the stream today. And I saw some people just like nervous about the today's down move or something. I'm like, oh, people are nervous. What was it done today? People are nervous about, it wasn't even a 5% move today when the market did what? Wow, it was a big down day. Was it down this heavy the whole time? But look, that's a big down day. And GameStop's only down 5%. That ain't shit. Anyway, maybe if you're new to GameStop, believe it. If you're nervous about a down day, maybe just pull up this daily chart and you see it didn't even close the gap, number one, right? I'm sure some folks are talking about that. But even that, if you're like, oh, I don't know what's going on here, back out to the weekly and look at this shit. Look at this chart. Oh man, see the perks of being longer term investors. You can stomach this. I mean, this is in volatility, 4% day. I did have a question after that big pop yesterday, and then it didn't go haywire or anything like that. I do feel as though that break to the double digits, and then it was good that it held 10 today. You always want to see the follow through. We always say that, hey, we got a big pop today. Let's see what it does tomorrow. Let's see what it does through the end of the week. And today was another great opportunity for GameStop to get its ass kicked. Every time. I mean, every time it's like you get the pop, and you're like, all right, let's see what happens from here on out. But, geez, this was a bigger down day than I realized. Oh, that doesn't look good. This is the S&P 500. That looks a tad bearish. Doing it. Wow. And GameStop held up. Okay, so anyway, I was wondering, it kind of popped yesterday, and then I'm like, could this keep running because of the shortage? And then it really didn't. It kind of leveled off, and what's that candle? It kind of, look at that, right in the middle of the candle, which is kind of like, all right, so a nice pop. Certainly, the amended 13D and that Bloomberg article, which we looked at during the stream, the market was kind of pricing in this new information, and so it was like, all right, but it didn't trigger. I mean, we're always talking about this short squeeze, right? We'd see it felt a little bit more bullish for a change, right? After such a long time of it kind of being in the gutter, relatively speaking, but it still doesn't feel like it's gone. Doesn't feel like it's just hanging in here. Like, this is arguably constructive. I know. Especially if you're new to GameStop, you kind of want to, let's go. And then you get a day like today, you're like, shit, right? But longer term investors, who gives a shit? Who cares, right? So this is, but it's like, it could be constructive in that the market's like, all right, well, let's get up to this new level, and then more time pass, get closer to the new consoles, more information can come out. Like we keep on saying, what bad information are you going to get? Now Ryan Cohen is more in the spotlight. His moves there's going to be more eyes on that, and especially following. So we did that. Is anyone still tired from the live stream? Is anyone still tired from the live stream the other night? Because I kind of am. I dove deeper into following the live stream. I was like, I reread a lot of the chat that a lot of the stuff that we talked about, and then I reread like the Bloomberg stuff, and I was looking into everything, and then I reread that. Do I got it up? And then it was late, and then I was like laying in bed. I'm like, this headline is crazy. So I got back up. I'm like, I gotta post this. I'm like, it's just nuts. The GameStop and Amazon, and then they were talking about like tennis rackets and stuff in the Bloomberg. Like, it's so crazy. So the thing to remember with these Bloomberg pieces, and you just saw it with that Sony piece about the production. Everyone's like, oh, Sony's cutting production. But these pieces, I still have it up. Do I got it up? Yeah. Okay, and what does it say? A source close to the... Does it say that? according to a person familiar with the matter. So you see these types of things all the time, right? Where they come out, and you always have to, like, it's a pretty long piece. I mean, we dove deeper into those, a lot to pick apart. Everyone just assuming Ryan Cohen, that it's someone close to Ryan Cohen got this out there. But then you see some stuff. Remember how we were looking through it? We didn't see much related to gaming. Wasn't that odd? And then you talk about tennis rackets and Amazon. We've heard no talk of anything along these lines. When you pull up the, do I have that up? The GameStop. Let me pull it up. That GameStop presentation. You know what I mean? Like there was stuff in that article that no one has ever talked about. And then but then people are speculating. We were speculating during the stream that maybe Cohen could have a plan along these lines, right? Because people are tying it into that Chewy model. And but the thing to remember with this stuff, and again, you just saw it with Sony, is that, you know, how can you, who knows if this is just a rumor? And we were saying too, it got uploaded really quickly after the amended 13D, which was weird. But you always gotta incorporate this into your models. What's the likelihood this is accurate? This is why it's so important. What Ryan Cohen says, we have so little to go off of. We have a 13D. And then everyone's racing to try to tie it back to Chewy and all this stuff, myself included. Like, you're trying to say, what's the story here? You're trying to figure it out because you have so little to go off of. And but really, that 13D was that language, even though it seemed kind of boilerplate. What the hell did it say again? It was like kind of boilerplate, but it kind of looked. I viewed it as a bit bullish. I thought this was really bullish. The way it was phrased, again, it seems fairly boilerplate, but the way it was written, what we got confirmation of was he's expressed interest. He's talked to the management team. He wants to become more involved under certain circumstances. And I think everyone's linking these two. They say they see the under certain circumstances, then they're tying this to the Bloomberg article. But who knows? I have no idea. You always got to say, what's the likelihood that this is accurate? And when it comes to this reported person, you can just say anything. It's reported that Roaring Kitty is actually Ryan Cohen. You know what I mean? You see, Hugo was making that joke on the stream the other night. It's reported. A source close to the situation says this. So you always have to just assign probabilities to whether or not something's accurate, whether something's not accurate. And the strongest information you can go on is what is in the 13D and what Ryan Cohen, if he ever talks about, what he says. That's why I'm eagerly awaiting if he ever talks about it. You know what I mean? Because that would be sick. Then it would kind of put to rest any. I mean, you have to speculate. That's what you do. If you get this, you run with the information that you have. We pull out his website all the time. We kind of get a feel for a little bit of his background and how he views things, all those articles that are in. You just try to do your best to piece the story together, but always got to bear in mind that the information that you're relying on, how likely is it that it's accurate? And this I feel like I said, I feel good about it. I view this as bullish. And then it's just kind of odd. That's why I posted that. I'm like, this is crazy. What did I say? Absolutely, yeah, it's insane. This is insane. And so if Ryan GameStop going after Amazon. So let's see if Ryan Cohen actually talks about it. It's just because he did that with Chewy doesn't necessarily mean he would do that with GameStop, right? That's ridiculous. But it should be talked about. It needs to be talked about as at least a possibility. You know what I mean? It just gets crazy when you start trying to assign like a high likelihood that that's actually what Ryan Cohen's planning to do. You know what I mean? You gotta wait to see what he actually says about it, if anything. I think everyone's awaiting with bated breath what he's actually going to say about it. You know what? Because that's going to be sick. But for me, this 13D was is promising. So anyway, so you had that big pop yesterday on the news, and still it didn't seem like it went crazy. I'm going to be really curious to see what people think, and even the sentiment itself. I had a couple conversations with some folks that we'll talk. I'll get into more, but like some other folks agreed, and I think even Steve mentioned it on the stream last time that it still doesn't feel like sentiment's bananas yet. Sometimes like blatantly obvious, like smacking you in the face, like this is bullish. Get on the train. It's leaving the station. Get on now. You'll never. But with GameStop, you still see some people with that bearish angle, which has been so pervasive for 12 months, but it persists. It's not gone yet, and that's what I mean. Especially for the folks. Like I've long been saying, the short squeeze shouldn't be your base case. You know what I mean? I do think the odds of it have been increasing with all this incremental news that we're getting and the price action and what the chart looks like. Like this shit's crazy. You know, I posted that to Twitter. I mean, this just looks really bad if you're on the opposite side of the longs, if you're short, right? But yeah, but so it doesn't. So the price action didn't go bonkers. It was up, but again, it trades so cheaply. Even without any of the Ryan Cohen stuff or short squeeze type stuff, you naturally expect this. Things get it's a 20% pop. You got a couple of them in a 1 or 10-day period, which is unusual for GameStop, right? But still, when you get like a 50% move or just like something, you expect it to run more, and then everyone is super bullish. Like they capitulate. You talk about you wait for capitulation when you're trying to establish a position, or the longs, you're waiting capitulation. Like that's when it's time to enter. You kind of saw it with GameStop. Well, I had thought at the time this kind of felt like capitulation, and then it goes boom, 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 boom. Sometimes you think it's capitulation, like until it hurts, until you're on a particular side, and then it hurts. And I have to say, even though I'm not short, I'm not so sure it looks super painful yet. Who was it? Justin, you had posted a nice, I don't know if you're on the street, but you posted a nice chart with the historical short, and someone else had sent it to me too. I appreciate anyone, and especially I appreciate when anyone sends me like hard data. I liked a couple on Twitter too. But it was like historical short interest. Do I have it? Oh, I got my likes up. I got them up. I did this 18 hours ago. Where's that chart? Oh, shit. Do I not have it? Is this not in order? What are they doing? Damn. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll track it down. I can just talk about. This is a good chart. Let me show this. Because this is important. This is kind of relevant to this whole. Justin, I hope this was a recent comment of yours. I have no. Oh, you got blog post. This is it. There you go. Okay, this chart. Check this chart. This is sick. So look at this. Assuming it's accurate too. I don't know. Where did Justin say it was from? Vortex. But look at this. So the blue is the exchange reported short interest, right? And the price is just this line right here that's just been going down for years and years and years. That's the price, right? But you could see the short interest jumped as the price was collapsing, right? People were betting, people were piling on. We always talk about the importance of timing when it comes to shorting. Like it can be real risky to short into a really strong bullish uptrend, right? That's why some people have been shorting Tesla this whole way up. It has been painful. So what happens is people wait until it's really confirmed that the trend is downward and it really looks really dark and everything like that. So it's not surprising that short interest increased, but it went really crazy, right? I mean, it went from what's the is it the gray? It's right here. It was roughly, geez, I can't look at these numbers. The sheer number over 50 million, right? It popped in just a ton of shares short, right? But why I bring this up is because, and people have been talking about this, how much of the short's underwater, because that can cause some pain. Once you start getting underwater, and then it can start leading to margin calls. This is above my pay grade, make no mistake. But I can imagine if I were a human being on the other side of this trade, once you start sitting on losses, it's like, you got to stomach it. And this has been painful, but it's still like not that much above where it was when that short interest really climbed. Again, assuming this is accurate, thank you for Justin for tossing it out. I just don't know the data source. If I don't know the data source, I still have to be like a little bit. I'm not 100% certain. But because it says exchange reported short interest, I assume it's from FINRA, but I didn't look into it. But anyway, this looks about right. Just it passes the eye test because that's what I recall it popping after that. So anyway, now it's like if like when it gets to, I mean, some people have been saying this too, and I kind of agree. But like when it gets like 13, 14, 15, then it's like they're losing control. I already feel as though if you're on the short side of this, you're starting to lose control. This is what I'm trying to get across in this chart. Like what you had in the fundamental thesis has been unfolding in favor of the bulls. It just has. Doesn't mean it's definitely going to go up 10x or anything like that. But if you are betting against it, betting on a zero, it has not been working out fundamentally in your favor. It just hasn't happened. And then you had the pandemic where they literally had to close their doors and you still didn't get it. And here they were in July with close to 800 million in cash, roughly 700, 800 million in cash. You didn't get it. So in that case, you need to control the narrative. And one way you can control the narrative, if you're short or long, is the price action. You know what I mean? Like if it's a bullish uptrend, you can maintain that. Just if the price action keeps going up, it can help feed that bullish narrative. On the flip side, if the stock price keeps going down, you can even if you might ultimately be wrong, it's still kind of contained. But this breakout, this is a pretty strong breakout. Now we have more. This is a weekly chart, by the way. And as time passes, it supports the case that the trend is turning. You know what I mean? Like if I feel as though the cat's kind of out of the box. Is that a phrase? Is the cat out of the box? I think that's a phrase, right? We can use that. And I feel as though that break in even in the face of a market sell-off, you didn't get it back sell down. So I feel as though if it does happen that the shorts are kind of losing control right now, but maybe when it gets to that 13, 14, 15, that's sheer guesswork, speculation, blah, blah, blah. I have no idea. But you kind of get a feel. It's like a feel where it kind of feels like the bulls have tossed in the towel when you're on the downside, and it doesn't feel like the shorts have tossed in the towel. We'll get updated short interest information soon. What is it? The 23rd? We should get it soon. Any day, right? Is it going to be Friday or Monday? Someone had mentioned it in the stream, but that will be as of mid-September, which we're going to miss out on the amended Ryan Cohen 13, the amended 13D from Ryan Cohen. But at least we'll have the short interest post earnings and post the breakout on the chart. So I'll be very curious to see what that is, because we got our a little bit dated here, and that the daily short volume type stuff that's kind of based on some speculation that I don't weight too heavily. So I'll be really curious to see where that's at. But it kind of seems like the shorts are kind of losing control there. And it sounds silly. It sounds silly for a fundamental thesis, but as my strategy has changed, I think this stuff matters. But we will see. It doesn't matter in every single case or anything like that. It's just something that you should put on your radar and be like, let's see what's happening here. But the huge move yesterday, and then it held. This held up. This is strong. I felt like that $10 range. Talk about like just the psychological aspect, that double digits. It is nice that it held that, but even still, even if it broke below, it wouldn't even been. Whatever, you know what? And it wasn't even that. Oh, it got up there in volume. It got up to 10 million. Yeah, the volume. Oh, I saw some people 30. What was it? 30 million in volume. Now you assume some of that is some of the same shares trading back and forth, but I mean we can run wild with the speculation here, right? It could be the shorts. Some shorts closing their positions. It could be a long taking a position. It could just be that day trading volume where nothing was happening. It was just boom, 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 with the beep, beep, boop, 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 boop on both sides, right? You know what I mean? Let's just trade this. Let's trade this mother, you know? And but I have no idea. But 31. Oh yeah, how big was that? I didn't compare it. Is this the daily? Oh, it still wasn't as big as when. Oh, look at that. That was the Monday following. That was the Monday following Cohen. And so you had a ton of volume back then, and nothing happened. No one was trading that. No one who filed, there was no big filer taking, no big fund taking a position. And it appears as though, wait, when's our last short interest of? Wait, what was the date on that? Oh shit, is it here? Oh, what's the date? It'll be, August 31st. Wait a second. So do we not even have the updated short interest following that move? No, because that was as of August 31st. So if you figure it was at the end of business day, right? If it was at the end of business day, so that factors in that upward move, and there was still quite a hefty short interest. Okay, just curious. August 31st, so it'll probably be around September 15th. Okay. But yeah, I mean, this is today. It could have been interesting. Like it could have, if it were. It feels like this is a guess, but if like a short squeeze was kicking off, or it started yesterday, I was going to kick things up. I would have thought after just a 20% move, which is a huge move, as for long people have been long GameStop for a year or whatever, right? Like how many up 20% moves have you had? You probably way more down 20% moves. But I would have expected when it kind of leveled off at 20%. I'm like, let's see what it does tomorrow. Sometimes these things can stair step. If you remember, RAD is a common one I've been bringing up because it kind of did this. What was it, last December? It tripled in short order. It went from like high sevens, and then it went boom, 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 boom. A little bit of a, not some crazy, but a little bit. This struck me at the time. I was watching it in real time, being like, and there's other examples. There's a ton of examples. I mentioned Rite Aid. Justin was talking about Rite Aid, but this was one that sticks in my mind as boom, 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 and these things can take a couple days. So yesterday, when it kind of stopped at around mid-10s, it broke 11, didn't it? What did it get up to? Another 52-week high. Oh, yeah, I posted. I forgot. Yeah, it broke 11. And so I remember thinking, all right, let's see what it does tomorrow. So it's still it's like slowly creeping up, which if I'm short, I'd be like, you almost just want to be done with it, don't you? You just like, get out of it. But maybe they still have the conviction that it's going to come down. But with each day that passes and the stock price doesn't go, it didn't even close the gap, did it? With each day that passes, it kind of, it hurts that thesis. Where the hell did it go? Didn't even close the gap. Oh man. Okay, so I mean, if we were looking for sport, I haven't really looked into this yet, but we're kind of in. I still kind of feel like that is dividend. Oh shit. I was thinking that 10 to 12 range. Is this the weekly? Look at that. Can I change this? Let me just change this. It's okay if I lose that stuff. I don't care. Yeah, one would think that it doesn't seem like where this is coming. Like a train, right? You just watch it go, and it looked like it was coming for. I guess it was, I thought it was. Why was I thinking 10 to 12 in my head? But it looks more like 11 to like this 15 range, right? It looks like it's coming for that. But on the support side, I would think the support side is still in this this 6 range, this 6 range, right? But we're not even close to that. You know what I mean? On a big down day in the market, what are futures doing right now? Just out of curiosity, shits and giggles, down a little bit. Just curious. What's today? Wednesday? So you got Thursday, you got Friday. Are you going to go into the weekend? Short this? Maybe. We said this last week. So anyway, all that volume. You could have had someone establishing a position. And we've talked about this on the stream, even though it's not the base case. In theory, they could have been buying back those shares. Can you imagine? It seems unlikely based on some of the sentiment we got. But you need, again, factored into your models. But remember, they did it last year. Where's that damn? I'm all over the place here. For those who, oh, I got it here, right here. They sold off in September, boom, and then they bought back a ton. They bought back a shit. This is where they bought back a ton in the weeks following. So again, I don't think so. But when you have 30 million in volume, who the hell knows? Could be shorts closing, could be buybacks, could be fun taking a position, or it could be nothing. Just assign probabilities accordingly. One thing, who said this? Was it Justin? Someone said this on Seeking Alpha, where so this is somewhat related. Where it could, even if the shorts are closing their position, or or even if it's let's say it's a long fund. I think Justin did say this. A long fund closing their position, right? So one of those one of the index type funds or Fidelity. It looks like Fidelity is more active than people appreciate, myself included. Like if it's BlackRock, let's say BlackRock. Who I assume is mostly a passive 13F. This is a passive stake. But if they were unloading, why would they be? If it's an index though, they would probably only be adding as it rises, right? But if they did sell for whatever the hell reason, but then it could, and they're the ones loaning out their shares, then it went into a long who's not going to loan out their shares. Then that short interest is, that part of the float has been removed, so that would be off the table too. But yeah, so I think we talked about this on the stream, how this FMR portion of this is in an active fund too. So yeah, I don't know. I still don't know about the short squeeze angle, but if I had to say, I don't feel if there were one, it may have it's kicked off, but nothing big, and then I couldn't even say a short squeeze has happened yet. I wouldn't even say that. And it's and again, it's besides the point. There's a fundamental thesis here. I think as I read some of the bearish commentary too, I think people are subscribing. They got the wrong story. They think that's another Kodak. It's another. It's a Hertz. It's a lot of companies that already went bankrupt. Like, you got the wrong story. Which this could help support sentiment, right? Because if people are still somewhat bearish and they get the wrong story, they might be betting against it. It's like you could be on the wrong side. It doesn't mean they definitely are. I'm not saying that. I just mean, just like when I was looking at bear analysis for the past 12 months, I'm like, holy shit, I don't think they have the right narrative. I don't think they have the right story, which is causing them to make the wrong trade, even if the long isn't right. But it can be risky to do what people are doing. And now I think it could be happening here, which it's like a little bit... you should perk up a little bit. You're like, oh shit, are people getting it wrong here too? Maybe not, but it just doesn't seem crazy. But shit, let me catch up here. Welcome everybody. Polygon, Wonderland. Cheers. Welcome. Insane volume yesterday. Yeah, that was crazy. Okay, so I just talked about that. Henry, GME is on the threshold securities list, naked short selling, I guess. And some people had said on the stream the other day about how that uptick rule was in effect. I didn't really elaborate because I've seen it so much. And nothing really comes of it. But late last night, late after the stream, I was thinking about that more. I'm like, shit, we should have talked about that more. I kind of, just so many people have talked about the up to rules in effect. But then the timing of everything, and I'm like, oh shit, was something going on here? But how could you predict that it was going to be down 10%? But still, after the stream, I was like, whoa, maybe there could be something there. But then nothing crazy really happened. But anyway, I did see it was on the threshold securities list. FYI, I believe it was on that list back in March. Nothing really came of it. I don't know what the implications are necessarily. Naked short selling, I guess, but I suppose at the margin it could. I don't really know. You can, for what it's worth, you can have it and nothing can come of it. But indeed, it's noteworthy. Thanks for tossing it out there, Henry. And cheers, welcome. But yeah, what are the? Let's see. Like some of these things, I always even if I don't run with it during the live stream, it's good to toss your commentary in here. And then if something happens, it's only like with hindsight that we might look back and be like, damn, that did that did kind of support this move or whatever it was. So like we'll look back on this threshold. Right now I'm kind of discounting it. I'm like, yeah, it's on the securities list, but so what? So what? Not that Henry's saying anything because of it. He's just making a note, just like I do with some of my tweets. I'm just documenting this is what's unfolding here, and but we'll see. Well, maybe we'll look back and be like, damn, that was meaningful. Johan, welcome, Johan. How exact is the daily short volume ratio? So I see every day for the last week the SHVs was between 20 and 30%. I've looked into it in the past. It's been a while since I've looked into it. My recollection is that however it's being calculated or whatever takeaway you might have from it needs to be discounted because you can't look into it too much because I didn't think that it was hard data. I thought, no, I can't rely on this information. I don't think it tells you anything. So I would say I wouldn't even worry so much about the exactness, Johan. I'd say whether it matters. Like, what are you going to do with the information? Let's say it is accurate that was a short volume, but it doesn't seem like it is. I don't think that it's that accurate, but I don't know. Above my pay grade, above my career. You know what I mean? But me personally, I don't weight that stuff too heavily for what that's worth. I'll just leave it there. Polygon want to land. Anyone else think holding 10 was a good sign, or am I overreacting? No, I think it was a good sign too. It's just one day, like I said, even if it went below, no big deal. But just that psychological aspect, the double digits, it sounds silly, but even I think the technical analysis books did they say it? Or is it just a popular thing in the investing world where those big round numbers, people are focused on that type of thing. So I agree. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I did note, is it going to stay above 10? Because it did dip below, didn't it? Yeah, it went to 992, but then it kind of, what did it do? What did it do on the, I got a little intraday here, little day trading action. Whoa. Kind of popped was that this morning? What's today? 23rd? It didn't really do anything. Okay, yeah, something to keep an eye on. But look at the buying. You had that immediate buying, a ton of buying yesterday morning. It's kind of tapered off. Nothing crazy. That ain't a short squeeze. Short squeeze is like boom, 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 boom. It didn't even get more overbought than it did on the 16th. It didn't even get more as overbought then. You know what I mean? That ain't. That's why it's good. It's always good. Like. I keep on thinking like there's gonna be some big like 50% moves. Not maybe 50% is too much. But 20% was a good move, but sometimes like a 30% move, 40% move correction. Sometimes you see it on these deep value stocks. So it'll be good if we get a big move like that in the level that it's coming off of is like a $10 or $12 range, as opposed to we still didn't get it. We were at $4, below $4 a couple months ago. You still didn't have some one day big gigantic gain. So it's nice that it's like creeping. I've been thinking it's nice that it's creeping higher. It's on people's radar, but it hasn't been popping up on my daily mover all that much, the daily mover aspect of my spreadsheet. So I've been thinking like, oh, this is nice. Yeah. Do it secretly. Like just creep up a little bit. I know people are talking about, but it's not like it's going bonkers. Not yet. It may never. Maybe it doesn't. We'll see. Okay, probably it will get solid support at 10. I'm stoked. Well, that's to be seen. I don't see solid support at 10. A little bit. I don't see solid support at 10. Nice round number, though. I see the nice round number. Can I get a couple more? Oh, that is 6 months. Can I get... I don't want to look too much into this. Yeah, maybe around... Yeah, I don't see this stuff. But maybe for the people in people's minds. Maybe. I don't know. I appreciate you sharing it, though. Like I said, I always people sharing their viewpoint because... I might not wait. Like, what the hell do I know? I don't know. Like, I like sometimes I'll share things. I'm like, this is just how I view something. But I don't know it's the right way to view something. You may, like... Maybe Polygon's like, yo, I've relied on this double digit thing for a long time, and it tends to work more often than that. Then I'm like, all right, I never knew that because I don't track that type of stuff. But for my particular style, there's certain things that I just discount because I'm like, I don't know about that because I haven't used it in the past. Hugo, welcome, Hugo, welcome. I just found an article on Forbes where it says GameStop a whopping 260% of whose float is sold short, according to Morningstar. Yeah, where did we see that? We saw it on Yahoo Finance, I thought. Was that a recent article, Hugo? It probably was. Like, I don't know. I don't even know who's right. What are these numbers? Yahoo one was like bonkers, wasn't it? Let's see. There you go. What do you... So we're talking about the Bloomberg article, right? Like, is it accurate? You even have hard data that some people will be going off of. This is the life of the individual investor. This is the life of the retail investor. What the hell are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? You look at Yahoo Finance, which is a fairly reputable source, right? Or generally speaking. And look at where they're getting their data. Morningstar, Thomson Reuters, Edgar Online. Capital IQ, these are legitimate data sources. And then you see the calculation, August 31st, 254%. But then you go over to Morningstar, 118%. Which one's right? I don't even know. What we do is go to FINRA, get the actual... That's the thing. Even the float is a little bit of a unique calculation. You know what I mean? It's a little bit subjective depending on how you calculate float. I've calculated adjusted float before. I think in one of my videos, I know Justin has too. It kind of depends how you define float. The short interest itself is a more defined figure. But I would just say my interpretation of this, a benefit of being a value investor is like, yeah, it's really high. 120%, 250%, they're both ridiculous, right? They're both absurd, whatever. Like, whether it's, if it was 250, is it more likely that it, well, you would think 250 just sounds wrong, doesn't it? I lean toward 118% because 250 just sounds, but I don't know. Henry, just insane. Polly, I wish the exchanges will publish short float daily and authoritatively because I've seen no less than 6 or 8 different numbers. Yeah, I know. I don't know, Polygon. I agree. The more information, the better. I assume if you have a Bloomberg terminal, the data is there, but I'm just a poor retail app. Yeah, look, oh, you say the same thing. Yeah, what are you going to do? I'm not even totally sure what's in the Bloomberg terminal, how up to date it is. Their hands may be tied as to when they get the short interest as well. But even still, you have to assume the Bloomberg terminal, wherever they get their data from, is the top of the line, right? You'd have to think. Troy Coyfin, people have talked about Coyfin says 88% short interest, so there you go. You got another one, 88%. That's high. It's high. But I don't know how up to date that is. My concern is that huge 34 million volume was most of the shorts skedaddling. I doubt it. But so they could have been closing. We'll see. Shit, I don't know when we'll see. But I think with such high short interest as a percent of the float, I think you would have seen, if they were all closing, or even if it was 50% closing, I think, this is a guess, but I think you would have had more upward movement. It would have been crazier price action yesterday. But I keep on saying, like, can they close out those positions in an orderly fashion above my pay grade? This is what a lot of people are trying to guess, myself included. I have no clue. I just know that that's an absurdly high short interest. And I keep on asking this question during the stream, is it possible that they can unwind and get out of those positions in an orderly fashion? When I see volume of 31 million, I agree with you, Polygon. Doesn't it seem like it's possible? Like it's possible? But I don't know. I know Justin. I know he feels confident. Harsh, calm down, guys. This is just back testing and filling the gap. We get short interest data the 15th tomorrow. Do we get it tomorrow? Sick, Harsh. Thank you for sharing that. I wanted to say it was like 8 or 9 days after the middle of the month, so that sounds right. Sick. I picked up more shares today. I will buy them tomorrow. Harsh still buying. Okay, thanks for sharing. Cheers, Harsh. Welcome. I have short side internet is at 98.5% of the short float. Harsh says he sees 99% of the float, which is insane. See what I mean? I can't. Don't waste. You don't spend too much time harping on these things too much just because. It'll drive you crazy. Just read it, try to form an opinion, and then move on. The takeaway here is that it's high. It's crazy high. 88% or above, high, which is insane. But just a reminder, all of us data sources have been way off. The only accurate data point is the official one. That's right, Harsh. So cheers, Harsh. Cheers. That's what I was saying. It was good to see $10 hold while the whole market dumped. I agree, Polygon. Again, GameStop's been holding. Oh, let's look at the relative chart. What's a good one? Let's just do SPX. Oh, we got it right there. Sick. So here's that relative performance. Let's do the daily. Looks very similar, right? It's the same damn chart. It's the same chart. Maybe it's exaggerated a little bit because we know GameStop's been up while the market's been down. So it's GameStop's regular chart, but a little bit exaggerated, you'd think. So it's the same chart. We're not going to see much here. But the point is, it's crushing it on a relative basis, right? And that just helps when people start looking at, hey, what's working? They see that. Okay, Harsh, the gap filling up. Oh, yeah. So Pitt, welcome. Filling the gap up from yesterday morning, 960, 970-ish. Yeah, it didn't fill the gap. It didn't close. It didn't even get it, which it was a great opportunity to. This is what I mean. Some people hope for green. Let's hope it's a green day. But sometimes it can be like, who cares if it's not? They could, and then especially if you're looking to add, then it kind of holds up, gives you another opportunity to add. But it doesn't prove it, but it helps support the case that the move is legitimate if it doesn't crash along with the market. So it's good for, scientific method, right? You're trying to piece together, and so this type of evidence, I don't know. It just depends. It depends on what the GameStop trade is for you. Steve, gap filled to 977 from the other day. Where's my daily? Let me get back to my daily. Oh, okay. It was close. Okay, so sorry. That was the relative one. I threw myself off. It is close. I still don't think... That gap. Maybe you're talking about a different gap. I'll catch up. In the after. Oh, the after hours. Down all day. Okay. Been following GME since right before Cohen, but new to the stream. Cheers. Cheers. Welcome. Welcome. We got someone who's following GameStop. Well, I'm glad the GameStop folks finding it. Like I say, we do, believe it or not, we do analyze other stocks. But GameStop front of mind here. Daily O'Brien, welcome. Cheers. Cheers, Daily. Welcome. Not every day can be a green one. Slow and steady grind. Still hanging in though. Give the short some false hope. Yeah. I agree, Daily. You got it. That's the way that, if everyone has their own unique style, but it sounds like Daily style and my style, even if it's not the right style for you, when we view this stuff, it's like, yeah, all right, just kick back. Let's just wait. Okay, Smash. Welcome, Smash. Cheers. Yeah, I was down almost 25 today. Oh, okay, dollar-wise. GME was my best performer. Oh, sick. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, yeah, I didn't look through all the positions yet, but I assume based on how much the market was down, GameStop was probably a better relative performer for me too. That 34 million volume was crazy. Yup. What does Magic 8 Ball say about the Forbes hit piece? Oh, I got that. Let's see. Okay, what's wait, Forbes hit piece? Is there a new Forbes hit piece out? Let me see this. Oh, don't bet that GameStop can compete with Amazon. Is there anything in that? I'll bring that over. Hey, I saw GameStop made it onto Matt Bunny too, huh? They're talking about it. Well, the first video, it doesn't matter. I'm sure it was a similar sentiment to this one, but that's why without execution strategies, well, that's true, right? That's what I mean. It was insane. Like, comparing games out there, it's just insane. So I wouldn't even call this a hit piece. I thought it's like a reality check a little bit. Like, whoa, pump the brakes a little bit, right? So even though I haven't read this, what happens is so many articles get pumped out, and then it's all the same article. You know what I mean? And like it's just different types of they're just rewording it in different ways and stuff we already know. Here are 3 specific aspects of strategy and execution where GameStop is likely to fall short. Its recent report was a disappointment. All right, I can stop right there. Its current CEO articulated a strategy that sounds much like the new investor's proposal. It lacks the scale and execution. I mean, you get that. I don't know. If you take the Amazon comparison too seriously, then I'm like, come on. Before getting into those problems, let's look at GameStop's new investor. In what is known about his proposal. See, now this is I don't like this because this is Forbes too. Oh, it's because Bloomberg. You know what I? Damn, Bloomberg. The thing about this article is if it wasn't Bloomberg and it wasn't Forbes, I'd kind of be like, yeah, okay. But because it's Bloomberg, people are paying more mind to it. But nevertheless, this is weird. This is Forbes saying this. What is known about his proposal? There is no proposal. And is talking to its board about turning the. This isn't right. This is Forbes too. That's not right. I mean, so the details of the proposed strategy have been leaked through anonymous sources. In essence, Cohen's plan is to what? All right, I mean, so sometimes I'll just read an article. I'll be like, well, what's this article gonna be like? What's the other like? This is kind of misleading. You shouldn't phrase it this way to say that this is Cohen's proposal when it's just a like I said, we just had the Sony piece. That was wrong. Sony came out, was like, we never said anything about production cuts. You know what I mean? You got to be careful with that stuff. So anyway, thanks Robert for bringing that up. I'll look through this. Daily. Hey Kitty, when you get a minute, pull up SPI chart. All right, so I got all these tickers down. SPI. We might get to it today. I've been waiting for isn't it nice to just breathe? Isn't it nice to? Every time we got a stream, it's like we got shit to talk about tonight. Everyone, get your beers ready. Let's show up ready to go. I mean, and then Monday, I thought I was gonna have Monday, and then the after hours 13D, the minute 13D go file. But we might get to it today. How much can we talk about GameStop today, huh? I mean, let's see. But yeah, so full little squeeze happened today. Just cool to see it. Oh no, SPI. Oh, I did see this daily. I did see this. Oh, I think Justin mentioned. I think Justin was active today. I did see this. Yeah, thank you for bringing this up. What is this? But did it just go public or something? I saw that. Look at this shit. Look at that. Yeah, that's you want squeezy. Look, it didn't happen throughout the day because I pulled it up at the time. Check this. That's absurd, right? You know what I mean? Look at this. Markets are efficient market hypothesis. You know what I mean? At midday, it was worth about $4 trillion. It was in people's minds, and then it came back down. You know what I mean? That's how this shit works. Was it trading? It doesn't matter. So then let me just see that intraday. Like what I noticed, what stuck out to me was that it didn't like open up. It went dun, 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 and then people pile on. See what I mean? That you can have crazy stuff happen. That's why I know some people talking about like short squeeze and stuff and like trying to estimate what's the upside. I'm like, don't even bother. Don't bother. I mean, maybe think this is a distinct possibility, but what are you going to pencil through the ride to $20, $50 a share, $100 a share? Look at this. How many analysts said is going to get up to 40? I don't even know what this stock is. Is it an EV? Is it? Is there a profile on it yet? Oh, is it a Chinese company? Oh yeah, photovoltaic. Yeah, there you go. Okay, man. Yeah, some of these things they're. I still think like GameStop has some of those characteristics that people be like, oh shit, this something crazy is going on. But it's not so much. Well, not historically not the growthier type things, right? I mean, GameStop's now the sentiment is kind of turning where people can. Oh, this was a good article. So I'm gonna get to this stuff, but. This article, this is a good. So when did it come out? Yesterday? Yeah, it came out yesterday, and I didn't get to it. I didn't even look at it till today. I thought this was a good article. I bet. I bet some of the bullish authors, Justin included, would say this is a good article because it's more information up to date. I like we have the prolific GME bulls posting on Seeking Alpha. Justin, maybe Justin's. How much can you write about it, Justin? You know what I mean? Even I'm like, how much was there to talk about GameStop? That's how I felt tonight because I was running out of things to talk about. You know what I mean? And then in the past 3 weeks, so much new information has come out, and I've been hoping. I'm like, I hope someone writes like a good updated article, just the historical stuff, right? But kind of bringing in the new information and shedding just a new light on the same situation. I thought this was a good article. And I saw it. Pernha, you're welcome to the stream. You're invited. But then I checked out the website there too, and got like, where was it? Where did I see it? What did I see here? Where did I look? And then he had like some picks. Oh, I forget where it was. But then there were some picks on there, like some stock picks. I thought that was good. It's good when people like toss out some stock picks and just say, then it allows you to like kind of vet the person. Again, maybe you disagree or agree with the stock picks, but you're like, all right, so this is how that person thinks. That's what you can see if you see the Roaring Kitty poll. You see the Roaring Kitty portfolio. You see some of my picks. You go, all right, I can kind of get a feel for what type of investment style this is. You know what I mean? Ah, shit, I forget where it is. But yeah, good, a good article, and kind of, if we have time, I'd even go through this. It mentioned some good topics that we've touched on the stream, but what was it? Well, I'll get to that. I'll get to it. Okay, Smash Polygon. First Solar was up today, 0.6%. Triola, welcome. Cheers. GME was down on really low volume on one of the worst days in 2 to 3 weeks. Oh yeah. That's right, Triola. Incredibly bullish. Yep. 13B. He's not a filing, is it? What's 13B? Oh, okay. Polygon. Cohen might not speak publicly until whatever deal with management he wants is finalized. Assuming there's a deal, Polygon. You know what I mean? But now that would happen. Like now the story's taken off. Now it's taken off. Assuming there's even a deal, we have no idea. He's in talks with management. It does say certain circumstances. You know what I mean? It does like under certain circumstances maybe, but maybe he could just be adding more. You know what I mean? People are like buying it out and stuff. It's a factor into them all. It's a possibility. But I agree. Regardless, I agree. Polygon. What I agree with is that whatever his intentions are, whether it's just to add. Assuming if maybe he's all done. Some people are just 9.9% holders and they're done. But if he does intend to add, or if there is a buyout, even though that's still not my base case, we just haven't seen enough, especially because of his background. But regardless, one would think that he's not going to speak about this shit until then. But what if he's just an interested shareholder? Right? What if he is? Then he might. Then he might speak about it. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Don't say there's like a 80% probability that this is what he's doing. This is the plan, because then you'll discount these other things where if he just starts making the rounds, he's like, my goal was just to get to 10% and then I'm done. And then he starts talking about it. Then people might get caught off guard. A little bit, maybe. A little bit. I don't know. Okay, low volume on the worst day in 3 weeks. Oh, yeah, 3 weeks. Yep. Yeah. Today, we did. Yeah, exactly. Make sure I sold some covered calls today for end of the week. Triol is so cheap. Philly Steaks. Welcome, Philly Steaks. Welcome back. Welcome. Hey, sweet. I figured How to chat? Beep beep boop 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 boop. Welcome. Well, maybe we could dedicate a whole stream just doing this. If there's actually a short squeeze, what we'll have to do if we have a short squeeze, we'll have to pour one out for the robots. We'll have to we'll have to shotgun a beer, leave a little bit, and then we'll have to pour one out for the robots. Oh jeez, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, make sure to play. Overall markets have been beaten down past few days. Yeah. Stephen Hussey, welcome Stephen, welcome. I chatted with Stephen about some things too. Oh, sorry, Steve. What'd you say? It's still undervalued even without more incoming positive cows. That's the thing. As Roy and Kitty has pointed out many times before. Yeah. So, like, everyone's about catalysts, myself included. What's the catalyst going to be? What's going to drive this higher? But as we said many times, sometimes you're just waiting for the sentiment to shift, and that people start. You'll revalue the company more closely to fair value just because it's like, oh, this is happening. And I could imagine GameStop rising for the next 3 weeks on no news. It could go down on no news. But regardless, I think it's because it's still undervalued. Because it's still undervalued, that's even more the case, right? I don't know if everyone here is value investors. If you're not value investors, you're probably like, this stream sucks. Really, the technical analysis or day trading, you'd be like, this stream sucks. But if you're a value investor, then you can, especially if you've done your best to value GameStop stock, and you'd be like, according to my analysis, GameStop is still undervalued, even at the current price point. It's not as dramatically undervalued as it was a couple months ago, right? But I still view it as undervalued. And because of that, that's an extra, what could we call it? It's like a quiet catalyst. It's not a quiet, it's so dumb. I'll think of something, but it's just like it's something that can drive the price just because, but it's undervalued. I still think it's undervalued, and because of that, you don't need Cohen to come out and announce something like that. He could say nothing. He could just say I'm done, and then the price could still be propelled upward just because this is how value investing works. You have nothing happen, and then the price gets revalued just because whatever it catches people's attention. Blah blah blah, and but that's also why I think too that could also, because it's still undervalued. There's still that short squeeze potential angle. You know what I mean? Still a small chance, but. Yeah, so we'll see. You see it so many times. Again, if you're a value investor too, you've just seen this so many damn times. There's no real story, necessarily a story happening here where nothing's happening. Where was everyone these 12 months? You know what I mean? And then all my GameStop videos were before Cohen, and then boom, 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 and then Cohen gets in there, and so that people are saying he's what's driving it up. But there was a thesis before he got involved. So, and GameStop was undervalued, and had a lot of positive potential catalyst even before all this. Maybe it's accelerating, as we say. But when we talk about this, just quickly. Steve and I were talking about this upcoming console cycle. Remember how we talked about how this could be like a huge cycle, a huge new console refresh, right? But it's really hard to prove that. How do you support that? In a couple of my videos, I talked about the specs are more improved and so forth, and people seem to be more excited about it. That's kind of just a feel. But importantly, here's something that maybe other folks know, but I haven't really thought about it too much. But gaming generally, right? I think everyone knows the gaming industry has been crushing it, growing crazy. Everyone's all about gaming, right? But like demographics, okay? Like when I was growing up, gaming was coming up. I mean, there were plenty of games. I game myself, and remember Super Mario Brothers, Donkey Kong? Oh, those were my shit. That Super Nintendo, I was all about Super Nintendo. But Nintendo 64 and stuff. But like, it wasn't crazy pervasive, right? As the times have passed, we've gotten more powerful consoles. More people have gotten involved with gaming. But the folks who were gaming like in the 90s and the 2000s, they have continued to game as they've gotten older. Whereas in past generations, the older folks, they was too late. They kind of missed the gaming boom. So now you have folks who might be older, whereas in the past there may have been a stigma to it, like, oh, you're already gaming, you're in your 30s and your 40s and you're gaming and stuff, like, right? Remember that? There's like seemed like a little bit of a stigma to it, but that's no, there's no stigma anymore. There's no stigma. People game. It's entertainment. It's fun. People have a lot of fun. It's together. It can be like just a fun time together, right? And so now you have an older demographic who's interested in these consoles, right? So a little bit of a demographic shift with it's just a broader level of people interested in. And in addition to that, the younger generation too they have seen with all the live streaming out there, like you get to, like gaming is like an integral part of our culture, right? People, I mean, people will watch other people just gaming, which you didn't have when I was younger, and now it's, and you've seen people create careers out of it. Like these are legitimate career options for folks who are nasty at gaming, right? This is completely different than even 10 years ago, but 20 years ago, forget about it. Like this is, so one would think that like this, even from 2013, I do think it does kind of feel like it's gone, like parabolic to a degree, like the vast, the wide-ranging interest in gaming. But so even from 2013, like it's gone a little bit parabolic from 2013 to now. So that even though it's kind of hard to prove with data and stuff, and maybe there's a larger portion because the larger the older folks, relatively older folks who might be interested in gaming, they have more discretionary income, so they're able to spend on this type of stuff. So we were talking about how maybe a higher percentage of discretionary income is spent on gaming too. That data point might be out there, but anyway. We talked about that during the stream, how this is probably going to be big. And I'm like, you know what? I never really thought about that. And it's kind of soft analysis. There's a thesis beside that. But I thought, you know what? Yeah, that was a good point. Triola, shorts are getting tired. Maybe. It seems like they're holding up okay. One would think, though. I'm tired, maybe nervous. Make sure player, hit the like button, BBs. Oh, yeah, thanks to all the folks. Look at all these likes. Thank you, everybody, for hitting these likes. I hear they're important. And in fact, Steven Hussey, he's been giving me some guidance on some of this YouTube stuff. I'm like, I don't know all this stuff, but he's provided some guidance. So thank you, Steven, helping me out on some of this stuff. As you can tell, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't know. We'll figure it out together, right? Okay, Triola, when the shorts are exhausted and tired, shorts are exhausted and scared, is there. I always look at the short side before I go long. That's good. You should always try to fill out both sides of your argument. I do the same, where I'm like, what's the bear thesis? Where are they coming from? And you should always do that. It's a good move. I don't know that they're exhausted and tired or scared yet. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it, but I don't know. I was actually short, now I'm long. It's not emotional, it's about making money. Grow up. All right, Trailers got some strong thoughts on it. Welcome to the stream. All right. Harsh, every dollar up, shorts are losing another $50 million. Sounds scary, stupid. Most didn't close when this was below $4. They went negative $300 million. So scary. I agree. This shit is scary. Scary. I agree. The sheer dollar amount as this is going up, I don't know, maybe a lot of them are closed. I don't know, but indeed, as it goes up, they're losing more money. Yeah. Look at the chart, time frame, 10 years. Yeah. Is this 10 years? Oh, I posted it in the other one. Did I have it up? No, I'm losing track of my tabs. To $50 by November console upgrade. Maybe. Stock market videos. Cohen did a presentation on GameStop to board. Anybody have... what? What are you talking about? Stock market videos? You got any proof of that? He says stock market video said Cohen did a presentation on GameStop to board. Anybody have it leaked? We're gonna need some proof of that. Because if that's true, yeah, I'd love to see it. I haven't seen any mention of that anywhere in any reliable source, so I don't know about that. Eduardo, what's the borrowing rate right now? Oh yeah, good question. I didn't check today. %40. Oh, more shares available. Interesting. Yeah, what does that mean? I don't know. I mean, it's a tie. Oh, I did see someone commented. I forget where I liked it on Seek and Alpha or something. How was it? Interactive brokers are going to be up in their rates and stuff. That's somewhat meaningful. Marginal, but noteworthy, right? A lot of these things are just noteworthy. That's what I'd say. And part of that $34 million was Cohen buying more. When would he have to report it? 2 days. I think he promptly. There's a lot of flexibility here. I don't know if I'd say 5 to 10 days maybe. Promptly once he's over 10%, once he's over the 10%, then he's got 2 days. He's a official insider of the firm, and you'd actually see it. It would be first he'd file the Form 3 to establish himself as an insider of the firm, and then thereafter it'd be Form 4. So like you see on Open Insider, he'd show up here. So you just check here. Okay. You have to download all your games for the month. My kid's been playing the same title for 3 months straight, so I will look for the article. 41% on borrow rated water. Yep. The stock market videos. I've been buying GameStop because of e-commerce, like Cohen idea of expanding more categories. Yeah, they could. We still don't have Cohen's idea. We don't have Cohen's idea yet. We have the Bloomberg article. What they said in the Bloomberg article. Oh, shit. Oh, I got to catch up. Let me catch up. Let me catch up. I guess... How long did I talk? Damn. I was trying to. I feel like I was trying to be on the ball, stay on the ball last time. So let me try to catch up here. I don't want to skip ahead. Remember last time I skipped ahead and I lost all the damn chat? My bad. Okay. But even still, like he likes stock market videos, likes GameStop because of the e-commerce. I agree with you. So I think other people might pick up on this too. That e-commerce angle, so what is it? They're already at $1 billion or 20%? Or the plan is that it'll be at $1 billion, but 20%, that's huge. Like that's, remember, just taking care of that e-commerce type stuff in the app, same day delivery. There's a huge potential growth aspect just as part of that. Maybe not looking out 10 years. They still need to transform a bit, maybe more experiential type focus in stores, maybe something to that effect. But even still, that e-commerce angle, there's 800% growth they had. Like this growth is, that's what this article did a good job of really harping on this too. Where was it? Operations restructured. Growth catalyst. Oh yeah. He was talking about some growth catalysts. Extremely fast-growing e-commerce. So thanks for sharing stock market videos. I agree. I think it will catch other people's attention too. But even I said after one of my streams, like I looked at that press release when they dumped everything in that one press release. I'm like, damn, this is good news for even the legacy business models. Like this you could have some growth in the legacy business model, not just because of the new consoles, but just because of these nuts and these basic things that they should have been doing all along. But now it's okay. It's a new management team, and they're trying to correct what should have been done over time. And like we pull up Best Buy's market cap all the time, a significantly higher market cap. Like there's a lot of opportunity just on that front. So I agree, stock market videos. Welcome Styles. Leveraging the 55 plus million subscribers will be crucial going forward. So that aspect I agree with too. Huge, lot of possibility with that. You kind of have a captive audience to a degree. That's clutch. Think about it, man. When you're doing valuation, when you're trying to value a company. One of the ways you can value a company, where was this, man? This is, I think they dive into this in Bruce Greenwald, his book, like something value to, I forget. I think it's Bruce Greenwald. There's one way, replacement cost, right? There's a lot of people talk about replacement cost, but I remember reading about replacement cost in that book. And how much would it take to replace the business model, right? And so GameStop's business model, first of all, it has a brand name, right? Maybe some people say, that's not worth that much, but it has a captive audience by way of its Power Up Rewards members. And also, the used games business, even if people always want more when they're trading in their games, that's the go-to place. That's it. It's GameStop. That's it. So how in the sheer number of revenues they had 8-9 billion at peak. Right now it's 5 billion, 6 billion. That is gigantic. I always feel that's been underappreciated by the bears. I'm like, there is tremendous operating leverage here. Tremendous. You very rarely see companies with this level of operating leverage, and it's not a crazy strong balance sheet. I'm not saying that, but usually when you see companies trading as cheaply as GameStop did at that sub $300 million market cap, the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. I see it so many times, and I'm like, you might see 5 billion revenues, and you're like, all right, sorry, but they're knocking on death's door. And I saw all those revenues even during Q1 of this year, $1 billion in revenues that quarter. I'm like, holy shit. It is difficult to get up to that size of revenues. It's difficult. So where was I going with that? Someone was talking about so you could leverage, like you have this audience through the Power Up Rewards. Like you have people who go here to replace this business. It would cost a lot to get up to this point. To get to this point from scratch would be really, really difficult. It's not impossible. Don't get me wrong. And also, is it worth it for anybody because of the potential secular risks, at least with the legacy business model, right? Ideas GameStop could reinvent itself. But you just don't see that much operating leverage. The price to sale, what was it? It was trading at like 5%, 4%. One of my videos, the first video, it was absurd. Yeah, I forget what the figure was, but it was like 3% or 4%. And every time I look at those, I'm like, this could be done for. But in particular, the e-commerce angle, those Power Up Awards members, thanks for sharing, because I agree. Okay. Leveraging the Philly stakes. Wouldn't they be helping Cohen if they were buying back shares? If they're not in agreement, why would they take that approach? Yeah, but we don't know. We don't know what's going on, Philly stakes. You know what I mean? They could be buying back the shares because it was their plan all along, just like it was last year. I assume it was the plan going into earnings. They were going to initiate the buyback a week later. I doubt they made that decision right off the bat. But they could be. Wouldn't they be helping Cohen if they were buying back shares? That's it. Yeah, we don't. Without knowing Cohen's plan, not necessarily. But indeed, if they were buying back shares and Cohen was trying to buy more, or even buy it out, then sure, they could be. But that isn't necessarily what's happening. why would they take that approach? Well, now, yeah, they would only be taking that approach if it was part of their plan. Maybe they're reassessing in this new light, maybe. But now we're going down too many paths. But it's like, I don't know. Stock market videos. Hope they approved Cohen plan. There's no Cohen plan yet. I hope not too many. I'm so late. I apologize. For trying to catch up to everyone's comments here. But there's no plan yet. So there's some aspects of that Bloomberg article that sounded interesting. There were also some aspects of that Bloomberg article that sounded batshit crazy. I gotta commit this. I gotta commit up this. I was glad we brought it up on this. From tech toys to tennis rackets. Like, how do you read this and think, yeah, that's Cohen's plan, definitely, and this is the strategy, and this is what he's opening with. He's opening with this is his plan. I'm not saying that it's definitely not. I'm not saying that. I just mean it's just kind of absurd. I think we can all agree that that's why I had to get up to tweet that night. I'm like, this is crazy. This is insane. This headline and so I don't know. So it's not really his plan. But that said, there's still some elements of this. In particular, the e-commerce angle, like stock market videos was talking about, that are compelling. There's a case to be made here that they should be doing this. Some of the stuff they are doing, but yeah. Azul, and here I am. Welcome back, Azul. Welcome back. 11:20. It's going. Robert Stewart. Ideally, when is the best time to drop positive news to burn shorts? Yeah, maybe a Friday after hours. But I wouldn't think. If you're betting on that, you got to be careful with that stuff. That's speculative. But your point still stands, Robert. Let's talk about this just for a minute. When is the best time to, if you did want to burn shorts, which I have no clue, we have no reason to believe GameStop management wants to do that. There's very little to support that, in my opinion. They did kick ass buying back shares last Q3, which I always say that was the one that really stuck out to me. Like, damn, they went ham that quarter, right? But other than that, I haven't seen much. But we do know that there are management teams that are like, let's burn these shorts, right? There are some out there. And if that is your goal, Robert, when would you do it? You'd think that you'd want, first of all, it'd be a dump of positive news. And included in that news is a surprise, a shock of some sort, like buybacks. That's why I was looking for that in the quarterly release. Like a major partnership of some sort. I mean, I'm open to ideas here, but there'd be a lot of it. There'd be something real surprising that catches people off guard, that it could even be hugely, hugely positive. And then maybe, yeah, like after hours on a Friday, like after hours or something, maybe on a Friday, because then it just festers. Maybe, I don't have proof of that. But I agree, it's like, that would be my guess. But good question, Robert. I asked a question to the group, to the people on the stream last time, where I'm just like, I always kind of thought this. What was I thinking? Oh, when that it can be good that if the market's down the next day and your stock is up. Wait, what the hell was I saying? I forget. But people agreed with me. Whatever it was, I don't even remember what the hell I asked. It was something like that. If the market's down, maybe there's an increased chance that the shorts need to close their position because they're reducing their risk. Or maybe they're long other stocks and they need to reduce their risk, so they maybe some of the shorts would close their GameStop position just because the market's down, blah, blah, blah. But I got no proof. So anyway, and someone with more experience might say otherwise, Robert. 50 by November console refresh. GME gets surprise Trump deal for COVID testing. Yeah. Who was it that said that? Was it William? William was saying, yeah. Cohen's gonna come out Cohen's gonna say that he has the cure for or the vaccine. He's gonna come out and say the vaccine that would burn shorts or that sort. There's your surprise. You're just saying that we get a surprise Trump deal for that GME gets it. Yeah. So that we can have some fun with that, right? Jeez. Stock market videos. How much money do you guys have in GameStop? I only put in a few $100. Okay, 1120. Polygon stock shares, which is about people sharing some of their positions. It's mostly noise. Welcome, Mike. Welcome. I'm trying to pick up the new names as I go through. Hugo, maybe the short squeeze doesn't happen yet because the owners of the short position are on vacation. Just wait for when to be back and check their account. If it were August, maybe. September, or maybe most people are there. I think Hugo's having a laugh and say, what the fuck? Maybe, though. I don't know. That's not a Philly stakes. Notice the volume on SPI today. That is how you know it's a short squeeze. Multiples of the float outstanding. There you go. So, I tend to agree with that, Philly. Do I still get it up? What was it, SPI? Let me close out some of this shit. Well, there's also not that much volume, right? Has it been trading this whole time? Has it been? Well, the chart's here, so I guess it has been, huh? Oh, shit, I guess it has been. Oh, wow. I kind of looked at that Yahoo one. It was so... But to your point, Philly, I agree. You'd see it'd be, although, yeah, you'd probably still see a tremendous amount of volume, I would think. I agree. Look at that. And look at the overbought, too. Just bananas. Trio, down less than 5% on low volume. Yep. Deep value. Yeah, Koifin's been saying 88% for a while now. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, so Koifin saying 88%. We'll wait till the street. I love your dualistic view. That was 2 weeks ago, 110% short. 88% is based on the outstanding, not the float. Oh, okay. Need to remove insiders. Oh, so their 88% is based on the that's short interest as a percentage of outstanding shares versus float. So that could impact these things too. What is the Jester's float? Cheers, smash. Cheers. No, they cannot close out Jose position in an orderly fashion. Okay, sorry. Trio is responding. Well, maybe I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Some people are saying they can't do it, that they can't close out in an orderly fashion. I just do my best to just take a guess. I like to prepare for the downside. You know what I mean? To confidently say they definitely can't get out in an orderly fashion, it's definitely going to cause a score sheet. I don't feel comfortable saying that stuff. I mean, you see me use hyperbole and stuff, right? But when it really comes down to assigning probabilities to stuff, I wouldn't say anything's 100% certainty. Not that Triol is saying that, but I'm always like, it's possible they can maybe get out of this, especially because of how liquid GameStop is. But I don't know. Yeah. Asian market up, Green Day, Polygon. First Solar is interesting right now because institutions bought at 69 from Walton Kid, but the market crashed. All right, so some solar talk today. I don't probably put as ASPI. Buy Tesla or we bet. Makeshift Tesla is super richly First Solar. So, okay, so a lot of people talking about these stocks today. It'd be easier for Bezos to buy Amazon. Tesla is much more. Cash. All right, so some analysis of some of these stocks. I've looked at First Solar quite a bit in the past. Not in the portfolio right now. Vertical and horizontal. If the board is buying. Okay, Philly. If the board is buying back stock, then he is just an interested shareholder. That's what I'm saying, Philly. Oh, well, I'm not. I'm just saying, let's entertain the possibility, Philly stakes, because other people aren't. You know what I mean? Like, can imagine. There's a case to be made. That's the. I wish I were caught up. There's a case to be made. That's the best outcome, right? I wonder if people agree with that. I wonder if people agree with that. That if he's just an interested shareholder, let's say he stops at 10%. And let's say they buy back the shares. Or maybe he ups his stake even to 15 or 20%, whatever the hell it is. My point just being maybe he eats up some more of the float and they buy back shares. And even if it isn't the base case, not enough people are talking about that because then you remove the possibility that the company gets scooped out from underneath you. Like, that's what I mean. It's not my base case that he takes it out. You got to consider it. But then it removes that risk, the limited upside risk because of that. Then I'm like, holy shit. As of right now, that's still on the table, and not enough people are talking about it, in my opinion. But nevertheless, you talk about all the possible outcomes. So that was what I was thinking, Philly stakes. But still, I don't know that they're buying back. It seems like lately I lean against it, but you never know. Why are you always hyper? Cheers, Simon. That's a good question. I blame the beer, you know what I mean? Because there's a lot to talk about with GameStop. Oh, shit, that's funny. Oh, welcome, Simon. William, what up, William? Welcome back. I have updates. Simon's he works out and takes cold showers. Yeah, I take a cold shower right before I hop on the stream. I'm like, I gotta get it. I gotta let it out. Cheers, Roy. Cheers, William. Welcome. I'm a value soldier. Okay. Hey, Justin's here. Welcome, Justin. Welcome. Philly Stakes. You just made me think of an ingenious idea, man. Justin's juices are flowing. Let's see. Philly's excited. Okay. If I'm GameStop right now, this is what I do. All right, Justin. I still predict Cohen will have it. William's still thinking GameStop's going to come out with a vaccine. Welcome to the confirmation bias of the GME live stream these days. This is the shit this is the very serious analysis that we do. This is what we do. Talking about GameStop getting the vaccine. This is it. Okay, where's Justin going with this? Let's see. If I'm GameStop right now, what I do? Let's see, Justin. Buy shares and force Cohen over 10%. So, Justin, I'd buy enough shares back to force Cohen to go over 10% and then announce it. Then he can't sell for 6 months, or they claw back the gains, and he lost all that. Well, okay, so there is that aspect. That if there were negotiations going on, we talked about this on the last stream. He had a little bit of leverage just because, even though there's a value thesis here, right? There's a value thesis here, regardless of Cohen getting involved, right? All my videos were before Cohen got involved. You can't deny that the stock price has gone up, 150% since his 13D filing. And even though if he weren't involved or backed out or something like that, also not my base case, but if he did, one would think that would be bearish for short-term sentiment. The long-term thesis, I suspect, would still remain intact. I suspect. But that short-term, if people buying in because of Cohen, and especially because now you got this Bloomberg article out too, right, that there would be, in the short term, it might be like people like, maybe there's not. If Cohen's walking away, maybe there's not something there. When it could just be because he didn't get what he wanted. Again, that's not even my base case, but I'm just saying there's a case we made. He has leverage right now because he can say, look, Look what the stock price has done since I filed my 13D. But indeed, if he goes above 10%, Justin's been talking about this, where Justin thinks that he's deliberately been staying under 10%, which oftentimes investors will do. But Justin's been thinking it's been part of his plan. There's more to his plan than that, because he didn't. Maybe he was playing the squeeze angle, which was an interesting take, and he lost all leverage. Right. But Justin, in your scenario, I should have caught up. In your scenario here, it almost makes it seem like the two are competing against another, which is also a possibility. But again, they could be. They don't have to be competing together. They could be just. He could be an interested shareholder, just like Burry's an interested shareholder. You know what I mean? So that's a possibility. But Justin's just laying out, as he always does. Here's one path that could be taken. Especially especially. Wow, that's true, Justin. No one had talked about that. The implications of the buybacks at this point, with Cohen already at 9.9%, that's going to push him above 10%. But I don't know how likely I know Justin thinks that, but I don't know how likely the whole clawback thing would be, that he was playing the squeeze. Something to be discussed, but even though it might be totally legal and stuff like that, I don't know. When you look at his reputation, the reputation he has, it seems a little bit off. Nothing's wrong with it, but it seems a little bit off based on his reputation, I think. But I don't know. I respect Justin's opinion. Jordan, management has disappointed in the past regarding buybacks. Jordan says management has disappointed in the past regarding buybacks. I'd agree with that to an extent. They've also exceeded expectations on the buybacks. I don't know if I mentioned this on the stream, but was it Sherman's first quarterly release, or maybe a second? I forget. Last June, 2019, they came out and said they weren't going to do any buybacks. They said they weren't going to do any buybacks, and then they did the Dutch auction. And then you kind of read the sentiment. You're like, they might be done in the buybacks. And then they crushed it in September and October last year. And so they've surprised. They surprised even me. And even I was like, what they bought by? Like 22 million? I was like, holy shit, when I saw 22 million. Because I had kind of discounted the possibility, kind of like I'm doing it now. And I was surprised to the upside as to how much they bought back. And then it was a little bit of like, and then COVID hit, right? And then they had to literally close their doors, and it's like, I was glad they didn't exhaust it, right? I've said that before. I'm like, and I was kind of hoping that they would exhaust it. I'm like, I'm glad they didn't. And now it did. So we have to bear in mind that that disappointment, they've had a new situation that they've had to deal with. They had a bond exchange that they had to get through, and so there's definitely reason to believe they had good reason to not exhaust that buyback so far. But maybe at this point, now they got the bond exchange, they got that quarter behind them. They've kind of got what will be the final bad quarter before the consoles are released. That's behind them. Maybe it's all clear. Maybe they got the all clear to do it, and they got tons of cash on the book, so it's definitely possible. That would piss off Cohen. But anyway, but they disappoint. So I go both ways with it. The past couple quarters, I can imagine people have been, like the past quarter, I was wondering if they could have bought back, but there wasn't much volume in July, and I don't think they could have bought back before that bond exchange, but I don't know. Okay, Steve Sunk, that would piss Cohen off. See, they won't do this, Jordan. It's too smart for this board of directors. He has friends on the board. They won't do that to him. Philly, interesting. Steven, Justin, my guy. Cohen ain't passive here and staying at 10%. He is going to get more involved. He basically runs the shop now. Suicide for shareholders not to listen to him. He hasn't said anything, Joe. So Justin's kind of getting at the board, and I'm not totally sold. I'm not totally sold on this angle that there's a clash. We just haven't seen enough. Where's the damn 13D? Where's that 13? Do I got it up? Let me read this again. They had conversations and communications. During the conversations, they expressed their willingness to become more involved, not their desire to become involved. That's just I'm willing to get more involved under certain circumstances. That Cohen believes is likely to produce the best results for our shareholders. Yeah, and then I know the Bloomberg article came out after, which many were speculating, even we talked about it during the stream, that maybe they planted it. But it's just so many weird stuff in that article. I don't know. The timing of it, I know Fox was saying too that it's kind of a strong arm move. It's a distinct possibility, but it seems like many folks, even Forbes, you know what I mean? Even Forbes is saying this, that we have a clash here. And it's definitely, I don't know. Okay. This is why it would be if he talked about it once, but we don't know that he will. If he talked about it, we have a little bit more insight, but we don't. We're all just speculating right now. We're all just kind of guessing. That's what I mean. Let's acknowledge that we're all guessing, I know some people are confident about what the plan is here, but I'm not that confident. I accept that, and I kind of just try to think about what these distinct possibilities. And then I notice not enough people are talking about certain possibilities, whereas I'm like, hey, this is a legitimate possibility. And then I think then I worry that people might start leaning one way, and that's not necessarily the right way, even though it could be. Justin is here tonight. Agreed, Justin. All right, Justin, you get some people agreeing with you. If we learn from 2020, gaming is a great stay-at-home play. Did I mention e-commerce? Yeah, no, gaming crushing it. Talk about a good backdrop. Cigar butt my ass. Yeah. Cohen runs the shop. I don't see how management can follow his recommendations. There's been no recommendations. Am I going to end up keep saying that because I'm so late? I apologize, everyone. He owns 10%. They own 4% and failed with buybacks. Oh, well, I just commented on the buyback. That's Jordan St. Pierre saying that. Unless they bought after the earnings miss, but they are always late. See permits report. They are always late to follow recommendations. That was weird. They'd recommend something and then they did like the buybacks and stuff too. That if folks don't know, with the presentation Jordan's talking about is the Restore GameStop presentation from Heston Permit. It was from May 2020. I included a lot of it in some of those GameStop videos I put together. But if you look at this, they were kind of calling out management on some shit, and some of it was like it did kind of seem like they were a little bit late on certain things. But I also think, like I've said many times, I also think they've been doing many of the right things over the past 12 months. Maybe Jordan disagrees with that. I'm not saying they've been perfect, but they've done many things that I think have been set them up for success now that we're here at the consoles. Okay. Hugo, I'm 24 years old and I want to keep playing games until my death. My girlfriend plays with me, so I'm happy with that. Yeah. So, you talk about maybe the demographics. Yeah, and so, and Hugo, maybe you've even been playing for a while, right? Again, this isn't the GameStop thesis. I just think when people are saying the new consoles aren't going to save GameStop, and I'm like, shit, they might have, there's a chance their legacy business model, I mean, even if it's half of what they did in the first couple of years of, do I get the fundamentals up? I've been having them up. This has been great. Oh, I got them up. Even if they have half of what they did in the last console refresh, that's like $500 million in free cash, $500 million in free cash flow or something. I forget the number, but I just mean it's crazy. And then I think because this is why I was thinking about this, because if this new console cycle is huge and it's gigantic and it's even bigger than people appreciated, GameStop could be crushing it these next 12 to 24 months, and the market cap is insane in that context. It's insane. It historically was indefensible when it was back below 300. That was stupid. I think that was stupid. You might say it's easy to say now, but check out my videos. That's why I said that. That's why I'm like, this is ridiculous, especially because a lot of what we're talking about here. But anyway, thanks for sharing, Hugo. Justin, where was that 50% we wanted Tuesday? Let down, man. Where was that 50% we wanted to? Oh, yeah. So, no, yeah. So I was saying that. It didn't quite happen. But are you disappointed? Some people, if you're a short-term focus, you might be disappointed with that. But like I was saying, if you're a long-term focus, it may not even be that bad. Then the chart sits here, and then maybe the 50% move happens off a stronger base, a higher base. You know what I mean? I'm just tossing out shit. You know what I mean? All else equal, you want it to go up 200% in a one day, right? I get that part. Okay, Jordan St. Pierre. I wanted Rite Aid, but market is a miss. Didn't buy. Watching closely tomorrow morning. Oh, you wanted Rite Aid. Okay. Also, welcome, Jordan. Let me just go up. Oh, shit. Click down. Oh, man. I let myself get behind again. I told myself I wasn't going to do it. Okay, I think for Steve Stunk, from the board of directors side, they just spent the last 18 months turning around this company and getting it to the console cycle. Then 2 months before consoles, Cohen enters and potentially changes the plan. I can see how the board may be split on Cohen. Same thing I said before. We don't yet know that there's dissension yet. If not for that Bloomberg press release, if not for the Bloomberg article, would anyone even be saying this? Maybe. Some people had been speculating that maybe he was making a move on the company even before he upped his stake, right? Because there's always that possibility. But that they might be clashing or something. I guess the 13D language does kind of indicate I'm willing to get involved, but only under certain circumstances. It kind of seems like he's saying like you should do this, you should do that, but then just saying there's no guarantee that he's doing that. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'm just sorry. I know I'm repeating myself. I apologize. But to your point, to everyone's point, if he was making a move, let's entertain the possibility. Indeed, you could see that some board members might be against it, some board members might be for it. I agree. You could see it going both ways. It's difficult, right? Like Steve's saying, they've had a plan. They've been working on a plan these whole 12 months, and even though even though we have no idea what Cohen's intentions are, if we were just entertain the possibility and from that Bloomberg article that he was trying to shake things up 2 months before, I agree, Steve, that they'd be like, what the hell's, well, come on, we've been doing this shit. We've been doing this for 12 months. Back off. But again, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Sometimes I try to choose my words carefully, which causes me to go blah, 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 blah. But, let me keep going. No, it doesn't exist, Jordan. The board is split, but they have no skin in the game. Shareholders are all for Cohen. At least I am. I owe over 100% to him. Yeah, Jordan. Yeah, management did some, but not enough for me. All right. Jordan has his views. I know Jordan's been in it for a while, so he's sharing his views. Some people, everyone's going to have their own unique views on some of these things. And it's good to toss your views out there, right? It's good to toss them out there. This is why I keep on saying I hope Bears are in this, because someone says something, and then you say, well, I think of it this way, and then they go, oh, I didn't think of it that way, blah, blah, blah. It's the pursuit of truth, you know what I mean? Jordan, board owns very little shares except the 2 they didn't want. Yeah, I know. It would be nice. Generally speaking, I always want more insider ownership. And here, I this whole time, I was wishing they owned more. Even what they did buy last year, I didn't think it was that much. I thought it was noise, to be honest. It was better than nothing. And they were buying it as they were buying back shares, roughly. But then in nothing since, that was one thing that I did want to, Jordan. Justin, I know, man, the return yesterday was a bummer. Yeah, so Justin, okay. It could have been high. That's what it could have been higher. We'll see. Justin, can't wait for RID tomorrow. Hey, good luck with Rite I know Justin's waiting for that. Yeah, we'll say I think they got an earnings announcement tomorrow that he's gonna be tracking closely. So good luck. Let's see a 100% return. Oh, what's the short interest there, Justin? Let me see. I'll just pull up Yahoo Finance for this one. It has been a historically heavily shorted company. I do remember that. Percentage of float, 24%. Yeah, that's high. So this is a regular old high. This is usually what short. I used to say, like, if the short interest is above 20% of the float, I'm like, this probably isn't for me. That's why it's just so weird that I was as bullish as I was on GameStop with the short interest as insane as it was, because usually I'm like, there's probably some mess here. It's not for me. Trilla, you don't always need volume. Sometimes better that the stock doesn't get too much attention. I am not a pop and drop guy. I love this volume on G. I agree, Trilla. Some people do it. Some technical analysts don't even look at volume. They don't weight it too heavily. But other people do. They say the increased volume substantiates the move. This is another subjective thing. So Trilla's kind of saying what I was thinking. Like, sometimes it kind of feels like it's just creeping up. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of volume, but even still, price action wise, it just kind of feels like it's just creeping up. Not creeping up. You know what I mean? Just not 50% moves. Justin, there was a ton of volume today. 10 million shares. Look at this. What was their volume? Was 10 million. But look at average volume. So there was a good amount. There's a ton of volume today. 10 million shares is a ton of volume, considering they only have 65 million outstanding. But like, this average volume has been ticking up. It used to be, I recall, when it was the average volume was like below 4 just a couple of months ago, and now look how high it's been. There's been you see this with heavily shorted companies. Tremendous volume, and but well. It was still 1/3 of the volume yesterday. That's pretty impressive. Okay, 10.6 million. That's a lot. Well, I think, yeah, Justin, I think people are viewing this in light of yesterday's volume, 31 million. But indeed, 10. Oh, you can see the average volume. It's right there. 10 million. Oh, sorry, I was blocking it. 10 million. So this is the average volume. I think this is the average volume over like 3. Is it like 3 months or something? I forget. Then so it's above the average volume. Jordan, I'm rooting for you. Just couldn't pull with the ugliness there, and Thursdays generally seem to be ugly. Oh, they're talking about Rite Aid. Okay, great idea. I've gone into GameStop before the pandemic. Anyone interested, I will send you the Nintendo Switch. Biggest, well, okay, so Triola's got his thesis. Jordan, 10.6 is a lot, and it held up. No short covering, not much. Yeah, so that was the thing. You have a tremendous amount of volume. And again, good opportunity for the stock to sell off. It was. You had plenty of volume, and that didn't happen. Bullish. It's bullish. It sounds weird, I know, but Triola, gaming is better than going out the bar. Makes you play Triola, but draft beer is so good. Trey, hey, what's up, Roy and Kitty? Hey, Roy and Kitty, how's the stream going? Welcome. It's going good. We're going. I'm trying to catch up on the chat, Trey. Welcome. Justin, don't put it past this board to do something stupid, though. I'm thinking about it even more now. If they are not on board with Cohen, how hard would it be to buy? How hard would it be to buy back the shares? Force him over 10%. He's now stuck for 6 months approximately. Yeah, Justin, you seem to be thinking that they're clashing too, and I'm not on that. I'm not on that train just yet. Possibility, but I just haven't seen enough. I haven't seen enough either way. It's almost like I could see it going either way. But, so what were you saying? But the board, yeah, boards can always mess up, right? And the past board did mess up. But I don't know, Justin, as this board has been changing, and you saw Barry supporting them too, and then we got Hester and Permanent, but they're a minority, right? But they could still, I don't know. It seems like they've done enough where I'm like starting to believe that they're not going to mess up in a big way. That doesn't mean they can't drop the ball. They're not beyond reproach or anything like that, right? But something to consider. Philly stakes, not saying it's Cohen's plan, just saying it tells us what's happening. If they're buying shares, there is no disagreement between them, in my opinion. So, yeah, and just imagine, Philly, right? Just imagine if they're not saying it's Cohen's plan, just saying that it tells us what is happening. Yeah, I might agree with you, Philly, there, yeah. Not saying it's Cohen. I think you're referring back to your previous comment. They're buying shares, there is no disagreement between them, in my opinion. Then Justin says, agree, Philly, unless they buy shares and announce it immediately. Now, my point still stands, Justin. I don't know. Polygon, Run Kitty, when you get some time, you should look at First Solar. So I've looked. Oh yeah, I'll make a note of First Solar. I've looked at First Solar in the past. It hasn't been cheap enough for me, but yeah. But I'll take a look at the balance sheet. Hey, good call, getting my attention too. Balance sheet. That's tell me what book value is, or tell me it's traded at like 50% free cash flow margins or something to get my attention to draw my attention to go look at it. Insider buying, I like that stuff. Justin, that would be really interesting too, because it would not only lock in Cohen, it would cause a short squeeze. That's true. Yeah, I mean, just the buybacks themselves could trigger something. Now because the stock price has been rising, they couldn't buy back as many shares. What are we up to now? What are we up to? 10? And what do they have left? About 115. So they could only get back about 10. They could have been buying back. No, now they can't. They can buy back 10. But even still, that would be meaningful. It could catch people by surprise. When you have the shorts as large as it is, 10 million, 11 million is meaningful. And Cohen can't participate. Wow. Jordan, no way they announce share buybacks immediately. They are morons. Wow. All right. I don't know if I agree with all these takes. But he can make an offer when it comes back to earth. I know, that's what Justin's been saying too, which would be a really unusual outcome. It would be. And Justin's been saying that is a possibility. Trey, what quarterly release? I'm not sure, Trey. About when they'd announce the buybacks, maybe. Justin, Jordan, they would if they don't want Cohen. Laugh out loud. Yeah, if they don't want Cohen, which we don't know. Yeah, he could Philly, but couldn't tell. If he sold on squeeze, GameStop claws it back. Wow. Oh, so Justin's coming around. Justin's in real time. You're seeing him, Justin, think through a possibility. Steve, so then Cohen buys more shares on the market. Trey, I don't really want him to just buy it. I want to see it built public long term. But it might be hard to innovate with shareholders' please. So I agree. So Trey, first of all, your first comment I agree with. And it's still a possibility that some people are kind of discounting too much. I don't really want him to buy it. I think that could be the optical outcome for all shareholders, that he remains an interested shareholder, his name's associated with, and we know his reputation, and then he talks about it, and he's sort of like an advisor role type thing, you know what I mean? That could be, and then it remains public, but you don't want it to get scooped out from underneath you, right? So I agree with you, Trey. But in general, if it were his plan that he did want to control everything, some people talk about he wants to be CEO, there's zero proof of that he wants to run the show, which doesn't totally, he is an entrepreneur and he has success like driving the business and all that. But to buy out like he's more like a founder, like he'll found a business. And so far from what he's seen from his investments, he's investing in other companies and they kind of run the show. But he has been looking for his next big thing, so I get that angle. But anyway, my point, what I was just going to get at, if it is his goal to control everything and crush it and build something, and turn GameStop into this new beast, then that is often the case that you want it. It's easier to do if it's private. So that part's true. Trey Daniel, same here. So Philly Stakes agrees with that too. Jordan, this is really interesting. Need to pause and think about this. All right, Justin's planting some seeds here. A squeeze would be nice, but who knows? Philly Stakes says that. Roaring Kitty, did you see GME will be selling PC components now? I did see that. Didn't they? They mentioned that on the conference call, I think. PC. Did I see? There you go. On the merchandising side of the business, we are pleased with our initial launch of an expanded assortment of PC accessories. It will be extending the assortment. While this is early, we absolutely believe GameStop can participate meaningfully in the PC accessory market. So they were talking about this, and I think, Trey, you were talking about it too, how there's a huge potential market there for them as well. And you may know more than me, Trey. But these are higher margin things. They may even talk about that. I think didn't the analyst ask a question? Oh, this is it. In the PC accessory market with high-quality products that deliver strong margins. There you go. So it's a good industry to be in. But especially there's an increasing number of gamers. PC gamers, right? So that's a good market to be in. That's good that they're getting involved. That's part of the reason why, I mean, not PC specifically, but that Best Buy is as valuable as it is. It's selling all these electronics. So it's good for GameStop to pick its areas wisely, and PC accessories seems like a good opportunity. So I didn't see it on their website, Trey, but I did know that they were going down this path. Not sure. GameStop drops 10% a day, and that market was now up. Now it went down less than 5% on a low volume day. Yep. I'm hoping they sell all PC components to capitalize in the aspects of the gaming market. Yeah, Trey. It seems like they kind of get this. They kind of get this. Let's hope it picks up. Yeah, because GameStop should sell all gaming related things. They just should. I don't. No matter right now, they're focused on consoles, but it should be the GameStop for all types of gamers, including PC gamers. So they should have all that stuff. That's good. GME should sell every component of PC game from chairs to monitors to PC parts. I agree, Polygon. That so you're agreeing with Trey. They're going to start two, I believe. Makeshift player chiming in here too. Exclusive GME edition 3090 would be the fantastic. Trey, make sure already have a pre-order page for them. Oh, nice. Oh, you can pre-order this stuff. Sick. Jordan says management should 100% buy back an announcement. It's genius. So there's no way they will do this. Yeah, maybe. Gats, welcome. Not sure if message was removed, but for spam. But again, for good measure, added to New York Security NYCS3. Oh yeah, for security. Hey, so I looked in. I promise, I looked into about the ability to add links to the stream. And this is what I saw. Live chat basics. According to this, what I came across, live chat. Look at this. It says I couldn't. There's no way for me to add links. Check this out. Can you see this? It says like viewers cannot post special characters, URLs, or HTML text. What the hell's up with that? That can't be right. Uber had found a way around that he had shared with us. But I thought this was dumb. I thought there was going to be a setting I could change. Anyway, just showing. If I'm misreading this or misinterpreting this, let me know. So yeah, Gats. Someone did mention that added to the threshold securities list. Could be they've been on that list before. Nothing's really come of it. Something to keep an eye out for now because things are heating up. But I don't really know what the ramifications of that. It may be nothing, but we may look back and be like, damn, Gats had said that too. That it could be meaningful, but maybe only in hindsight. Yeah, that would be interesting. What did it? Trey says, anyone else unable to secure their Xbox? Oh yeah, how'd everyone do with their Xbox pre-orders, huh? I know Trey showed a picture that he was in line trying to get it. Philly Stakes, Justin, regarding stupidity on the board of directors, you'd think that if there was a disagreement, they'd be bringing consultants to strategize. Right. If there was the disagreement, oh, absolutely, right? I mean, I think that's what they do. Bring in the consultants, lawyers, and so forth. Let's strategize. Trillo agrees. I don't think we see Steve doesn't think we see buybacks. Yeah, it's probably not the base case right now, but definitely not zero. It's definitely not a zero chance. That's for sure. I don't think they're buying back personally. Seems like a stretch. Who knows though? Agree with you, Phil Stakes. I agree. I have the same feeling. Justin, Philly Stakes. This is old. Take a look. Oh shit! Did Justin try to post a link too? Damn. Too much in front of the board to be worrying about pursuing Cohen another 0.02%. Yeah. Okay. Steve's saying that there's too much. They're dealing with too much to be worried about Cohen adding a little bit. Oh, right. Okay. So Steve's kind of disagreeing with Justin a little bit. Trillo, what type of beer do you drink? What's your poison? I drink all types of beers. Sometimes IPA, sometimes lagers. I like to mix it. I like variety. I like all types of beer. We're getting close. Well, I know William's been. We're getting close to Oktoberfest, right, William? What is it? Oh shit. What is it? Pumpkinhead. I'll be getting that soon. Just remember I called it. Yeah, with the vaccines. Eduardo Fierro, GME fanboy. Yeah. Cheers, Eduardo. Trey, where's Hugo when we need him to come up with wacky ideas? Yo, Hugo's around. Hugo's around here somewhere. He's tossed out a couple ideas already. Jordan, I'm buying a tennis racket from GME. Just thinking I needed a new one. Yeah, see, Jordan, he oh shit. If they do sell them, I'll buy one there too for the story. I don't think he is even thinking about selling. GameStop going to come out with an electric car. Yeah, maybe electric car too. That would be another one. Vaccine electric car. Robert Stewart. I was going to ask what happens when the 10% stake if buybacks happen. Yeah. Nothing happens except, I mean, there's implications for like clawback type stuff that Justin's been talking about, but nothing otherwise. He just needs to file an updated 13D. That's all. Siphon the EV spec hype. Yeah, we got 63 here. Oh yeah, everyone liked the stream. Thank you, Trey. Thank you, Trey, for calling that out too. I did see we're over 50. We still got 50. This is sick. 8:30. So we had 60 apparently when Trey said that, but everyone signed off. They were like, he's blabbering too much. Oh, it's only GameStop. Get the hell out of here. They're talking about vaccines. What's going on in this stream? Run! What's the problem with him? Trey says, what's the problem of, everyone thinks this new blockbuster is not right. Where's the problem with him going over 10%? Yeah, there's no problem. I agree, Trey. There's no problem with him going over 10%. Justin's just saying there's some legal implications there. Stock market videos. 800% growth in e-commerce sale and GameStop. Was it mostly growth in console category like Nintendo Switch? Well, Nintendo Switch, we might not have 8% of growth. Yeah, Switch really helped. And heads up, if you don't know, they're going to have an upgrade to the Switch coming out. And that's... It just reinforces that downside support. It's just crazy. The Switch has been hugely popular. I think the Switch in particular is huge for GameStop because it tends to skew physical. If you saw the New Horizons game was over 50. It was 50% physical, roughly 50% physical, even though it came out in March. You know what I mean? And so I think those gamers tend to skew more physical. In turn, that's where people would buy used games and stuff. So I think the Switch is a big console for GameStop. So even if that's driving, and it could continue to drive it, looking out, and not enough people are maybe factoring that in. Justin, not even the squeeze. He's up 100%. If they force him over 10%, that's over $30 million if he sells. Right. Oh, that he's made. Right. That, yeah. I don't think that, that's not my base case. Not that Justin's saying that's not my base case, that he would, like I've been talking about his reputation. His reputation also doesn't seem like he'd be getting in, getting out, unless there was a squeeze. You know what I mean? Like, it would be... This is speculation. I'm a fundamentals focused value investor. What the hell do I know about trying to read the tea leaves on someone's background and so forth? But from what I've read about, if you haven't seen Ryan Cohen shit, there's a lot of stuff. But Google his name too. Google his name, and you'll see some other articles where he talks about some investments and stuff. I mean, there's entire articles dedicated to his investment picks. You don't see that too often. But what I was going at, he doesn't seem like the type that would get in. I mean, he's a billionaire. It looks like he's a billionaire. It'd be weird to have, not Justin's not saying this, but I'm just saying other people have been saying that he could walk maybe if his goal was to get more involved and the management doesn't know that he could walk, but that doesn't seem all that likely to me. But even that he would just get in and sell for a double, that doesn't seem like him either, because he's already uber wealthy. Like, who cares? He unless it were for a squeeze, if he like gets involved, then it goes 10 bagger, then you'd be like, all right, well, then that's kind of it's a notch in his belt, like reputation-wise. It's like, oh shit, Ryan Cohen caused the squeeze. Someone's been saying this, and I kind of agree with that stuff. This is marginal analysis, though. It's just soft stuff, but that was how I interpreted it, too. Trill, this is not Blockbuster. We agree. Tristan, GME. Welcome, Tristan. Welcome. Cheers. GME still going strong, right? Yeah, some of us think so. Jordan, but look at the stock. It did nothing. Buyback aren't worth it. If they can't tell a good story, they failed in this regard for 18 months. I probably agree that they could have been telling a good story, Jordan. One thing, though, I know a lot of retailers did, but they're in the midst of a turnaround, right? And then they had to literally close their doors. They had to close their stores. I know Jordan would agree with this. I'm just trying to point this out. Like, right as they were trying to do a bond exchange, too. They're, like, trying to get a bond exchange done, and then, like, their stores are closed. They kind of been hit with some stuff, but even still, I mean, Jordan and I, we've talked about this on the stream too, that the importance of that narrative in their story. There's a case we made, it could have been better. But let's say, and again, just to play devil's advocate, I don't think this is the case, but what if it was always their plan that they wanted to exhaust the buyback and they didn't want the price? Well, now the price has already risen, so it seems like it could be already too late. But what if they just didn't? They just wanted to like take care of the nuts and bolts, take care of all this stuff, then exhaust the buyback, and then it's like, then they're like, all right, let's tell a good story. The consoles are here. I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. But indeed, assuming that's not the case, then it seems like there could have been more an upsell of the like, oh, here's where we're going, here's what we're gonna do, and so forth. Trey, over 10 now, even on a bad day, so I'd say so. Eduardo, nothing has changed my opinion. I'm holding. Oh, everyone's sharing the view. Good. 30 million ain't that much for him, but yeah, 30 million is still 30 million. Oh, so yeah, Jordan's saying the same thing. Shorts are betting this is Blockbuster all over again. It ain't. Many of us agree, Trill. Justin, there is definitely a clash ranking. It took me a while to catch up, Justin. So Justin feels confident there's a clash. Justin, if there's reason, what's your rationale here, Justin? Let me keep going. I don't Philly Stakes. I don't understand how another round of buybacks doesn't create a squeeze. I agree, Philly Stakes. That's the big outlier. That's the big outstanding item here. That this is why it was front of mind for me during that the earnings release. But I agree. Like that's gonna now though the if I again devil's advocate Philly stakes, it's just because now they could only buy back 10 or 15 million. You know what I mean? That's why. But what if they take out another 10 million? So 10 million is meaningful. I'm not saying it's not meaningful, but it was another thing if they announced that they bought back 25 million. We bought back 25 million shares in July. It's like holy shit. Then you get fireworks. Now it's like 10 million, still meaningful. But that's one reason it's just not it's just not crazy enough that a squeeze doesn't kick off. But let's say they announce the buyback with some other news too. But then they say a new round of buybacks, a new authorization. You know what I mean? Then if not a squeeze, it gets bid up. You know what I mean? Justin, if they were on the same page, they would have issued a joint statement and would have announced the circumstances. If they were on the same page, they would have issued a joint statement and would have announced the circumstances. Okay, let me play devil's advocate, Justin. Let's contrast this with Bari's involvement. Okay, Bari's involved as what appears to be he's an interested shareholder. He had filed a 13D. I know he's now back under 5%, but he had filed a 13D. And you could argue there was more of a clash there because the letters he had written a ton of letters. And then it came out in June that he supported management, everything that they were doing. He was like, he supported the board moves. He said the management was doing a decent job. They're on their way. Why is there a clash here, but not with Bari? You know what I mean? It seems perfectly reasonable to me that there's not a clash. So and you know, Justin, I respect your analysis. So if there's something I'm missing, but there's just one example I can come up that it's possible to be an interested shareholder. Just because the increased stake, I don't think that's enough either for me to convince me. I could totally be wrong. You all know that, but to your point though, if they were on, and there was no press release of GME and Bari working together, blah blah blah. But he could just be an interested involved, and there doesn't have to be a joint statement. I think if he were more involved and there was more of a partnership, I'd have to agree that, hey, we're teaming up with Ryan Cohen and we're going to do this and we're going to do that, something more substantial, then it might be a press release. I'd probably agree with that, but we don't even know that would be the nature of that relationship. That's what I mean. We're so in the dark here. We're going off of a damn 13D that doesn't seem particularly hostile to me. It just doesn't. And I know the follow-up with the Bloomberg article, but I think we can all agree that Bloomberg article is a little bit weird. And I find it hard to believe that Cohen's first move would, I don't know. You do want to talk up a big story, though. That's why you might mention Amazon. Jordan, I'm on Team Cohen. Yep, yeah, Jordan. Jordan's on Team Cohen. He likes the story, the narrative and stuff. Justin, yeah, Philly, so GME board can force squeeze and force Cohen not to be able to tell. Brutal. I don't think they'll do it, but they could. They're fools. Man, all right. TM, hey, cheers, TM. Hey, maybe you can help clarify what this might mean. Sorry, I am a brainlet. Trey. TM, I don't know what you're referring to. Trey, I don't think it's a hard clash, or they'll try to leverage him out by buying back shares anyway. What's the best scenario, Justin? No, so Edward Otter wants to know what your best scenario is. I guess I'm curious too as I keep going. Sorry, I'm going to try to catch up. Hugo, when there it says best results for our shareholders, I think that it doesn't mean that he wants to make GME private. So that's one way to read it, Hugo. I kind of read that a little bit, but at the same time, it does feel a little bit boilerplate. And that's just something you say. Who was it? Fox was saying, yeah. He's like, let me see the language that says, I want to produce the best results for the large shareholders. You would never see that language. So that's what I mean. It's boilerplate. Like that's just what you say. But I don't know how common it is to even include it in a 13D. So anyway, but still, I kind of think like I didn't. If he was going to be hostile, you could have included more in the 13D. But maybe he's I don't know, just tossing stuff out. Trey, me neither. Why? That is boilerplate, Hugo. Yep, so Justin says the same thing, boilerplate, yep. Best results for our shareholders could be a $25 tender offer. Yeah, but Justin, it could be a $15 tender. So here's the thing. Now the price is up a little bit. So I said this a week ago when the price was still at 8. Remember, or when it sold off after earnings. When even was that? Was that 2 weeks ago now? Be careful what you wish for, because you could get a buyout at 10, and you could have made a case for it because of how much GameStop stock had been struggling. It's not crazy that he could have said 10 and it may have been accepted because of the large funds that are involved. You know what I mean? Be careful what you wish for. Those auto yes votes, you never know. Now the price is a little bit higher. Might be tough to go for 12. You'd probably need a premium. Well, let's see if the price sticks here. Let's say the price sticks here, then maybe 15. And I still feel it's a good outcome. It's certainly not a bad outcome, right? But it's not the best. And There's no reason. Why would he say 25? Why would he could say 2015? I'm sorry, Justin. You probably responded. Daily Forbes hit piece is so odd. A hit piece about a totally speculative other piece. Yeah, I know. Shorts have to be behind on that one. Just weird. I agree, Daily. Really weird. Really weird. It's just weird. You know what I mean? Justin, why would you say that and then burn shareholders? Yeah, so this ties in. So Trey asked Justin, why would you say that and then burn shareholders, like he's referring to that language? This kind of ties into the reputational. Nah, but it's tough because if he buys it out at 15 or something, it's still a good outcome. It's just maybe not the best outcome. So it wouldn't really ruin his reputation or anything like that. But his reputation, he has a reputation, and now he's uber wealthy. So. And who was it? Fox who said like there's more to this than money at this point. At some point, once you become this rich, it's like, it's money is almost secondary. It's more. Ryan Cohen has a story to tell about his life, like these decisions he makes. But I've been trying to think about some of these moves in that light, even though I still don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Right? I have no idea, but I kind of think about that stuff too. Philly stakes, everyone wins. Oh, sorry. Philly stakes, or he triggers a squeeze somehow, doesn't sell, then announces an offer, crushing the price. Yeah. So that's what I mean. There could be more friendly stuff here. That's what I mean. If he triggers a squeeze, that's a reputational type thing. You know what I mean? Screwing people isn't not that no one really said that, but everyone wins, right? It could be an everyone wins scenario. It totally could be. Trey, who is burning shareholders? What are you talking about? Okay, Justin, if he takes it private, it would likely burn shareholders. Yeah, not burn them to shreds. It just might take away some of the upside. Oh, I gotta get caught up. Oh man, good chat. There's a good. Oh man, a good. Oh, I'm trying to get back up. Oh, there's a lot of folks chatting today. This is good news, right? But I just feel bad because it's so. What time is it? 8:47. Oh, I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Thank you for everyone who keeps on chatting. You know, I like this back and forth between this stuff. We're trying to pick each other's brains. It's sick. I'm simple, man. I just want the stocks to go up. Yeah, Joe's like, here's my opinion. If you like it, great. If you don't, whatever. I just want that damn stock to go up. And I did see TAAT was up, right, Jordan? Nice job. Philly stakes. It'll depend on the price. I agree with Philly stakes. I'm aligned with you on a lot of stuff here, Philly. It depends on the price. 15, it's harder to say that he's burning shareholders. Now the price is up so high. When the price was at like 6 or 7, I was like, oh boy, if he tries to do this at 10, he might get it too, and that's not that great of an outcome. 12, 15, a little bit better, and now we're kind of beyond that would burn shareholders. The stock price will have gone up 4x in a couple of months, even though I don't think that's the ideal outcome, but many shareholders would view that as a hugely positive outcome. Because you would get it for a lower price per share than what it will be worth soon, maybe, but it might only be worth significantly more, Trey, if he owns it. You know what I mean? So I can play both sides of this. That's what I try to do. I try to play both sides of it. You know what I mean? So we can try to pursue that truth. Because you get Justin, stock goes from 5 to 25, and that is burning shareholders to shreds. I know, that's what I'm getting at. I don't agree with that. No reason to believe he would burn shareholders with takeout offer. But what if he bought it at a low market value? That would kill shareholders. All right, so I just voiced my opinion on that. He has done nothing but make us all money. Well, he hasn't even done anything, Jordan. Isn't that funny? He hasn't even done anything. When that 13D was first filed, remember we were joking like nothing has changed. Nothing has changed from the GameStop videos I made that since Justin wrote his article, since a lot of us had opined. Nothing changed. All that had changed was the 13D filing, where they took 10% of the stock because he saw maybe the same stuff that we saw, and then the stock price has gone up about 150%, even more at the high. And but he hasn't done anything. He hasn't said anything. Yesterday he finally said something. We're only up like, but still he has had an influence on it, right? I get that. I'm just kind of messing around here. Polygon, are we not concerned also if I may add to this, to what I was just saying about Cohen, it's a little bit unfair to attribute this, I would say this, it's a little bit unfair to say this move is completely due to Cohen. Now that's not to say that he wouldn't still have leverage because of this move, but my thesis has been, I think many of the thesis has been, that the stock price was going to go up. The stock price is going to go up because as a traditional value stock would, as it gets closer to a catalyst or we get closer to the free cash flows, it just happens that the narrative changed, right? So everyone's going to say it's up because of Cohen. But there was a thesis here even before that, and it's almost like misleading to say that it's up because not that Jordan. I know you're not saying that, Jordan, but it's just Jordan's just saying he's had nothing but a positive impact on the stock, and that I would agree with. Just him getting involved has people chatting about being like, "Yo, GameStop do this, GameStop doing that," and then you got even GameStop and Amazon in the same damn piece. It's like, what the hell? If you said that in July, you would have been booed off the stage. You would have had tomatoes thrown at you. You would have been, I mean, forget about it. Now, at least people, people are still ridiculing it, right? For good reason. But at least Bloomberg even published it. Are we not concerned at all about how quickly consoles sold out? Are we sure that they can maximize their market share in November? I'm not that concerned. Some folks, if you're a short-term trader or something like that and you're expecting for a gangbuster quarterly earning, long-term investors don't care because it'll just get spread out over a longer time period. It's coming. It could delay some free cash flows, but it's not a major concern for me. I think there'll be more pre-orders, and I view it this rose-colored glasses. Do I see everything bullish? Is it confirmation bias? I view it as hugely bullish. Remember we were talking about the increased interest in gaming? Is not this crazy? It wasn't just GameStop site down, right? Weren't a whole bunch of the websites struggling? Best Buy and Walmart, like they were all struggling with this. Like these are gigantic companies. Even they were struggling with the traffic. This speaks to that the interest in the gaming demand. You know what I mean? I mean, we're seeing it these past 6 months, 9 months because of it's been in the spotlight because of COVID and everything like that. But I see this and I think, don't you see how nuts this cycle is going to be? And GameStop's going to benefit from it. So that's how I interpret that Polygon. I'm not just cold and so selling out. It's just a marginal impact one way or the other. It's just not that big of a deal. I view it as hugely bullish. I view it as there's huge demand for the consoles and in turn gaming products, and there's only going to be one of these retailers that is is the go-to place for trading in these games, trading on past consoles again and this stuff. And I think GameStop is going to be a huge. I think as far as a pure play, a pure play on the gaming console, I think GameStop will be the biggest year-over-year beneficiary. I don't know how on a sheer free cash flow. What other company is going to benefit more? There's gaming companies going to be releasing games and stuff, and maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe there's a really small niche gaming company that's going to crush it next year over year. There could be that I don't know about, but like Microsoft and Sony, this is a marginal part of their business. They do so much. But GameStop, it's like I think they're going to be a huge winner. Even I think they might not be too. I could be wrong about, but that I'd lean more toward they're going to surprise people to the upside. I think that I don't think enough people are pricing that in. Are we not concerned? No one is suggesting that. Philly stakes, Jordan. I think it's a real risk actually. I'm sorry, I keep on going off. Definitely concerned, but it's artificial scarcity, which I hate. Dude, that Bloomberg article was leaked by Cohen. There was no other person that would have leaked it. Yeah, Justin. You don't know that, Justin. You don't know. We talked about this during the stream. That something like this, when that Bloomberg, something like this hits, especially with 13D, you can imagine that someone like that, if it's a strong arm move. If it's not a strong arm move, this article, Justin, I wish I were caught up. Well, let me catch up, especially if you're sticking around. Then we can keep on talking about this. But I'm not saying that's not what happened, right? You know I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying this is a really weird article that if it wasn't leaked, what the hell is this article? You know what I mean? It's fair. I don't know. It's so damn weird. It's also a weird. Let's say, if it's a stronger move, but I just haven't seen enough to think that. I haven't seen enough to think that to rule out other possibilities. I just haven't. Jordan, what tender offer do you see to burn us? No way under 10. Right, where's Chris? So he's talking about that. Yeah, I agree. The Bloomberg article was written by Cohen's cat. Oh, Cohen's cat? Just added to the GME, just added. Yeah, a couple people have mentioned that team. It's on the threshold securities list, dude. They got over 800 million cash down to men. I know. Triol is really harping on that downside protection. There's a lot there. You'd be here all day, Triol, if you're trying to list all that stuff. Believe me. Philly, how does he finance it once it gets too high? Right, so the financing. And Fox was mentioning that too, Philly Stakes. The financing of it. So he's saying at a $25 price point. What would that be? 1.6 billion. Yeah, remember the financing fell through in the last one. It's a little bit of a different thing here. But yeah, the financing could be difficult for something like this. That's another reason it's part of the reason it's not my base case, but good point, Philly Stakes. Does that mean? I think it could just be near market value, which is terrible for long holes, right? I agree with you, Trey. Right? It's not terrible. Like if it's at 12 or 15, but if you were in it, you know what I mean. It was just trading at 4. It's trading below 4 in July, But it's not the best outcome, and that's what Trey's getting at. Thanks, TM. Kirby. Welcome, Kirby. If GME is buying back shares, it will push Cohen over the 30% threshold. That's true. Could be regarding naked short selling. Yep. He needs debt, and GameStop has little tangible assets for collateral. That's right. So I agree with you, Philly Stakes. I've been agreeing with you all damn stream here. I think folks talked about that in the last stream too. It might have been Fox. I don't even remember who it was, but they don't have those tangible assets to usually that's like it's even though it might not be speculative. Like Justin and I'm sure we have high conviction in our fundamental analysis of the company. But credited analysts, they're different. They're a different breed. They really want that downside protection, and they just don't have the book. What's book value? $5-6. So I agree with Philly's kind of defending his case that they might have Cohen or a consortium or whatever it is might have trouble financing a $1 billion plus takeout of a company. You know what I mean? And I agree with that. Doesn't mean it's not possible. But in this environment too, like there still remains a lot of hair on the stock, even though we don't agree. Most of us wouldn't agree with that. But to like credit analysts and credit folks, I think there is still quite a bit of hair on it. That it could be trouble, not trouble, but might be difficult. I don't know. Or due to glitch, extremely high volume. Dude, they have over 800 million cash. Trill all over that downside. That's enough to reinvent yourself. Right, so I agree with you, Trill, that they have tons of cash to reinvent itself, but they'll need more, and that's where the console refresh comes into play. Will be scrutiny, hopefully. Yeah, I agree with Gats. So, but people have been Gats. People have been saying that for 6 months. Where's the scrutiny? Even if they do get hit with something, the naked shorts, it'd probably just be a fine, a cost of doing business, right? And it hasn't happened yet. So why is this time different when it didn't happen last time? You know what I mean? I don't know. Okay, Justin from Forbes. He's quoting from Forbes. Okay. Oh, Trey, I hate the console pre-orders being paper launches and not having enough inventory. It's just absurd. I know. Like Trey was saying, it's artificial. Okay, from Forbes, Justin. An analyst at a hedge fund who covers the gaming sector told me September 23rd, GME competing with them, it seems like a long shot. I'm not sure how they could compete that is differentiated from others. The only angle I see is that they could use their stores as fulfillment centers, but most of their stores are in malls and are pretty small footprints, so it doesn't seem like a great asset. The recent run-up in the stock price seems like a short squeeze and a desperate attempt to save the company. The guy has no clue to talk about. Justin, I'm glad you ended with that because I'm like, wait a second. Why the hell is Justin pasting this? Yeah, he has no idea what he's talking about. I don't know that he has no idea what he's talking about, but I agree. This discussion is kind of silly. I didn't fully read that Forbes article, but the discussion itself, Justin, right? I mean, it's like, what the hell's going on here? You know what I mean? And Cohen doesn't seem like a crazy person, and not that I know Cohen's not saying that, but I agree with your sentiment there, Justin. Most of their stores are in malls, right? That's not even true, right, Justin? And Justin knows more about this than I do, I bet. And I know we saw that someone else was talking about a lot of their stores in malls and stuff. Yeah, it wasn't true, and they just had so many damn stores, and it's likely the ones that they're closing might be more heavily skewed toward malls, right? It would have been nice for them to lock in a big chunk of sales for the pre-orders. Yep. The Forbes article is trash, Justin. Yeah, okay, so it looks like we're all on the same page. Even though I didn't read it yet. I didn't like where it was headed, those first couple paragraphs. Hugo, hey, Roaring Kitty, try to become a 10% shareholder so we all, the Roaring Kitty, we can talk to the board of directors and give our opinions. Yeah, maybe we can, huh? Or we pull it all and try to get on the board. Hester and Permit did it. Hester and Permit did it. Shit. This will be the Roaring Kitty consortium here working together. Here are our demands. Right? We demand a vaccine. No. Although you assume that one should become that. I mean, Hugo's just having a laugh. Welcome, Hugo. Hugo with the jokes. Welcome. That you probably can't talk as much about it, right? I'm sure the stream would be done for at that point. He's talking out of his ass. Oh, the Forbes guy. Steve says the guys. Yep. That would be good to use stores as fulfillment. It would make sense. Yeah, so there were some aspects of that Bloomberg article that were like, oh yeah, I mean, some things to consider, right? You know what I mean? Even though the whole thing seems weird, but there's bits and pieces. We talk about that shifting narrative that can help support that. You know what I mean? Even though the whole, never mind. Okay, same day delivery. Yep. Jordan, if Cohen would take, oh yeah, someone mentioned. Did I like it? I think I liked it. Where is it? I pulled these likes up. Wait, where's my likes? Oh, yeah, let me see the likes. I thought I had. Oh, right here. Boston Charts. My Chewy order just arrived 24 hours later. Whoa, fast. I like that. I'm like, oh, sick. That Chewy 24-hour order. There you go. So Trey's comment about the fulfillment centers and same-day delivery made me think of that. Oh, wait, what else did I like? Oh, yeah, someone was trying to get Ryan Cohen as an interview candidate. I'd like that, right? We'd like that. Get him on some podcasts and stuff, right? Oh, I thought this chart looked interesting too. Someone, they said that it was from StockTwits. I didn't see it on StockTwits. I just shared this real quick. Sorry, I'll get kicked out just quickly. This was I like these unique, like there's like an infographic type thing, especially when it's a company you're invested in. One thing that was missing though, I just wish that they had, what's the current price per sale for Best Buy? I mean, I was laying in bed looking at it. I'm like, damn, I just want to know what the current price per sale was for these three. Anyway, whoever put this together, thank you. You know what I mean? If people who are along the stock, right? And it's nice to have these types of things circulating just to remind you of stuff. You know what I mean? Anyway, I just saw that listed there. Franco, wouldn't it be part of? If Cohen would take it over, who wouldn't want it to be part of his private placement? I don't see a huge problem getting financing if he is running the ship. Yeah, I don't know about that, Jordan. Maybe it could be that he gets financing. Trey, Roaring Kitty for board of directors of GME. Let's get a vote. New round of vote. We're a tag team, like the election. We'll do Ryan Cohen wants to be on the board, and he's gonna bring RC and RK. There we go. Toss it on a ticket. We'll put it on a ticket. 2020. RC and RK. GameStop board of directors. Don't they got on 2 seats flipping over next year? Here we go. It's happening, people. Okay, but I don't see a 25-10 or more mid-teens as an offer, right? If at all. Philly Stakes. Debt investors are different from equity. They won't lend on vision. Right, Philly Stakes. I don't know when you said that, but that's what I was just saying, right? They ain't lending on vision. They're lending. Oh, you're tying it back. Yeah, you're the one who got me thinking about that too. The collateral, right? They don't have the assets. They're not gonna. They might not. But Jordan's saying, but if it's Cohen leading it, or maybe. Whoever just said that, sorry. But we're all guessing. We're all guessing. The blind leading the blind here. The blind leading the blind, myself included. Trey, yeah, but that doesn't matter for shareholder if we don't see any of that value. The fulfillment idea is probably Cohen's vision, which is directly opposite of the board's idea with the in-store gaming hub. Right, so remember we looked up, it was like weird that they weren't talking about more in-store gaming type stuff, in-store experiences. I thought that was unusual. Jordan, mid-teens is still at 3 to 4x for a lot of us. Right, so I agree with you, Jordan. That's not a bad outcome. Trey, why not both? Dude, he supported the board. They are on the same page. Have the gaming hub and fulfill orders from the back inventory at each store. Yep. Phil, you are right. Steve, Trey, makes sense, but that doesn't mean the board sees it that way. They have had their plan for months, and they're busy with the most important time, company's history, and now they have to entertain another thought that is off the cuff. We don't know that there are conflicting thoughts. I know. Justin's. We're gonna scroll down, and Justin's gonna be yelling at me. I'm gonna scroll down. Justin's gonna be like, "Damn it, Rogan, what the hell?" I'm afraid to scroll down. Oh no. That's just my dream. Steve Stunks. I love the gaming hub idea, honestly, because if they compete with esports arenas, then it could be engagement business, even if it isn't as high profit margin. Right. Yep. Trace Dawson also like in-store experience type stuff. I still think there's something there. Yeah, Jordan, if he sees so much more possible for GameStop than Cohen does too, he wants more from the board. They will only clash if they don't follow him. It really seems to be the case. All right. Yeah. He wants more from the board, Jordan says. I'm parsing words now. Huh? Sometimes I do this. That's why I reached that point. I'm like looking into the word. Then you overthink stuff, and you just need to walk away. I do it so much, or I'm like, wait a sec. So then I'm like, Jordan says if he wants more from the board. Then I'm like, let me see that 13D again. If he wants more, express their willingness to become more involved. Isn't willingness a weird word? Ryan Cohen has expressed their willingness to become more involved. And you know what I mean? You see hostility there? That's a weird word. It doesn't. If anyone has a single 13D, you could probably do a Google, like one of those Google foo searches, a 13D with that word. Express their willingness to become more involved in the company under certain circumstances. That the circumstances that they believe they produce the best results for our shareholders. I don't. That under certain circumstances, it doesn't. He's not even. People are reading into it because of the Bloomberg article. I get that, but I'm just saying from this, and I know a lot of it's boilerplate. I get that, but I just don't see from the hard evidence that we have, the 13D. I don't see like that. He's demanding this from the board. Okay, homework assignment. Homework assignment. Go pull up the damn 13Ds from Abari, from Hesta and Permit. Go pull that shit up. You want to see hostility? You want to see, like, this is what you should be doing. What the hell are you doing? They throw them in a damn... It's no wonder the board didn't want Hesta and Permit on the board. They didn't want representatives on the board because they're like, what are these? These guys are all over us. Like, that's some hostility. That's where it's like, then I can get on board with, like, yo, they're insisting on this stuff. They're like, you got to do this, you got to do that. What the hell is going on here? I'm going to vie for these board seats. You know what I mean? When and that's what's kind of in my mind, and I see this, and I don't get the same feeling there. That's not to say that's not what's happening, but I think people are reading into this because of the Bloomberg stuff, which is weird. It's just I'm afraid to scroll. I don't want to see Justin. I'll get it out. This is good. I'll voice my opinion that way. Justin can't disagree. Don't give Justin the microphone. Don't give Justin the microphone. Oh shit. Okay, if we esports is here to stay and growing. I agree, Trey. So they got to get on board with it. That's why I looked at. Didn't we look up esports? We looked up esports in the Bloomberg article. It wasn't there. I think we did that, but like esports is very clearly here in these two pillars. I agree, Trey. It's got to be there. That Forbes article is trash. Everyone's on board. Okay, so everyone's on board. That Forbes. So I'm not even going to read the Forbes article. Legit, I'm not going to read it. I'm going to take. I saw the couple paragraphs there, and they were citing the Bloomberg piece. I'm not reading it. Otherwise, a joint statement would have come out. Justin is completely right on that. Nah, I don't know. Again, well, to what I said about the other thing, maybe y'all have commented on it. I literally had an Xbox in my cart. Trey, that sucks. Sorry, man. Then it freaking wouldn't let me check out. Some of my friends had trouble with it too. I mean, a lot of people did. That's not that unusual. But it sucks when you're like close to it and you didn't get it. I feel for you. I was so pissed. Yeah, I'm sorry, Trey. They should have prioritized Power Up Rewards members. So that's a good idea. Did they not? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, maybe. That would have been a nice perk. You know what I mean? Talk about what perks can you have. Trey, you were the one who was saying it. This value add. What do I get the value add with being a Power Up Rewards members? And Trey was saying he doesn't get it as much with GameStop as he does with some others. And that's a good example of one that he could have added. I should have. Kirby, if GME starts buying back shares, wouldn't this cause Cohen stake to go over 10%? Yep. Shit, Justin. All right, I have to run. Probably will be through all my comments by the time I am back. Maybe back in an hour. Okay. Justin. All right, Run Kitty, you have to push these back to 8 p.m. EST. If I hop on here before my kids are asleep again, my wife is going to force me and I'll be logging in from a bed down by the river. Oh, Philly steaks. That's funny. So Philly steaks. Run Kitty, you have to push these back to 8 EST. If I'm on before my kids are still asleep. So this is funny because I'm in the same boat, Philly steaks. So Trey has a kid too, or at least one kid, Trey. And Philly steaks has kids too. It's in the same boat where my daughter's being put to sleep. This is why I had to move. If you saw my other videos, I used to be upstairs and I had a window and everything, and now I'm in the basement. And because as these streams are going on, my wife is giving my daughter a bath and then going down for bedtime. And so but yeah, so it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then Tuesday, Thursday, I'm helping out, of course. But Philly Steaks is trying to hop on early. It's giving bedtime. Yo, Philly Steaks, I can talk to your significant other here, and we can chat about. I can write you a note. I'll write you a note. Be like, these are really serious, important conversations. We really value Philly Steaks' opinions. We need Philly's opinion on the stream. It's imperative that he be there. So let's see how it goes. Oh, that's funny. Trey too. Trey will probably comment on this too, I'm sure. 50 people in here. Everyone liked the stream. Oh, thank you again, Trey. All right, Jordan. Haha, Philly. Get to. Oh, and Justin too, of course. I know Justin. The other night, Justin stepped away. I think for that. Philly. Got to keep the wife happy. Otherwise, she will liquidate your GME money. Remember, my wife came downstairs last stream. It's like we were down here. It was like what was it? 4 or 5 hours. She was just making sure I wasn't dead. You know what I mean? And legit. And then you saw the when I tweeted about it. I'm like. I came upstairs. She was like, "What the hell? How can y'all talk about that for 5 hours?" I'm like, "Yo, there was shit to talk about. I swear." Damn, funny shit. Okay. Good to keep the Philly Jordan. Oh, trust me, she already has one eye on my paper games. Oh shit, Justin, you guys should discuss this while I'm out though. Okay. So this is good. All right, Jordan's planted the seed. We'll talk about it, then he'll come back, but we will have already debated it, and you guys should discuss this. On 8/31, per reported data, the short interest dollar amount would have been about $386 million. I think I saw you comment on this on Seeking Alpha, Justin. on about 58 million shares. Credit balance throughout. Yep. If there are still 58 million shares out today, as an example, that would have risen to 600. Yep, it is. If it is not this way, but let's just assume on 8/31, now they have maintained a 50%. Therefore, on 8/31, the credit balance was 190 million, paying 4%. Right, I think you posted about this today. Now the credit balance is 300 million, paying 48.3%, or 400 grand on the day. I mean, I didn't pencil through the figures. I assume Justin did. But yeah, Justin's point is it's getting expensive to short. It's just getting expensive. Sheer dollar. Forget thesis and all this. It's just getting expensive. And as the price rises, it gets more and more expensive. Jordan's on Team Cohen. Don't make excuses. They have been okay, but could be better. I wish on buybacks, but they failed here. That's just the way it is. I don't see that changing. Hey, I'm not making excuses. I share my view with the GameStop videos that they've done mostly the right things. I think that. I'm not making an excuse. Well, because I said the pandemic and they had to close their doors. But you'd agree with that. That's a legitimate curveball for all retailers, not just GameStop. But that's if I were making an excuse, that's the one thing that truly stands out. But it's exacerbated for firms that were trying to turn around. Many of them just had to throw in the towel, right? They just filed for bankruptcy because they're like, well, now we're screwed. Now we can't turn around. All great points, Justin. Price needs to stay elevated for that pain to really set in. I agree. It doesn't feel like the pain set in. I don't see the capitulation on the upside. I just haven't seen it yet. Yes, they are intervening themselves, and they got plenty of cash to do it. One last thing, Ron Kitty. Burry supported them because he talked to them privately in person, and they did everything he asked. Yeah, Justin. But I just meant there was no joint press release. Sorry, I apologize. There's no joint press release. There was no formal relationship that was announced or anything like that. They chatted behind closed doors. There was not even management didn't even say we're doing what Burry said. You know what I mean? There was no communication, no discussion. There was never anything announced to shareholders. But my point just being, you can have a healthy relationship behind the doors, and it's conceivable. What if it's perfectly conceivable to me that, let's say Cohen is, even though I don't interpret this as like hard demands, you got to do this, you got to do this. Maybe there were recommendations, and maybe if management follows through, Cohen's like, all right, yeah, I'll get more involved. You know what I mean? And it's yet to be seen. Maybe he's going to stay at 10% until maybe he wants another quarter's performance. Maybe he wants to get more involved if they do the buybacks. Maybe he wants to get more involved until they execute on these other two pillars. This is what I'm getting. Like, it's perfectly reasonable in my mind to have that type of relationship, and I think it's a mistake to jump to this hostile clashing. And I think this Bloomberg article has done a little bit of a disservice. Unless everyone's right that it was leaked by Cohen and all that. If that's true, then I'm getting the wrong take. I'm just saying, it seems for me from everything that I'm reading out there, everyone has kind of heavily discounted this distinct possibility of a solid relationship behind closed doors is kind of working together. And just kind of like it's the same thing with Burry. So that's why I said that, Justin, is that there's been no press release about them teaming up doing the right things. So that's why Jordan says boom. Oh, so Jordan's agreeing with Justin? Shit. Cohen may be aligned with some board members, but probably not with management. I just don't see this. I don't see this. It's possible. Yes, it's possible. It's just not. It's not like that's definitely what's happening. Philly stakes. That coupled with potential higher margin requirements due to the election, you never know. I agree. Lots of weird stuff happening. You got to be careful with that shit, right? If you're on the short side. If you're on the long side, that's what I mean. If you're on the short side, what bad stuff? All this weirdness. I mean, yeah, if everything's still off, the whole market tanks, it's possible GameStop goes down, but it also could go up because the shorts got to close their short positions and blah blah blah. But the weirdness, even the market selling off, even it was crazier back in March and April, obviously, right? But now he's talking about election stuff and higher margin requirements. We talked about that earlier with the interactive broker stuff. You never know. Jordan, there it is. He did what he wanted. Buybacks the biggest of his requests. Burry, that is. Burry wanted more than he didn't exhaust it. They didn't do what Burry wanted. Burry, they did some of what Burry wanted. Read that first article. Now I'm going from memory here, but he said you need to exhaust the buyback authorization immediately. So that was in August. They did it 4 weeks later, as soon as the quarter was over. At least they exhausted it. They did. But why didn't they? Excuse me. Well, at least they executed. Why didn't they exhaust it? They still haven't exhausted it. So they didn't do everything they wanted. They did a lot, and then same thing. Oh shit! I jumped ahead. Let me just keep going. Oh man. Oh, I thought I was getting caught up. Oh, no. Do we have another 6-hour stream ahead of us? Oh, someone call my wife. Oh, no. Who was it? Hugo was saying. Hugo was like, yo, you got to sleep on the couch. You got to be sleeping on the couch with your brokerage statements. Oh, maybe Philly Steaks too. And Trey and Justin. Okay, Jordan, shorts are insane. Yep, that borrow is crazy, not close, and can management do a decent PR to make them cover? Cohen is the only one changing the story here. Patience, Jordan, patience. Cohen's been involved for a month. I mean, Jordan's probably been I don't know when you got involved in GameStop, Jordan, probably for a while back, right? We'd be like, we've been in this damn thing forever. Let's go. Okay, Trilla, KDI, not like Michael Burry, but he is a smart guy. KDI? I don't know who KDI is. Probably a leak from a GameStop employee reveals that there may be another chance coming soon for those who want to get their hands on a PS5. Yeah, going to be lots of rumors. Jordan, laugh out loud. Roaring Kitty defending management, but saying a buyout at $10 could happen. If that happens, it's because management has failed. They can't move the stock up. That I would. Okay. Come on, Jordan. I don't have to be all or nothing, right? It doesn't need to be management's temple. I know you know that, but like, I'm defending some of management's actions. Sir, of course I'm going to defend some of management's actions. I do think they've done a lot of the right things. Just because it hasn't gone perfectly or done everything, I'm not gonna throw them under the bus like that. I don't agree with that analysis. In fact, I strongly disagree with it. That doesn't mean I'm saying they've done everything perfectly. Many times on this stream, we've talked about the importance of that narrative and that story, and how I do feel as though they could have done a better job. Even on that latest the latest transcript, the latest conference call I do, it's kind of like it seemed like there could have been more there. But then but still, it's not like it's they've been taking care of some of the important items. That doesn't mean they've crushed everything. It's like we talk about a front person who can really sell the story and tell this sexy story that people want to be involved with it. I agree. That has been lacking. And maybe Ryan Cohen, that's something Ryan Cohen could bring. But I would agree. I would strongly agree with you here, Joe. If GameStop did get bought out at 8 or 10, I would agree with that. That would have been bullshit. And management would have been partly to blame that they couldn't get that damn stock price up. They couldn't get you couldn't get the stock price up in 12 months. It's like, I would agree with you, Jordan. Now the buyout at 10 seems unlikely because the stock price has gone up. But indeed, even at 12 or 15, I would still be a bit disappointed. And indeed, part of that would be because that stock price has lagged as long as it has. So yeah, Robert Stewart. Barry spoke out against Hesta. Wonder if he'd say anything about Cohen, up or down. He did. Oh, we missed it on the last stream. I came across it on StockTwits. He posted. Didn't he post? I thought he posted on Twitter and then deleted. But he just made a comment about the Bloomberg article, right? But I thought, oh shit, that's sick. That could be impactful. Just wonder what Robert Stewart. That could be impactful. Just wonder what Barry is holding since he trimmed his prior position. Yeah, the trimming wasn't anything. There was a ton of shit going on. It was that standard. That was standard trading procedure. He trimmed 20% of his position on a little bit of a mini. It wasn't a squeeze, but a smart run up in short order after a 52-week low. Within 2 weeks, it ran up quick. He may have added. Well, it may not have added, but he's like, we're still 6-8 months out from the consoles. There's still a ton of shit going on here. There's other opportunities. Let me trim this GameStop position, which is an overbought territory. Just trim it. It will also get him below the 5% just in case he wants to make some other moves, but deploy it elsewhere. And based on the success of his portfolio, you see what those market values are worth. It looks like maybe he deployed the proceeds into some options and stuff. He crushed it. So that was a marginal decision. But I agree with you, Robert. Well, yeah, what's he doing now? Based on him commenting on PS5 and based on him, I saw he was following Ty Kim on Twitter too. That stuck out to me because I've even talked about Ty Kim on the stream here. And then his comment, even though he deleted it on Twitter, I suspect that he's still involved in the story. Plus the number of letters he sent, he was involved. He's not going to. I doubt he's a deep value investor like many of us here. He's not going to sell after a quick game. So I bet he's still involved. And so far, it appears as though he's below 5%. But even still, we don't even know what the latest. Hell, I mean, the quarter's about to end, and it could be a vastly different breakdown. Not vastly different. We still know the big shareholders for the most part. Makeshift player. It is always great. Thank you, makeshift player. Thank you. Appreciate it. I did see you say that you missed the other stream. Great to have you back. Flea Steaks, you're not terrible, Roy and Kitty. You're great. Beepity boop. Beepity. My 2-year-old loves when I do the beep boop 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 boop. Thank you, Philly. Cheers, mate. Cheers. With the kids too, you can go beep beep boop boop and tickle them. Beep beep boop boop boop. Oh shit! Oh man, I hope we don't have to pour one out. Do I hope we have to pour one out for the bots? I mean, we have no idea who's even on the other side of the trade. It just seems really weird, but oh man, those bots. Beep beepity boop boop. Philly Steaks old Robert Stewart. $10 too low. Trey, you're going to be the Joe Rogan of stocks. You're going to be the row. Oh me. Oh shit, that's a riot. Jordan, that's the second best part. When he draws lines, that's still my favorite. Both are highlights. Right Kitty is solid. If anyone doesn't know, Jordan St. Pierre's favorite parts of the stream, which we haven't done any of today, are when we just draw some random ass lines on the chart. Do I have one up from the other charts? So there's on lines, but Jordan, maybe we'll have some time today. It's 9:20. What the f? Oh shit. Maybe Jordan liked those lines in the chart. It's because technical analysis, baby. Okay, that's the the beepity boop is the second best part. Okay, Philly Steaks, laugh out loud. Let's draw some shit. Yeah, maybe that could be the tagline. Whenever we're gonna break out technical analysis, break out some random ass lines. Let's draw some shit. You know, Shirley, he has seen the chart from 2000 today. He is not a stupid individual. I don't know. It could be talking about anybody. And if you're talking about the GameStop chart, yeah, right. Jordan, my P&L says otherwise. Cohen is the reason for 80% of the move. Misplaced correlation there, Jordan. Misplaced. I mean, you're just pulling 80% out of your ass. I know you are, right? I do the same thing. I pull numbers out of my ass, too, just to say something. But again, I was literally betting on this move even before Cohen got involved, and to say that as we approach the console, like I kept on saying, like it was weird that it hadn't happened yet. I think he has accelerated the move, but I had felt that this move, I had strongly felt, not 100% certainty, I had strongly felt that this upward move was inevitable, right? That I had my downside protected. That's how value stocks work. That's how it works. And it may just be that he's accelerated things. So to say that he's the reason for 80%, I appreciate you putting a number on it though, Jordan. Is Uber Kicks on here tonight too? He said something. He thought something was a 1 in 5 chance. I love when people put numbers on stuff, because sometimes it's one thing to just say stuff, but people say stuff. Even I say stuff, right? But you're like, how exactly are you thinking about this? To be pressed like that is difficult to pin yourself down, and even because it can be risky to do that and blah blah blah. But sometimes just to toss a number on, and you're welcome to update it over time. But it's good. Then you can kind of get right at what's going through someone's mind. Robert Cohen timed his moves with the pre-orders of PlayStation and Xbox. Maybe that Cohen timed his moves with the pre-orders of wow. But it was such a small. The moves were so small. At least if you're talking about those 100K purchases. Oh, I could send a PI of GME till 19 the end of the platform. Yeah. The 20-year chart. Churchill talk about that 20-year chart. Daily. There was a guy on Reddit whom I found out about GMO, Mike the Putz, famous for calling BYND squeeze. He was adamant about borrow rates high and 0 shares left to short. We've seen it with GameStop. It happened in March and April. There was literally the rate was above 100%, I believe, right? Wasn't it above 100%? And there were no shorts left. Even with GameStop, we've seen it a couple of times where there were no shorts left. So I just mean, my only point is that, and you can have a high short interest. We've had a high short interest for 9 months, really high short interest for 9 months. I just think it can exist. It can persist for longer than you think, and it doesn't necessarily incite a short squeeze. That said, one would think, this is what I said, if you were going to have a crazy short squeeze, isn't GameStop the stock that it was going to happen in? It's not as leveraged as some short squeezes might be, but like that setup is definitely, if you're hoping for a short squeeze, even as your base case, you do want that high short interest, the high borrow rate, blah, blah, blah. So that I would agree with. Rate is divided by 360 days. So for shorts, to really feel the pain, we would like to see rates above 100%, 200%. So it's like 0.5% per day. They can withstand these fees right now, in my opinion. Yeah. Sadly, Mike the Putz deleted his account. He was so knowledgeable on this and kept looking to hear of S3. He had been noticeably quiet lately. Wish he'd speak up of the high short stock. Yeah, so a lot of people have been talking about S3, but those are some of the figures that it's soft analysis, because S3, from what I could gather, is doing their best to try to estimate, but it's just an estimate based on action and short volume, all that stuff. I have never put too much stock into that, but maybe I'm wrong for doing that. But when I looked into it, I'm like, nah, I don't know how much is there. But who'd you say? Mike the Putz on Reddit. Yeah, but I'm out of my element there. So I just say for my style, I kind of discounted a bit. But thanks for sharing, Daily. I appreciate that. Okay, Jordan, I wonder how many Xbox Ones have sold just because people don't know the name of the Xbox Series X. I know. They saw something on Amazon saying people are confused and buying old console level. What did they do with that naming convention, huh? I saw someone say, applauding PlayStation, like, oh, that. How much better was that naming convention, huh? I mean, I don't know shit about naming consoles and stuff, but I do know that PS1 through PS5 is sick, nice and clean, nice and easy. I don't know what this Xbox stuff is. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, thanks for sharing, Jordan. That sucks for some folks if they got that by accident. Daily, you know what that is. Yeah, I forget. I'm familiar with his name. Recommend adding him on Twitter for an update on GME short data. He does that. Yeah, I kind of discount that data though. I've seen him post some of the stuff before. And Jordan, it's not funny if people make that mistake, but what a naming mistake for Xbox. I was even confused for a while. I agree, Jordan. I agree. Well, it was so weird. The Xbox One, Amazon rank went up 797% believe. Oh boy. So it did. So Gats is saying that he saw some figure that suggested its Amazon ranking went up significantly. Probably to Jordan's point, more people buying it, maybe by accident. Steve, I don't see the shorts valuing their positions anymore, even if the stock price moves away. How much do they stand to make? It's clear Cohen will buy the $8 in support price. I have no idea, Steve, right? What the hell? I have no idea. Trey, already a bunch of Xbox One instead of Series X. Dude, the new Switch uses cartridges. Yeah, well, and of course the new consoles use discs, so... And I think Nintendo, like I said, those users tend to skew physical too, so it's an important console for GameStop. So Steve, so the shorts can make $2 a share. So a lot of short talk today. It's not worth the hassle. Makeshift player. I get to go, Roaring Kitty. Thanks for helping us unravel the data. Cheers, Makeshift. Have a nice night. Happy to have you back. In the new download hierarchy sucks, and you got to download more than one game at a time. I will send you the when I get home. Okay. Polygon. Bloomberg doesn't usually just make up sources. So Bloomberg was the one who talked about the PlayStation. Just to use a recent example, it happens. Polygon. They don't usually make us so. Wasn't it the next day? PlayStation come out. They're like, we didn't say that shit. What the hell are y'all talking about? That was that the Truman Show GIF. He's like, what the hell are y'all talking about? You know what I mean? My point with saying that is just that it happens. That's all I'm saying. That's why it's unfortunate that people will say this is definitely the move. This was definitely planned by Ryan Cohen. I agree with all that's happening. It's a distinct possibility, but it also, when you talk about tennis rackets, you think Ryan Cohen's talking about tennis rackets? In not talking about esports and gaming and all that stuff, it's possible, but it seems more like also, is he tied to Amazon? I don't know. But in general, I'd agree with you, Polygon. That's just why that it comes from Bloomberg is important, because if it came from another source, I would have even discounted it even more. But indeed, it is Bloomberg, so it's not like I'm writing it off and saying it's definitely not completely accurate. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think more people should discuss the other side too. Justin, all the numbers I provided are divided by 360. Okay, Justin, it's more than 0.5%. I'll talk about how much the shorts are getting squeezed. Justin, I love you, although I do not appreciate a different opinion. Yep. Oh, that's sick. Thank you, Triola. Triola's saying he doesn't agree with Justin, but I appreciate his opinions. I appreciate this too, even if I disagree with folks here. This is sick. Isn't this great? I mean, value investors is so contrarian, so lonely. You do the research. I'm more focused on one stock right now, but to bounce ideas off each other, usually you don't have that. And here, look at all these people tuning in. This is terrific. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your opinions and your thoughts. And I'm so happy. Thank you for sharing your feedback on the channel, too. I'm happy to see people are enjoying it, right? I'm glad. I just hope everyone's having a good time, right? Cheers to everybody. Okay, Xbox is supporting physical in a way since you can now preload any game, even if you don't own it, which could benefit physical game owners. Oh, that was one thing that this article had said too. They made a case which many of us have already talked about too. But like this paragraph here stands to benefit immensely from the cycle, not just because of the favorable response, but the increased accessories. But he talked about brick and mortar too. This is a good article. It kind of compiled a lot of our discussions on the live stream in this, and it was an up to date one. I mean, Justin has written exhaustively about GameStop, but this is a more up to date one, and maybe Justin wrote a recent one too. Oh, he wrote one about Cohen. That was it. But I thought this was a good, in a new person. You know what I mean? Like someone else just saying, hey, I see this, I see that. And I thought, all right, okay. A nice summary. But check out this article. Okay, but Trey is saying, supporting the physical game in a way since now you can preload any game even if you don't own it, which could benefit physical game owners. Oh, okay. Oh, right. I see. Yep. Eduardo, let's tweet to Joe Rogan to get Chewy in the Joe Rogan podcast. Yeah, get him in there. Get him anywhere. Any podcast. I'd love to hear what he has to say. They'd probably ask him about GameStop. Justin, daily ask Justin, borrow base. You mean requirement to have an account to keep it with the market? Not sure what you mean by that. Justin, I posted all above. Okay, Justin's talking through the numbers, how he's calculating. I thought Justin was gone. Why am I still seeing Justin here? What's going on? What with Justin? I'm kidding, Justin. You're now paying interest. Think you love the chart. Oh, thank you. I love that chart. Oh, yeah. Was it the chart that I showed? Yeah, that was. Oh, I don't remember. Okay, okay. Justin's running through the numbers. And what the hell is the upside? Yeah, I agree, Steve Stonk. What the hell is the upside for the show? Like, I don't know. Oh, I keep on talking about like the downside protection. Like the downside protection from a long perspective is the upside limit for the shorts. Like the zero thesis is deteriorating. That's not to say there isn't still some short thesis. I've said that so many times. It's the level of short interest that is absurd to me. But what's the upside on the shorts with all this cash they have in the books? And now you got Ryan Cohen talking about it. Now you got GameStop and Amazon on the same damn article. What is their upside? There is no value there, Steve says. Justin, that's not a minor increase. Right. Justin's talking about dollar amounts. Is there normally a standard time or price when the higher base is required? All right, so going through. Don't worry, Roaring Kitty missed most of the last 30 minutes. Got to run again. Sorry, Justin. What I got to do is, especially, what the hell am I blabbering about the first 30 minutes? We should do, like, right off the bat, I'm going to start reading the chat. Right off the bat. Boom, boom, boom. I'm not going to wait. How much time did I even waste talking today? It's just because it was a big move. I wanted to share some of my thoughts on the stuff, I should have just went with it. Just because we got more people. We got 40 people in here right now, 42. There's been good dialogue. There's been good back and forth, and this helps all of us, me too. I have a vested interest in this, right? I'm long GameStop, but it helps me round out my thinking, so it's good dialogue. That forget the monologue, go with the dialogue. And it'd be one thing if the chat was shitty and bullshit, right? But these are good comments, good questions. That's it. Okay. Daily, it is based on stock price. Philly mentioned direct where they're going to get him from all sides. You pay rate based on just going through the show. Oh yeah, so check out Justin's comments too. He posted some the art of some commentary on the art of just. I liked a whole bunch of stuff too. I was hoping to go through that, but is it 9:30? As the position goes against you, need to post more, right? Up the collateral. Yep. Boiler Room. I love that movie. By the way, Hollywood is going down. Yeah, Boiler Room. I like the Boiler Room too. Wowzers. So Justin's given an example of how expensive this is getting. Check out Justin's examples for some numbers, kind of running through like what they're having to pay. That's what I mean. I don't think we've hit like crazy capitulation yet because it seems like it would be more painful. And when I say painful, I mean like on financially. Excuse me. So you have more collateral. And now factor in stock market decline and your collateral of other positions. Right, so Justin said this too. As other positions might be declining in one's portfolio and GameStop's going up, it's hurting them even more, so it might be even more incentive to close the GameStop short. Cats, why aren't more talking about this heavily in the press with a focus on the potential squeeze? I'm a value investor, but with the short interest and run-up, why isn't this bigger? I agree, Gats. What the hell? 100, whatever the hell the short interest, 100. It's really surprised me. We're talking about it, right? And there's some. I mean, you got people on Stock Twits, people on Twitter talking about it. And some folks on Seek Gamble, but this should be a bigger story. This should be it will be if it squeezes. If it squeezes, then people will be like, holy shit. And we'll all be like, we saw, this was unfolding for months. But I agree with you, Gats. I don't know why it's not a bigger story, why more people aren't talking about it, given what's unfolding. It's a little bit bizarre. It has minimal impact on the thesis, and that maybe some more articles could help change the narrative a bit. But the articles about Cohen have been good on that front. But I agree, Gats. What the hell Bezos said about this? So yeah, what Bezos has to say. So also, that's just regular requirements. Individual brokers can ask for a higher margin rate if they want. Oh yeah, right. So the individual brokers can ask whatever rate they want. That's right. I agree with you, Polygon. He says the reason people are talking about it is because people laugh out loud GameStop because laugh out loud GameStop is still prevailing sentiment. I agree. That's why I don't think it's fully changed yet. Can you see that link takes you to the comment? Oh, I can't believe I gotta. If anyone knows anything updates to those links, we gotta find a shortcut to the link. Uber posted them. I forget. Liked your articles, Justin. Just want more attention to be widespread. Agree with the Gats. Permit also lost a ton of money. They took forever to take action. They were very mad, but also slow to take action. Right. Permit over the years. They've been long for a while. Links are no go, Justin. Damn. Can you see it now? Can you see? I put a space before the .com. That didn't work. We got to do something else. Now, Roaring Kitty tried to fix it. I did try. If there's something I'm missing, let me know. This is what I. But no, Uber Kicks had found a way to post links. He removed a hyphen or removed a forward slash or some shit. I'll try to get final word on how to do that. Oh, so you guys didn't see the CDS stuff? Oh, I saw the CDS stuff you posted, Justin. I did. Dude, made in 2021 will be big. Philly stakes, no. Nope, Justin, no link. Philly, check your essay. Read the CDS thing. It's old. I'm still researching. Justin, initial fine. Thank you. Might have Bloomberg data tomorrow. Okay, got to run for 30 minutes. Time to read. Boxcar Children. Later, Justin. Okay, I was mad. He's probably back by now. I was mad because even though it was in the card and allocated to me, I couldn't check out because it was out of stock. That sucks, Trey. You almost wish you weren't even close. You know what I mean? You're like, I just wish I weren't even close than be that close. Justin said, yesterday I told my son, see how all the kids do chores and help each other and responsible? Yep. I was dying. Wait, yesterday I told my son, see how all the kids do chores and help each other and responsible? Yeah. Justin, without missing a beat, the 9-year-old says, it's fiction. Oh, jeez. Justin's laughing. Yeah, right. Oh, the kids are getting older. Beat the 9, without missing a beat. He's 9 years old. Okay. They're picking up there. Almost exclusive. Excuse me. I exclusively shop at GameStop, and they don't prioritize me pre-ordering. Yeah, I know. Trey doesn't like that. Trey wants more value add as a GameStop customer. Listen, did laugh out loud, Justin. Did she have conviction? Trey. Oh, I almost always get interrupted during the streams. Laughing my ass out. Dad, husband. Oh, am I catching up? Oh no, I don't know if I am. Oh, I am. Trey, I almost always get interrupted during the streams. Laugh my ass off. Dad, husband duties are serious business. Yo, no doubt about that. Cheers to that. Cheers to that shit. It is. So I'm glad we got other fellow dads on the stream. We got at least a handful of them. That's great. I mean, I assume there's some maybe some younger folks on too. This is great. We got like a diverse group here. This is great. If you've seen the other videos, I tried to put some other, I don't know, I forget all the video. I tried to put some kitties. I put some kitties on the windowsills and stuff like that. But I had like a whole bunch of these stuff, the little kitties. But now they're my daughter's stuffed animals. She goes, these are my roaring kitties. These are my roaring kitties. Okay, I almost always get interrupted. Philly Strikes. I'll drink to that, Trey. Yeah, I'll drink to that. Or is that counterintuitive? Philly. We need different opinions. I will not buy unless sorts are exhausted. I will not buy unless sorts are exhausted. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to wait for shorts. Yep. Eduardo, every day that passes, shorts are in more trouble because of the rates and GME not going down, or am I wrong? I've been thinking, it seems like they're in trouble. Look at this shit. Just crazy. Depends on if you have dad-husband duties right now. Drinking might get you in trouble, yeah. Hang on, Jordan, hang on here. This article came out yesterday. Why has no one come out with a statement? If this was false, someone would say this is bogus. Okay, so Jordan says, he says, if the Bloomberg article wasn't true, they would have come out and said this is false. If I may comment, it's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. If this was more, these are GameStop's plans, or... You know what I mean? If it was more company focused, that seems like that would have been a more likely response. Like I said, how sometimes one of the tickers in the portfolio, in the Roaring Kitty portfolio was like BXC, where someone came on and said, "Oh, they're in talks to be bought out," or something like that, and the company came on and said, "We're not in talks to get bought out." This doesn't really say that. It doesn't say. They quote the 13D. It says Cohen's vision. It's more about Cohen. You know what I mean? Talk about this is Cohen's vision. So, but to your point, Jordan says, well, why didn't Cohen come out and say it's false? What the hell does Cohen care? What does Cohen care? I mean, the company might have a legal obligation to be like, well, let me just step in here. This is ridiculous. Let me just nip this in the bud. I'm not sure why Cohen would have to step in to say this is false or it's completely bogus. But nevertheless, your point still, I'm glad you said that, Jordan. But even still, it's something to keep an eye out for. If it were false, if it is false, all we're observing is that no one has come in to say that it's not true, right? But I'm just saying maybe they don't have to. But even still, your point still stands, Jordan. It's something we should consider. If it were like a complete lie or something, one would think maybe Cohen would, but maybe not. Maybe not. Hugo just came back from meeting. So what's the plan for the Roaring Kitty Army? Are we going to kidnap Cohen and compel him to buy GME or spam in the Roaring Kitty Twitter? Yeah, right. Welcome back, Hugo. Triola, thank you, Justin. I will buy more tomorrow. Philly Stakes, Jordan Pierre makes a lot of sense, Jordan. All right, let me try. Maybe I'm almost caught up. Jordan, I've done arb trades before. Usually someone responds the next day. Worst case, they wait 2 days, but the longer it takes, the more likely the conflict is true. Still possible they come together. Still possible they come together, though. Yep. Not arb trade, I know, but the possibility there. All right, Jordan, thanks for sharing. Gats, that's a good point. See, he's agreeing with Jordan, saying that's a good point. Why wouldn't they speak out? Xbox X Series X, because they are going for the phone naming convention like iPhone XS. Oh, interesting, Trey. Trey says the Xbox, they're naming all these things. They want like the iPhone stuff. Waveman, thanks for the insight, Roaring Kitty. Cheers. Welcome, Waveman. Cheers. Welcome back. Welcome up. Cheers. All right. Roaring Kitty, they came out with an Xbox that uses cartridges. Cartridges? Oh, did they? Like the Super Nintendo cartridges? Discs, right? You mean discs? Jordan, to my earlier point, the Bloomberg source was said to be bogus the next day. Again, the PlayStation one? You talk about the PlayStation one. For the PS5 consoles being reduced. Again, that was company. They said that was about PlayStation. I'm not saying that you're wrong because this, Jordan. I'm just countering with, that was more, this is a business thing that people are talking about. This is about PlayStation, where PlayStation's like, hold on, let me just nip this in the bud. Because that was a big news thing, right? Cutting production for a major console release. That Sony even spoke out. I'm like, wow, so Sony did speak out with this. But I think because it's company specific, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, Jordan. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. But that would be my rationale here. Whereas Cohen might not give a shit. What the hell does Cohen care? Maybe he still will too. But to your point, Jordan, hey, they came out within 2 days. So let's keep an eye out for it. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. I just don't know. It's not quite the same. To my other point, it's like baseball card. PS5 consoles being reduced. It's a brew culture. Oh, I'm almost caught up. It took me another 2 hours and 45 minutes. My other point. Sony came out with a statement the very next day. So Sony came out with a statement the very next day. Nothing for this Cohen article. Just silence from management. I don't know. Management would not. I don't know that management would. I don't know that management's supposed to say anything to this. Management. I don't think if I'm management, I respond to this. Would you, Jordan? Why would you respond to this? There's nothing to correct. This is nothing about GameStop's plans. This is about a third party. This is about an investor. It's not about GameStop. I don't agree with that, Jordan. Yeah, I'm hesitant to assume. Okay, yes, I'm hesitant. Someone who agrees with me. Someone who agrees. Yes, I'm hesitant to assume hostility, but there was no comment of rebuttal to the article. Can't read it either way, in my opinion. I agree. That's fair, Gats. I agree with that. I'm just trying to plant the seed of, let's not say it's definitely should be interpreted that way. That's often what I try to do to balance out my probability model. TM, is there any reason to believe that something like the coronavirus lows will make the earnings due to the new console cycle look disproportionately large with the quarter ending? New to this. Loving Roaring Kitty. Thank you, TM. Cheers. Yes, they could be Jordan, I think some folks have been talking about those year-over-year comps. These year-over-year comps are going to crush it, but even probably more so because of the coronavirus lows. Yeah, I think it's going to even crush it even more. I mean, they were going to have lows anyway because they were kind of getting, it was tail end of the console cycle. But still, look out for the comps. And even though it's definitely going to happen, the comps are definitely going to be way, way bigger, right? It's going to happen. But the market doesn't care until they see the figures. And I suspect, and many folks on the stream have said this, many folks in the chat too have said, those comps are going to, like people are going to be like, what the hell? And that's going to... it's gonna change people's sentiment, even though it's like it's inevitable that it's that train. Like it's coming. Triolo, you never seem to be long unless the shorts are exhausted. Yeah, Triolo's all about them shorts. Yeah, Triolo don't see those shorts exhausted. He's waiting for it. Polygon, yeah. There's a lot of analyst expectations that seem to think revenue will be flat despite the new console cycle. That's crazy to me. Revenue will be flat. I can't even entertain. I mean, they're closing stores. If they sell an international business like that, okay, with that stuff adjusted. But like same store sales and stuff, like, come on, revenue's flat? Give me a break. I can't. I can't even. I can't even. Trio, less than 5% down on one of the worst. Yeah, no, Trio. Yeah, no. The good thing is, folks. See, the folks on this channel. No one's really. No, we're not even harping about the 5% news. This is good. We're talking more about the thesis, which is good. Ooh, the move. Although we already talked about the move, but it's not really. It's not weighing on us too much. Polygon, that doesn't sit right for me, especially with the big growth in online. I think, you talk about the analysts. Well, if you agree with them, or I think the $0 thesis is dead. They could drop all physical retail and have billion-dollar online business. I agree with you. Even though I think there's a case for some short, thesis against it. The $0 bankruptcy argument, get the hell out of here. It's what's the it's Fugazi, whatever. You remember from Wolf of Wall Street? It's bullshit. maybe a small probability to it back in the day. And now it's Fugazi, it's Fuguzi. Give me a break. But you'd think, to Steve Song's point, what's the upside? If it ain't 0, what's your upside? To get to 2, to get to 5? When are you going to get to 0? 5 years from now? You going to short for 5 years? Look at Justin's numbers. Give me a break. Give me a break. I can't take it seriously. This, who the hell? Who's on the other? Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. I have no choice. I can't imagine a human being being like, yep. What was that? What was that? What was the? When did I have? Hey, there it is. Oh yeah, I'd like to think. Oh, I tweeted it. This isn't even worth it. Why am I going to look up? This is stupid. This. Yeah. You imagine a human being short of this. They're like, yep, this is fine. This is fine. See in this chart? Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, no problem. 118, 120%. Yeah, oh, no problem. It's still going to 0 in short order. Y'all crazy. I feel this is why the chat and you and everyone on the stream is good for selfishly for me, because I think I'm crazy. I'm taking crazy pills. I'm taking crazy pills. A handful of value investors out there, but then some folks here, echo chamber, blah, 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 beware the confirmation bias. But I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, and it doesn't make any sense to me. It's insane. It's insane. Okay. I was almost caught up, and then I just blew it right there, showing a damn GIF. Come on, Roaring Kitty, let's go. I think the 0 there. Okay, less than 5% on low volume. Jill is ignoring today's action. Okay, Polygon. Even at $10, it seems like the physical is priced below 0. Who is saying capitulation tree? Oh, Fox has arrived. Oh boy. Fox is here. Everyone run. Run. Oh no, there's nothing for GME to address or refute in the article. It's all opinions. Oh, Fox agreed. Fox, we agreed. There's nothing for GME to address or refute in the article. It's all opinions by Cohen and Company. Everyone's entitled to it. Yes, Fox. On the same page as Fox. All right. Polygon management will refute that GameStop will sell tennis rackets. GameStop steps in. We're like, yeah, this article, blah, blah, blah. But the tennis rackets, nah, kid. We ain't selling tennis rackets this year or ever. That's ridiculous, right? Company's default approach to such speculation rumors is never to speak out officially. The moment they comment, they have an obligation to update investors. Thank you, Fox. Jordan, check out this. Check out, where's the chat? This way? I don't know where the chat is. For me, it's right there. For me, it's right there. Yeah, they can't talk. I was saying that they probably wouldn't talk about it. Fox saying they shouldn't talk about it. Okay, thank you, Fox. Negotiating strategic deals in public is usually not an optimal strategy. Right. That the Sony thing was special case. They were updating stuff. Fox. By speaking in public, they cut off a lot of opportunity in negotiating. It jumped on me. Negotiating room, 0 upside. Right. Fox, you're assuming tender offer, yes? Oh, I think Fox updated his model. Aaron, sit down. Howdy. So I was reading that GME is on the threshold securities. What does that mean? Cheers, Aaron. Welcome. A number of folks are talking about that. It means do a Google search of the threshold securities list and what the implications are. Some folks have been talking about it in this chat if it's still there. But it just means the ramifications of it, in my opinion, don't mean much, but maybe we'll look back in hindsight and say that was meaningful. I've said that a couple times on the stream. But I wouldn't read too much into it, Aaron. But I don't know. It's kind of above my pay grade. This is one of those, I'm just kind of sharing my view on stuff, but I really don't know. I'm not going to pretend to. If I don't know something, I'm going to tell you I don't know. Because I don't want to impact my own mental models. You know what I mean? I don't want to give myself a false sense of security or confidence or whatever. So I would just say I wouldn't read too much into it, but it's something to note. In that the fail to delivers are starting to accumulate. Justin, somewhat regarding comps, there's a secret in the last 10Q. GameStop margin are going to go up a lot. Right. Oh, why do you say that, Justin? There's a number of reasons for this. I would think there's going to be increased demand for used games. There's also going to be this PC accessories now being sold, but you got something else, Justin? There's a secret footnote. Oh, shit, Justin. You're not going to make me... Are we going to race? Justin, are we going to race to this 10Q again? You beat me last time. Okay, GameStop margins are going to go up a lot. Now I gotta go. Now I want to know. I hope you post it. Okay. Oh man, Justin and Fox joined the chat with 15 minutes left. Here goes another Firehouse James. Stop, Steve. The thought just went through my. I'm like, well, Fox is here, but at least Justin's done for the night. Oh shit, here's Justin. Oh man. Oh, My wife was like, "Oh, you gonna have another 5-hour stream tonight?" I'm like, "I hope not. I gotta catch up on my sleep. I'm struggling. I'm struggling." But here we go. Let's see what happens. I didn't know if there was gonna be much to talk about today, but because we're trying to catch up. Justin, now I need to know what you're talking about. I wonder if there's something that I'm trying to think. Okay, but you're saying it's in a footnote, so I don't know what the footnote is. But if they're closing stores that are unprofitable. If they're closing stores that are unprofitable and they're selling off, if they sell off at the international assets, if those are lower margins too, I don't know off the top of my head, but I expect the used business to pick up quite a bit because of the increased interest in gaming and used game sales and so forth. I think that it's going to drive traffic. More people are going to be wanting that stuff. Plus, the consoles are backwards compatible. And then PC accessories could help things a little bit. So there's a little bit of a shift on that front. That said, there's a lot of console mix on this front, so that's lower margin type stuff. But you're talking about a footnote. This stuff wouldn't be in footnotes. This stuff would be well documented. So all right, John, you got to make. He's using smiley faces. He's. What's this, Jordan? Why? What's the secret sauce? Yeah, Trey. The fact that GME coulda, shoulda, woulda died already due to poor management buying big useless acquisitions of private jets, and they're still crushing. It makes me feel confident. Yeah. I agree with you, Trey. If you were short, you had your chance. I mean, it's not over yet. No victory laps yet. Legit. I'm serious. But like. If it were gonna happen, I suspect that it should have already happened. And then Trey saying like, "Hey, it should have happened already," but it kind of died with all them doing some of the right things. Gives Trey confidence. Fox, it's one possibility, not my base case. As Fox is responding to whether a tender offer. Fox is saying a tender offer is not his base case, and Fox has been updating his models too. We've been talking about on the stream. Along the way as he gets new news. Okay, John, if it's not your base case, management should address Cohen's position. Their best case is to keep him as an investor and have his ideas public. I agree with that, Jordan. That's what I mean. Let's not jump to hostility because let's say it's not hostile. Then what's the best move for both parties? What should each party be doing? You know? Oh, that's I'm just tossing that out there. Polygon Jordan, you mean the 9-week pay cuts? Oh yeah, okay. Pay cuts. Oh yeah. So they could something on the staffing front. Interesting. We'll go through again. If they're on the same page, I still think they would come up with a plan together. I'm not so sure about that, Jordan. Regardless of what Ryan Cohen brings to the table, it's unlikely management will say anything unless there's anything definitive, i.e. signed term sheet. I agree with you, Fox. Justin, I'm not sure I want to disclose. Almost wanted to a few times to a few people like John, but I'm not sure it's the best thing to do. With the secret footnote? All right, I'll try. I'm going to find it. Let's just say margins will increase because of it. All right, Justin. All right, I'll track it down. I'm going to find it. Okay, thanks. Just do you mean the 10Q footnote about pay rate? Because unless you just confirmed it. 50% board pay cut. Cole Mays, welcome Cole. Been watching you for a hot minute, and this is the first stock I ever invested in. Just wanted to say thanks for all the content discussions. Thank you, Cole. Thank you for joining. Thank you for saying. We all appreciate it. Oh, and someone commented how they were really enjoying the streams and how they were having a good time and they felt it was educational, which is terrific news, right? I love to hear that. But really, and I said how it's a Roaring Kitty crew effort. Roaring Kitty Crow, it's a team effort, right? Like that's no joke. If you don't think so, go check out some of those old streams from a couple weeks ago. You fall asleep watching that shit, huh? But everyone joining in. We're having conversations and again pursuing truth together. Thank you for sharing, Cole, and cheers to everyone in here, huh? Justin, it's nothing to do with payroll. Confirming. Philly Stakes. All right, everyone, pull up your 10 Qs. The stream just jumped to 10 hours. Pull up the 10 Qs. I'll go straight to the 10s. I'm going to finish the chat. I'm so cut. I can't believe it. It's going to take me until 9:55 to finally catch up. Justin, let's just say this. The decline in inventory is not 100% real. Is not 100% real, and it will make margins go up a lot in the future. Okay, hold on, Justin. Before I even look, they did something a year ago. And I wonder if this is it. They took some reserves on some inventory. Is this it? They took some reserves on inventory in Q3 last year. Is this it? Let me know, Justin. They took some reserves on inventory that stuck out to me where I thought, wait a second. And I thought it could ultimately result in an earnings beat. But at the time, I was thinking it was going to happen in Q4 or Q1. And it never did. It never did happen. But now I wasn't thinking about year-over-year comps. I didn't think about that. But I wonder if that's what you're talking about. There was like, I don't know if it was reserves, but they wrote down the value of some of their inventory. But that was a long time ago, you know. Now that seems like that's too old. And then I felt it was going to be the next quarter because then they would sell out of that inventory. You know, I mean, they're turning over inventory over time. But I wonder if that's it. But I don't know. Triola between let's just say it will as soon as I get home. Trey, GameStop's Twitter needs to be more engaged, informing gamers about inventory for pre-orders. Yeah. I will send you, Jordan. Fox, Cohen brings so much. GameStop is burned by negative sentiment. He instantly fixes this. But even just his involvement, Jordan, I know you'd agree with that. This isn't a small thing. This is huge for GME. Joel, the fact that we are having such a conversation is enough or no? I'm sorry, I thought it was food to cut costs. I'm listening to Triola. Is the secret the fact that the used games carried at the trade-in face value, which is like $5, but they'll sell them for many times that? No, that's not a secret. No, look at they do mark them up quite a bit, which I know pisses some people off, but that's their business model. It's how they can survive. Justin, you didn't confirm. Okay, you're gonna make me look. What would it be? How would I command the I mean, I'm not. Can you tell me if it was a footnote in this 10Q? Oh, here we go. Oh, it isn't. The company has made certain classifications in its consolidated statements. The provision for inventory reserves of $21 million for the 26 weeks ended has been reclassified. Yep. To changes. I bet. Is this it, Justin? Yeah. This is what I was talking about. Depreciation and amortization. Certain changes in customer liabilities, primarily associated with loyalty point redemptions and the gift card at 11%. But that's not that much. That's not that much money. Let me keep searching. All right. It was a reclassification. That's what I was talking. Maybe we'll talk tomorrow. Okay. I'll stop pressing you, Justin. I'll stop pressing. Anyway, if you talk about footnote, that's my best guess. It was in the reclassification section, and I think it was, I'll find it right now. I think it was this 10Q. Yeah, 42. So it was bigger back then. I do remember, but even still, that's not that big. So maybe you're talking about something different. I won't bore everybody. Can you imagine? What are we gonna do in live stream? We're just gonna look at a 10Q all day. Okay. Okay, Jordan. I agree. Ryan Cohen brings a lot. He'll charge a lot too. Value add is never free. Yeah, it's just gonna be quiet, hunting madly through this 10Q. Just going to be quiet, hunting madly through this 10Q as if it holds the truth to who filed JFK. Cats, yeah, I know, right? Let's pull up these 10Qs for this secret footnote that we're sending on a wild goose chase, and we're just going to look through this we're going to find out who killed JFK. Yeah, right. Oh, Justin's laughing. Oh, shit. Fox, any net benefit, Fox is saying to Jordan, any net benefit to shareholders will depend on any deal, terms, price structure they settle on. That's the board's fiduciary duty to figure it out. Hey, Fox, can you acknowledge the possibility that this could just be a friendly investor management interaction, investor company interaction? Because the chatter these days are like it's probably hostile, and even we talked about on the stream how it could be a strong arm move when you see something like this. But put your wine glass down? Cheers. Use your wine glass. Pull the wine glass up and say it's possible that it could just be, they could just be talking through things behind the scenes, and then just maybe it's like a friendly involved. It's just yeah, I don't know. I see it with Bari. And I could see it with Cohen too. And the only reason the only knock against that is this article is a little bit weird. But then it was so weird. It was like so over the top. That was so over the top. But then combined with the 13D, absolutely could be a friendly deal. Thank you, Fox. Thank you for sharing because that's what I was thinking. At least I just want to toss it on the table because all the talk today. And even during the stream, a lot of folks talk about this is like, this is the plan. I'm like, come on. We see another investor. We see another friendly investor who just wants the company to work out. And Bari's not even a 13D, not even a 5% holder anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's conceivable. I think because the sheer size of his position, number one, Cohen, his how quickly he built it, And then his background, to a degree, not all of his background supports this case, the takeout. But then I'm like, it's possible. I just didn't think enough people were talking about it. Okay. Justin, you're very close, man. Oh, I was close. Yes. All right. But they made a huge change that would have required auditor approval, and they concealed something. Hey, all right, Justin, can I get a little bit of props? A little bit of props on that one? It's because it faded out of my mind because I thought it was going to be a next quarter. I thought they might surprise the next quarter or next quarter or two. But geez, year over year. Okay, so I got to track down. I'll try to track down what you're talking about. Major props. Thank you, Justin. Yeah. Nerd alert. 10Q analysis. Let's see. Okay, I missed some. You're very close, man. They made a huge change. I'll look into that. Thank you for sharing, Justin. Like stuff like that, I legit. I'm close, but still, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. So stuff like that, I do miss. You know what I mean? I can only read and track down so much. So, and I know you pour over this shit too, Justin. So thanks for sharing. Okay, has anyone been to GameStop? Fox said, absolutely, could be a friendly deal. Yep, that's all I'm going to say. It's good. It's good for longs going forward. Okay. Trio loud drunk. Trey's asking how drunk Trio is. Fox said, a hostile deal is incredibly unlikely. Yo, check out Fox. Fox he thinks a hostile deal is incredibly unlikely. Thank you for sharing, Fox. And Gats agrees. Trilla, has anyone been to a GameStop in the last 6 months? Thank you for sharing, Fox. Interesting. I know, and plus, Fox on the last stream too had said, in general, hostile involvement isn't all that likely, generally speaking, too. But in this case, too, he was saying he doesn't think it's too likely. Thanks for sharing, Fox. Because I don't get that impression either. I don't think that's why some people on here are talking about how it could be. It still could be. But yeah, it's not my base. What I've been trying to think about is my base case, and we talk about all these different possibilities. And my base case is that I don't know. So I'm so glad so many people shared their thoughts all over the place today. I'm so glad I can't believe it took till 10. Now that's a record. It's a record on the downside. You know what I mean? I gotta be on it right from the start. I gotta go right from the gate. Talk about the threshold security list and what it means. Cheers, Anthony. I know everyone. Well, I should, because remember last time people were talking about that uptick rule and I didn't really explore. But for the same reason as why I'm not exploring it right now. It's for the same reason I'm not exploring it right now is because I don't think it's that meaningful. For what it's worth, Anthony, this threshold list. Fox, if you have any expertise on this too, but I don't. GameStop has been on the threshold list before. This is more like a broker dealer type. The folks who are managing these shorts, not managing these short positions, that are overseeing the short positions. It's all about failed to deliver and stuff. I'm not an expert on this type of stuff, but I looked into it 6 months or 5 months ago, whenever it was, when GameStop first went on the threshold list. And it just looks like that's that stocks that are hard to borrow, what happens is I forget exactly what happens, but they need to close out at end of day. They need to deliver all of the shares that have been closed out within a day. They need to close it by the end of the market that day. Something to that effect, right? Something to that effect. Again, I forget precisely. And then if it happens a certain number of days in a row, I think this is right. I don't know. There we go. Thank you, Fox. If it happens, it gets reported, and then it's like it could alert things, but nothing's really come of it. You know what I mean? Like it could result in fines for the folks that are overseeing these shorts and not delivering the shares on time. But in the grand scheme of it, I assume the fines won't even be that meaningful. So I just feel like it's a lot of It's funny because a lot of folks on here have chatted about it. This is what I mean. We may look back on this and I'll be embarrassed that I didn't talk about it more and that I didn't elaborate on this threshold list, because I read about it just like I did with that short volume stuff, and I'm just like, nah, and then I just discount it and I kind of forget about it. But maybe we'll look back and be like, hey, that was more meaningful than I thought. But yeah, what'd Fox say? Threshold list alerts brokers when they should be concerned about lending these shares given the failed to delivers, etc. Sounds good, but does little in theory. Right, so Fox is on the same page there. Brokers who want to facilitate naked shorts will find ways to do so. Doesn't really matter. Never seen a fine anything actually done. So Jordan's on the same page. So that's good. I'm glad I'm not crazy, and Jordan agrees with Fox too. We're all on the same. That's how I feel about it too. So do a Google search. Just so you try to learn about it. That's all I did. I just did Google. I don't even have a resource to share with you. And then I just tried to understand what it meant. And then I tracked all about tracking. I tracked what the price action did following that, and then nothing happened. I'm like, all right. So that's what happens. I nothing happens. It's a small sample though. That's one thing. What else did Fox say? Okay. What is your base case, Rowan Kitty? Hey, Philly Steaks. Okay, Philly Steaks is wondering what my base case. My base case for this Ryan Cohen stuff is I have no choice. I have no choice but to say I have to lean toward the friendly. I had to lean toward the friendly. A friendly, I don't even want to say partnership because that's too close-knit, but a friendly interaction, a friendly engage. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't even know. That Ryan Cohen is just right now is an interested shareholder who wants GameStop to work out. It's not that all that dissimilar from Burry. Read Burry's letter, see what he's talking about. It was never a hostile move. Eventually, he filed the 13D, but it was only 5-6% of the shares, and he just wanted the investment to work out. Maybe he liked the story. He in his letter he said it was tremendously undervalued. He thought it was super undervalued. Read that first one in particular. Do I have him up? Let's do a 13. Check it out. You'll track it down. He's got all the letters in 113D. And I lean toward that. Even Hesta and Permit, it was a long time before they even became super active or that they even wanted a board seat. I think people are thinking this, and why I have entertained the possibility too, because of the articles. Like the Bloomberg article today, or yesterday, and so people talk about that. But the other Bloomberg article where Ryan Cohen's looking for his next best thing, his next big thing. Like what's it gonna be? And although gaming fits the bill, like buying out a company and taking it private and becoming the CEO doesn't really fit his reputation. That doesn't mean it couldn't happen, but it doesn't really fit the story. It just seems a little bit off. It seems a little bit off. He doesn't have a history of taking out companies, taking them private. Again, doesn't mean he's young, so he doesn't have much of a history altogether. But it just didn't jive with what I was seeing. And then the wording here, like this is all we have to go off. This is the extent of what we have. What Ryan Cohen has said about it. He did buy up pretty quickly, which kind of made me that the speed at which he bought up all those shares. Although maybe he was waiting as long as he could to the console refresh and then still buy it. Maybe trying to maximize his internal rate of return. So this is all we have to go off. And this is kind of weird phrase. Oh, Fox, if you have any hey Fox, do you think this is weird phrasing? This sentence right here, it's largely boilerplate. That's not lost to me. But a word like express their willingness to become more involved in the company under certain circumstances that Cohen believes is likely to, like, that seems, I don't pore over 13Ds and I haven't seen a ton of them. But if it were hostile, I would have thought, go read Heston Permit's letters and shit, and even Barry stuff seems more hostile. This just seems like he's like, yeah, let's do this shit. You know what I mean? And we know he has the expertise with Chewy and stuff. He might have some good ideas. And I'm not saying it's not the case. I can't stress that. I know now we've had people turn the stream. You kind of know how I'm thinking about this. I can't say it's my base case. My base case is he's just an interested shareholder who hopes his 10% investment, his $30 million investment, can become $300 million. And I'm not so sure it's necessary that he needs to take it private, that he has to do that to accomplish it, or that he even wants to put more money into it. He could. I don't know. So that's my base case. I just roll with what gets filed, what I know is true. And I am factoring in the possibility that some of this could be grounded in truth. I don't know. I do think he has plans for where he thinks GameStop could be headed. But this strong arm type thing, I'm not so sure I totally buy into that, although I concede it as a distinct possibility. If that helps, Philly Steaks. If that helps. My base case, Justin's base case is two things. Has anyone against the kid half my age? Triola. Welcome to the stream. I think this is your first time. Cheers. I gotta catch up. All right, Justin's voicing his opinion on some shit. Brokers who want to facilitate naked shorts will find ways to do so. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, never seen a fine or anything else. Agreed, Fox. For me though, it's an indication there are still potentially naked shorts entering. Okay, that because that figure's rising. Okay, that's fair. Thanks for sharing, Gat. Thank you. That's a good point. Okay. Gats is saying that because that the threshold list, it's an indication, or that they're not being closed. That's fair. That's fair, Gats. All right, I like that. I like that take, Gats. I like that. Gats is saying if there's something to be gleaned from it being added back onto the threshold list, that it's an indication there are still potentially naked shorts entering. I don't know about the entering, but I would say that maybe they haven't closed. I don't know. Interesting thought, Gats. Interesting. Okay. I guess you'd say the same thing for the rate rising, I suppose, and for the number of shares available. You'd say similar things. So this is kind of, you'd group this analysis in with that. Okay. Justin. Okay, these Justin's base case. Number one, longs are in fact calling in shares. Short sellers can't maintain positions, and we squeeze within a few weeks. Cohen sells on squeeze. When it comes back down, he makes the offer. Is this your base case, Justin? Whoa. Justin. Welcome back to the stream, Justin. Jeez, Justin. Your base case. Number two, squeeze doesn't happen. Cohen waits it out, adds after Q3 earnings are announced, and then makes a tender afterwards. Hostile takeover. Jeez, Justin. Number two includes partnerships with other parties. Trey, Ryan Cohen wants to be an advisor, I think. Okay, so Trey sees the advisor angle too. Hey, Trey, if you toss in why you think that, Trey, I'm curious. Like, I'm trying to build out my rationale behind this too. You seem to have a similar take too. Why would he want to be an advisor? Just because he wants his investment to work out? Is that why? Justin says, Ryan Cohen doesn't want to be an advisor. Okay, and Justin disagrees. Here we go. No way, not a chance. He is hands-on. He is a decision maker, not an advisor. Okay, so this is that entrepreneurial type mindset. I get this, Justin. I get that angle. Like I said, he's usually more hands-on. However, if I may, just to play devil's advocate, he has been hands-on with his past entrepreneurial endeavors. Chewy. He has now spoken out about not being hands-on about some pretty major investments in Apple and Wells Fargo. Not hands-on at all. Hands-off, laissez-faire, baby. And you may say, well, GameStop's different. I would challenge you to defend why. Maybe it's a smaller company for sure. He has the ability to get more involved. I just don't. Maybe if he hadn't spoken out, in those articles too, he talks about his approach to stock pick and stuff, which was really weird. It was weird, not weird. I don't mean weird in a negative way, right? I mean weird in an unusual way. I know weirdos had negative connotation, but I always use that word as like it's just unusual. It was an unusual article. I forget where it was. I know y'all have seen it. We've all talked about it. Was it Bloomberg, right? Do I got it up? Am I blocked? Yes. Check out this article if you haven't. I'm like certain most of us have. This was a weird article. And I'll tell you why. Because who the hell cares about Ryan Cohen's stock picks? Who cares? No offense, Ryan Cohen, right? Clearly people do care. No one cares about Rowan Kitty stock picks. People care about your stock picks. That's why this is unusual. He had success with Chewy. Who the hell cares about Ryan Cohen's stock picks? Clearly people do, which was always weird to me. It really stuck up. Sunk virtually all of his new fortune in only 2 stocks. So when you say he's hands-on, Justin, you're talking about Chewy, and I'd agree with you. There's clearly an entrepreneurial bent to him. There's no denying that. I can't deny that. But it's not all we have to go off of. He's spoken out about his stuff, and then he talks about his history of it. I think his father had a heavy influence on him in his stock picking decisions, and I think it's I think he can be a hands-off stock picker of sorts too, which is crazy because usually these historically successful entrepreneurs go on to do more entrepreneurial things. That's why this article was so weird to me. I'm like, what the hell? Like this is why when we did the analysis, when we were looking into Ryan Cohen on the live stream that Friday night, we did some Google searches and we came across this. We were like, what the hell? Why is there a full article dedicated to his stock picks? Who cares? But it's because people care about what he's clearly a visionary of sorts. And even though stock picks isn't historically his forte, he's like getting involved with it and kind of thinking through how he thinks about stock picking. And I think he said his father had. I kind of forget off the top of my. I don't want to swing for a single. These aren't hands-on stocks, and I know Justin would agree with that. So there's my devil's advocate play. When was this? This was June. This was June of this year. That's weird. And so I think this supports the this supports that friendly, even though it's not. This is why it's my base case. I think it's, although he's hands-on with Chewy, he's hands-on, but it's also like buying out a company, taking it private, especially if it's hostile. Sending press releases to Bloomberg to try to get the chatter going. From what we've seen so far, he's a young guy. It doesn't. That dog don't hunt. That dog don't hunt because, I mean, it's possible. It's possible, but it just doesn't fit. It doesn't fit his story. I'm gonna look back, watch it happen. I'm gonna have it like, yep, Justin was right. Nah, I'm an idiot. But it's important for me myself to share my thinking. So this pre-mortem type stuff, you know what I mean? I think maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Now I'm going on a little bit of a rant there. I guess because it's my base case. In your base case, Justin, is different from mine, which I love. This is great. But hold on, now I gotta catch up. What time is it? Oh shit. 10:15. I didn't see that. I didn't see the time. I didn't see the time. I didn't see it. Let me just keep reading this chat. You can keep reading this chat, and I can't see the clock at the top of my screen. Okay. Includes partnership. Ryan Cohen wants to be an advisor. No way he is hands on. No way, Justin. Yeah, I can't agree with that. Yeah, that guy runs things. Yeah, let's check out. Okay, so let's see what y'all said now. What's your likelihood on both those cases? Fox said, what specifically is there for brokers to be concerned about? Not talking about he wouldn't take that type of a role. Talking about the advisor role. Gat says Cohen wouldn't take that type of role. Justin, 75% on one, 20% on the other, 5% chance of a friendly buyout. What about no buyout, Justin? You assign a 0% chance to no buyout, Justin? Holy shit. Well, I mean, I have to strongly disagree with you on principle. I'm leaning with number one. I appreciate this. Philly Steaks. I'm glad. Thank you, Philly Steaks. I'm glad you and I appreciate your thoughts too. No, I mean everything you freaking posted in here tonight. I've been saying I agree with you on. Eduardo, I hope it's your number one scenario. Justin, he for sure wants it before Q4 ends, and then wants to use all that console cash to mold it going forward in his. I gotta catch up. Oh man, how did I fall? I was up to date. What the hell happened? I started talking. That's what I did. Oh, jeez. Okay. Wants for sure before Q4 ends, and then he wants to use all that console cash to mold it going forward. Definitely. Yep, I can see that. If that happens, Justin, that's the plan. Jordan, Justin for one, how does this squeeze happen? Tuesday didn't happen. What can he do to make the squeeze happen? Right, there still needs to be a catalyst of sorts. When I say that sentiment shifting, that can help drive the price up, but for a short squeeze of sorts, you need something to trigger it, or a couple of things to trigger it. Jordan stock is still over 10. Still over 10, right. Yeah, so it would be a great scenario to see it play out. Number one, I mean, what a move together. This is very painful for shorts. Yeah, it's starting to get there. Eduardo, do you know when will Q3 will be? Justin and longs are... Yeah, check out it's every 3 months. So check out the latest 10Q to say when 3 months from that one will be. Justin, or if you wanted about Q3 readout, check out the date on the last year's Q3 readout on the investor relations website. Justin, once they are forced to cover, it'll pop, and then the ones not getting called back will be forced to cover. Yeah, Fox said, lawyer speak, willingness not definitive in CYA, certain circumstances, in marketing to investors, good for all. Right, we had a laugh earlier, Fox, you weren't here, but we had a laugh when you said, I want to see the language that says only for the big investors. That was funny. It's a sentence that covers all bases, whether he wants to buy or sell. Right. So that kind of... I get that part. Just the word willingness. You know what I mean? I know. I hear you. Thank you for sharing, Fox. I feel like you know better than I do. But I just mean the word itself. I get that it's not definitive, but how many times do you see the word willingness in a 13D? A 13D. That's what I'm curious about. Gats, time at this level becomes expensive for shorts time, I imagine. Yeah, Jordan, he needs to get over 12 or 13 to actually get the shorts. Yeah, I don't think the shorts they haven't capitulated yet. We're on watch. Jordan, but yeah, it's still early. It might take time or flat. I don't think threshold has anything to do with naked shorts at all. All right. I don't know. If the stock price is flat and then it's still loose for shorts, stock market. Wow, you were still live streaming. Oh, stock market videos. Wow, you're still live streaming. I just got back from eating dinner. How do you have so much? It's that beer power. You know, Popeye drinking the spinach. It's that beer. You give me that beer. I'll just keep going, baby. Look, get out the way. Get out the way. Justin, if squeeze doesn't happen, we will see his Chewy partner take a 5% plus stake in GameStop at the same time as Cohen adds after Q3 earnings. Trey, if I could 10x a massive invested of 10% in a company just by advising them to make the correct moves, why would I not want to be? I agree with you, Trey. I agree. A 10x is no joke. Justin, Roaring Kitty, all his interviews were after his investments in Wells Fargo and Apple. He said he's looking for his next thing. That's true. And he says it in this article, his next big thing. And I mentioned that too. And I think I said that early in the stream. That's why this is front of mind for a lot of people. that it's his next best thing. And so people have said, clearly GameStop is the next best thing. And even I myself have speculated there's a distinct possibility, mainly because of the similarities between GameStop and Chewy, but also because of how big this industry could be. But that doesn't mean the next best thing has to be a takeout and drive it all yourself. But I know Justin would say, well, he's a hands-on person, so he would prefer that. All his interviews, they're not all his interviews aren't after all his interviews were after his investment. I mean, that's not true, Justin. There's tons of interviews before. You must be talking about something. All these interviews were before that article, right? What do you mean? He said he's looking for his next thing, so that I agree with. That one stuck out to me too. That one stuck out. He was never going to run Wells Fargo or Apple. Yeah, we don't know that he's intending to. We still don't know his intentions. This is my point. We don't know that he was ever going to run GameStop. Jordan, I've been waiting on others to add. That is a smart move. Surprised the Chewy partner hasn't added. Justin, Wells Fargo and Apple are like buying. My point still stands, Justin. I get it. Yeah, it's a much. So is your point just because it's smaller or there's maybe more upside? Okay. In a Buffett type of way. In a Buffett type of way. That's right. But you know what I mean? You're saying he's hands-on, but this is very... show me another... is there another... I have no clue. They could be. Is there another like Silicon Valley success story, right? That is talking about their stock-picking acumen. You know, that they're being interviewed about their stock-picking acumen. You don't see it. It's a rare thing. Usually, your point still stands. He's talking about his next best thing. And I'm just saying, I don't think the next best thing necessarily has to be him. It definitely could be, but I don't think it necessitates taking a company private. In my mind, wouldn't you think the next best thing would be starting something from scratch? The next best thing, if your next best thing, he co-founded Chewy. He didn't like take it over. So in my mind, if we're really going to parse apart next best thing, I think, what are you going to start from scratch? What are you going to do? What are you going to get involved in? I don't think find a company and get in the shares and buy some of the shares on the market and then take it private. It could happen, but that's not what I think. But you seem to think. I think the difference between GME and Apple is the reason for investing. GME, perhaps we don't know his reasoning. GME, perhaps it's an opportunity to go all in something you can turn around. It could be. It could be, but we don't know. GameStop, Justin. GameStop has no correlation. I don't know what you mean. Correlation with what? With the other? I think you're missing my point. Let me catch up. I like Justin's case. I like Roaring Kitty's case, but I have to lean Fox in an underwhelming bid. Doesn't mean a vote wouldn't take place, but you put yourself in Ryan Cohen's shoes. What saves you the most money? Headaches. Exactly. He is looking for something to run. Okay. How many value investors put money in Berkshire Hathaway? Yeah, value investors. Ryan Cohen's a hands-on entrepreneur. This is my point. Yeah, Apple and Wells Fargo are irrelevant. All right, so we disagree. Fox disagrees too. I'm by myself. I'm alone. Hello, Trey, come back. I'm alone. I disagree that they're irrelevant. The stocks themselves, I think everyone seems to think I'm making a comparison to the stocks. Like, they're way bigger stocks, and the upside is far more limited. My point is that he's talking about, there's a whole article dedicated to his stock picking acumen. You don't see that for the hands-on entrepreneurial types all that much. That he's a hands-on. What's his next big move? To sink virtually all of his new fortune in two stocks passively. That's my point. I got to catch up. I don't want to. Okay, to park money until they can find an investment. Apple and Wells Fargo was. Oh, I disagree with this, Justin. He's not a short-term investment. So he was playing Apples and Wells Fargo for a short-term investment. I don't buy that. Maybe he did, but this seems to. I don't know. Now he found his target. Okay. Burring Kitty, those articles are all out there because that is when he first started buying GameStop. Oh, okay. Yeah. He is brilliant. Yeah, okay. I'll buy that, Justin. I buy that. We don't wish he talked about GameStop because we might have missed our opportunity. Oh, you think he was first buying in June? He could have bought before that. Wait, those articles? You mean these articles? Do you mean... Sorry, Justin. I'm trying to catch up. Do you mean 2019 or 2020? I agree. He's brilliant. Yeah, I agree as well. All right. I'm alone. Investing. Oh, Trill is gone. See ya. Justin, he was working on building shareholder approval back in June 2020. For all we know, he could have been involved before then. We don't know when he initiated his position. I don't think you know either, Justin. Trey, he said somewhere he invested in Apple simply to get a huge return, which he got. Again, that was a short-term move, maybe. Ah, shit, I gotta... Oh, man. What the hell am I... I'll stop talking. Y'all doing the good talking here. I'm blabbering. I'm talking about contrarian on damn values. Oh, this... now y'all making me... Oh, I gotta sleep on this. I mean, let me get through the chat, but I gotta sleep on all your... I appreciate you just disagreeing with me, right? But also sharing it with me. And if I'm wrong, trying to set me right. Cohen will end up in control eventually. All right, Steve thinks he's up in control eventually. He was working on building shareholder approval back in June 2020. Okay. I mean, I don't in 2020. We don't right. You were just saying he was working on shareholder approval, right? Which may be the case. I just don't know when he was initiated his stake. Nah, he said somewhere he invested in Apple simply to get a huge. Okay, and then GME. Sorry. Okay, Apple. We're on Kitty. Apple is not GameStop. You don't just park money in GameStop. Okay. Thinking about what a clever play this would be, though. Awesome to watch it unfold if it is your base case. The articles were PR. Justin says the articles were PR pieces to make him look good when he went public on GME. Okay, all right, okay. I see where you're going with that, Justin. A lot of foresight here, meaning a ton of planning. Triolo loves you, Justin. Triolo loves you. You get a lot of love on here, Justin. This is sick. He deserves it. Trey, that's a really strange long play if he's been looking for GME this whole time. But I listened to Roaring. We don't know. AES Studio. I'm leaning towards Justin's side. Welcome, AES Studio. I don't know if you chatted today. All right, Justin, you got the votes. Sick. Steve Talk. Cohen has had time to set this play up. He has. Yep. No buyout is very possible. Okay. Fox. Do I get Fox? Is there a team Fox and Roaring Kitty? No vote is also very possible. So many ways for Ryan Cohen to get control without either. Fox, that's why you hire big gun bankers and lawyers. This creativity is worth the money. Triola, a common man has zero chance of buyout. It was Jeff Bezos, Triola. Oh, shit. Steve Stunk, but why GameStop, a company with such a bad consumer reputation? Polygon, do we think Ryan Cohen wants GME to be public? Why are we assuming he buys the whole thing instead of getting himself into the CEO seat? CEO, I know, I don't understand the CEO seat. I've seen nothing. That's an odd one for me. Steve, reputation, he's beyond money. Right, Steve, we've talked about that. He's beyond money. Trey, to Steve, that thought has no obvious in reality. Steve Cohen could have multiple reasons to pick GME. Some of it was probably the ease of transition from what GME is today and what it could be. Zhongwei Chen, welcome, Zhongwei. Hey, how likely is Ryan going to take GME private? Yo, scroll up. Scroll up. We're debating that right now. Justin, he bought 2 million shares before June. Oh, he did. Okay, he bought 2 million shares before June. Did I miss that, Justin? The timing of he bought 2 million shares before June. Sick. That's not in the 13D, right? Triola, holy, I forgot about Chewy. William, dude, you're still alive. Welcome back, William. Welcome. You stayed live streaming long enough. William will pop in. William will pop out. He'll tell you what number beer he's on. It's great. Triola, I think they made a movie and Justin is trying to leave Mark. Justin, why reinvent the wheel when you can buy 5,500 stores on the cheap? I agree with it. Justin, I don't know if you missed it, but we were talking about reproduction cost in the operating leverage that GameStop already has. I agree with you. Why would you? Okay, you're responding maybe to why I said why not start from scratch. I agree with that. But I was talking about the hands-on. I usually, I think with many, not just to use Silicon Valley entrepreneurs as an example, their hands-on experience doesn't it tend to be they find a new company and start from scratch? It's kind of like you're blending, for better or worse. You may be right to do this, Justin. You're blending his stock picking stuff. It's like he's merging the two, his hands-on business experience with this investment style, which he could be doing. I'm not saying he can't be doing it. I just think I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's not my base case. It's just not my base case, but a serious possibility. The big trill, the big short. Jordan, hang on there. Turning GME around and making it a beast would make him a legend. This is true. Okay, in some ways more impressive than something new. He fixed Blockbuster. That's true. It's not really. He's not really going to be attributed solely. Well, he if they do go up 10x, he'd probably get a lot of the credit for it. Even though a lot of this Sherman could get credit. Bari was involved before him, but it kind of helped to director them. But indeed, if he took over and then it went up to $100 per share or more, then yeah, he'd get a lot of the credit. So I agree with that. That would have a positive impact on his reputation. Hanging on there. He fixed people at Blockbuster. William, you are not alone. Jordan took on the shorts, turned around a dinosaur and won. This is huge for someone. I agree with that. Yep, that could be yeah, I agree, Jordan. That's true. I think he's got a lot of money and he's trying to leave a mark. That's true too. That's true. Could be. Steve, Cohen gets control of a unique company that is somewhat standalone. In a $200 billion year, he gets 60 million existing customers, 800. Yeah, operating leverage. I get this. We talked about that. He gets none of that with Chewy, and this is too easy. All right. Yeah. It's uncommon to see. I think it's just uncommon to see for someone's next big, I don't want to stop on the next best thing, because the next best thing could be a GameStop, but not be a takeout. You know what I mean? It could be a GameStop, and GameStop goes up 20x, but he's involved as an interested shareholder. You know what I mean? That could be a big thing. But the next big thing in my mind is started from scratch. I see what you're talking about. You're talking about it from like a security analyst standpoint, as we're all involved, but it's a little bit of a different. That's just my opinion. It sounds like I'm alone on that. That's okay. Philly Stakes is out. All right, Ryan Kitty, I'm tapping out. I'm going to have to watch the rest of this tomorrow night. Good night, Philly. It's been a blast having you, Philly Stakes. Thank you for all the commentary. Great thoughts. Oh, I was close. Oh, was I not close? Yes. I think I'm close. Fox, I think it's much harder to do a growth-based turnaround than create a new startup. Oh, Fox! Whoa, here we go. Look at Fox. I think it's much harder to do a growth-based turnaround than create a new startup. There's actually a season of Billions that has a minor plot line about why successful business people want to do so. Whoa, let's hear some. Yo, Fox, we teaming up. Let's clink your wine glass right there. Let's do it. I agree. Well, I mean the challenge of it. I mean you're coming at more just the level of difficulty of it, which is something I hadn't really thought about. I was just talking about his historical path and what he's talked about so far. But good point, Fox. The level of difficulty in turning around a business rather than just starting from scratch. Okay. Imagine if it failed. What if here's another counter argument. Fox just made me think about something else. Here's another one. What if it failed? Everyone has thought that if Ryan Cohen gets involved, boom, it's got to succeed. $50 per share, $100 per share, $5 billion market cap. That's a huge risk. Now, you might say he's so successful and he's been so good that he's definitely going to succeed. What if it failed? And it's not like this is a home run. It's not like this is an easy, just because he gets involved, it's a win. I mean, I'm bullish on the stock, and I was before he got involved. Excuse me. Largely because of the downside protection. That upside protection, I've always been like, how likely is this to happen? And I've said even if you assign a 20% probability to it, then it's still significant. But what if he got involved and it failed? Talk about his reputational risk. Why not just start, like, in GameStop's behind the times on some of these turnaround efforts? I think a lot of us would agree with that. And a big part of that is because of the past management teams. They dropped the ball. And they missed Twitch and a whole bunch of other shit. Check out Boris letters, Hester and Perfect. There's a lot of ways they're wrong. There's a risk it doesn't work. And then that sucks. That sucks for Cohen. So no one's really said that on the chat, but that, let me catch up. Steve, whoa, no spoilers, please. Fox on Billions. Yeah, Polygon. The ego trip from turning around at a block under us is an interesting point in my humble opinion. So some folks are saying the opposite. Some, like Jordan was saying, but if he did succeed, it would be big. And that I agree with too. I agree with that part too. I'm just saying we're talking about reputation, and there's no guarantee that he gets it to a significantly large. It's a huge risk. We haven't talked about that enough. This is a big risk. It's a big risk. Just like it is for people who are long GameStop. You don't know. We don't know that they're going to turn around and succeed. And we took the position anyway because of our probabilistic expectations. You know what I mean? And so he could just be invested this like us. You don't want to go all in. You want to go all in on You want to go all in on GameStop? You know what I mean? This dude's gonna. He wants to manage his forget the money, because I agree. The money, he'd need the financing anyway. But you're going to go all in reputation-wise. You're going to go all in reputation-wise on GameStop? Right? What? Who? What? You don't want to do that. You need to be, I don't know. I think look at Bari's letter about how he was critiquing all past management's failures. And how they kind of missed the boat on a lot of these things. Twitch in particular really stands out. There's no guarantee they turn this around. And if that's the case, everyone seems to be thinking I have been saying the odds of a successful turnaround, which for me have been low, have been materially increased. But that means even if they were 5% or 10%, maybe it has doubled to 20% or 25%. You know what I mean? But that's still 75% failure. Now, with him involved, it's not 100%. I'm sorry. It's not 100%. And if that's the case, you don't want to go, yeah. Oh, now I feel even stronger about my opinion. Okay, let's see. I say all this, but I'm still agreeing. Like, I'm agreeing with Jordan's thoughts, turning around a business. So, like, I agree with this stuff, and I definitely agree with some of Justin's comments. Steve's only on season 1. Okay, no billion spoilers for Steve. William's gone. He's drunk. William's gone. He's drunk. AES. Ryan Cohen wants to be in the new movie, The Big Long 2. It would be the Big Short Squeeze, right? It would be the Big Short Squeeze. Fox, go slow. That's one heck of a show. Savor it. Yeah. Oh, for billions. I think the Billions writers, they did. Weren't they the writers for Rounders, which we were talking about? I think that's one of the best investing movies, even though it's not an investing movie. But I think it was the same writers as Rounders. The Big Short. Oh no, Polygon already said The Big Short Squeeze. Polygon knows. All right, Fox said Barry versus Tesla. That's the new short squeeze. Has Barry spoken out about Tesla? Did I miss that? Or maybe Big Short. If that happened, I'd agree. If Barry started coming out talking about it, that'd be something. Haha. Actually, I could see the CEO path. Oh, Justin sees the CEO path too. It's a possibility. Yeah, Justin. Justin, you know how I think now. I'm not saying anything's not a possibility. Sherman would be so upset, but that could be the circumstance. Or even executive chairman. Fox is saying that could be a role too in the 13D. Oh, Justin's saying that could be the circumstance in the 13D. It could be, Justin, but it could even be far more, I mean, in this context, innocuous. It could be lesser things. Like I said earlier, I don't think this is the circumstance, but he just wants to see how the next quarter goes. He wants to make sure that they do the buybacks. It could be any number of things. It doesn't have to be something as grandiose as CEO, as executive chairman. It could be, but everyone's jumping to that, and I don't understand. I'm trying to understand why y'all are trying to educate me. The big initial purchase with the really high price. Yeah, we talked about that. I don't know. And then it got removed. I'm not so sure, Polygon. Fox. The operating leverage for GME is not impactful since Ryan Cohen's plan hinges on internet sales, not the stores, which is where operating leverage is usually found. It's the brand equity that he's counting on. Talk about the operating leverage for GME is not impactful since Ryan Cohen's plan hinges on internet sales. I don't agree with this, Fox. Sales are sales. Sales are sales in that if they already look at the transition they just did to online sales this quarter. Many of those I assume were also in-store buyers. They have what I mean is they have a captive audience already. That's what I mean. The operating leverage. It has. Think of how long it would take to get to 50 million power-up rewards for any damn business. That's significant operating leverage. If it's online or in store. I don't know if I agree with that. Brand equity. I agree with the brand equity part. Oh, I don't agree that operating leverage. Maybe let me see if you elaborate. Trey, I got to go play some Among Us. Have fun, Trey. It's been great having you as always. Catch you later. Jordan, Sherman doesn't own 10%. Cohen is a no-brainer. I agree with that. I wish Sherman owned more. If Sherman wanted the rank, he does have a good amount, but not that much. Really not that much. If wanted the ranks over Cohen, he should buy more shares. Otherwise, bye-bye. All right, that's fair, Jordan. That's fair. I agree. I'm always, all else equal, I want more insider ownership, and that has been a knock against this management team. I said they did mostly the right things, but I agree. I wish that they own more. I want a team that's really on board. So I agree with you on that, Jordan. Polygon, turn the Power Up Rewards program into a proper prime for gamers. Yep. Assuming Cohen wants to be private, he wants to run this company public or private. Okay. Gats, I love that we are all talking the potential buyout, short squeeze, tender, takeover, shakeup, etc. on a stock that I believe is still a good value play regardless. Gats, well said. Isn't this sick? This is like marginal. It's marginal shit, right? I mean, you want the full thesis? Check out all of Justin's article. Like we have this. That's our downside. The backside. This is all like protected. This is gravy. It's sick. That's why this is fun. We're not fighting to the death here. We're not fighting to. I mean, the shorts death maybe, but we're not fighting to the death. We're just like, hey, this would be sick if this squeezed and if it got tug over. That's kind of awesome. Good points, Gats. Triola, hey, thanks, Kitty. See you tomorrow. Later. It was fun having you, Triola. We're having a laugh at your commentary. Thank you. Fox said, question is, if there's no premium or buyout, how many of existing investors will sign up for a 2 to 4 year turnaround under Ryan Cohen? Exactly. Yeah, there's a, let's see if you got to run. Great episode. Have a great night. Thank you, Justin. As always, thank you so much. Cheers, mate. Been great having you. Dats, thanks for the tips and the discussion, Justin. Yeah, always great to have Justin chiming in here. This is sick. Triola, I love the way you look at the short side. We do our best to look at the short side. It's not just for GameStop, but for all stocks. Always try to put yourself in the shoes of the folks on the other side of the trade, just to make sure you're not missing something. It's absolutely critical. Critical. Even if you don't agree with them, sympathize with their. Try to sympathize with them. Jordan, if you don't side with Cohen, the shares probably. If you don't side with Cohen, the shares probably get crushed, unless unless management really plans something special. Yeah, but you're in this statement, you're assuming that there's this hostile back and forth, right? The implicit in your statement, Jordan, is that there's this hostile clash between management and Cohen. In which case, yeah, if that were the case and this is hostile and then he walks away, he does have that leverage and the price falls. That's leverage. Fox has talked quite a bit about this. But I don't think that's not my base case for what that's worth. No one cares. No one cares. That's no problem. No problem. Triolo, I cannot be long investing unless I can or be sure. Unless I can't be sure unless I can't. As a short, I am tired. Right. Jordan, Cohen is going all in. Cohen is going all in if he can run the way he wants. Yeah, all right. Jordan believes that. I wish I went all in on GME a month ago. Fox, keep it simple. SQQQ. Triola, now I'm long. I don't care. Oh, yeah. Triola said that he was short originally. Now he changed. That's big. You're probably the only person on the stream who's like that, Triola. Thanks for sharing. Interesting. Justin, wow, that's big news. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, you were short and then you changed your mind. Sick. That's good for you, by the way. Good for you. It's always good to you're especially a contrarian type value investor, a contrarian value. You're in a perpetual state of introspection, kind of thinking about shit and thinking through it, and it's exhausting at times, right? But it's good. And then if you change your mind on something, no problem. As the data changes, you're welcome to change your mind. You don't feel bad about that shit. Many times it's just a matter of getting out of position. But in Triola's case, he changed his mind. He went the other side. I've done that before too. I've shorted some shit and worked against me, and then I bought it. I'm like, you know what? If this don't go down, it's going up. And then I bought it. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Who cares? Justin, P.S. Look at RC's personal purchases on 13D. The total he transfers is 2.2. More is 2.2. Yeah, so he purchased 2.2 prior to June 28th. Oh, so I agree with that, Justin. But I just meant, yeah, I did see that. We just don't know when he bought the 2.2. That's all I mean. It could have happened. It could have happened in May. It could have happened last year. I just meant wait, yeah. Let's pull that up, Justin. Good call. When was the 13D? When was his first one? Is that right? Is that it? Nope. What was that first one? Oh, because the 60 days, Justin? Are you saying 60 days? June 28th? Yeah. Just 60 days. So that's good. That's good calculation there, Justin. Justin said we talked about this on that stream. Transition securities past 60 days. So Justin said, okay, the latest purchase was 8/28, so he had to have he bought it before June 28th. But he could have been invested for a while. You know what I mean? But this Justin's saying that's why he was doing those. He was saying that's why he was kind of doing the press junkets. You know what I mean? That he was kind of going around. It's like he's brilliant. It's definitely possible. But I just mean he could have bought that shit last. He could have bought it when he was doing these rounds of press releases. You know what I mean? He could have been. This was June 2019. This coincided with Chewy. That's what that was about. He could have been long alongside Hester and Permit this whole time in Burry getting his ass kicked. Maybe, oh shit. Maybe Ryan Cohen's just like an investor like us who's just been getting his ass kicked, and he's like, that's it. I've had enough of this bullshit. Time to get more involved. You know what I mean? Something that we can't do. But Ryan Cohen's he's just maybe Justin, right? We don't know what he dabbled. Maybe he dabbled back in the day, and he's just like, screw this. Time to switch it up. Maybe he's like, there's a couple things they could be doing better, or maybe the goal is to. You know what I mean, Justin? So what about that? So he aggressively bought out. But what if he bought it back in the day? Oh shit. Okay, this now I'm confirming my own bias of what I think Ryan Cohen's doing. What if he's been invested for 2 years? and then now he's going to go take it out private? Okay, the rationale for that would be right around the consoles. But if he was going to do it, you would have taken it out at a cheap price. You would have done it cheaper. He could have bought more GameStop back in March, back in April, back in May, back in June, back in July. Before, so maybe he just wanted to be closer to the consoles, but maybe he could have got it at a cheaper price. Why wait so long at the inflated price? And no one would have cared. People would have cared less if it was in March and April. They would have cared, or I know a lot was going on, but people would have cared less about that 13D. The 13D is so big news because the consoles are right there. They're right there. They're right there. Can you see them? They're right there. And if he's a value investor himself too, like ourselves, we thought the price was going to rise based on that alone. He was like, all right, got to do it. So anyway, just a thought, Justin. I'm not going to die on that hill. I'm not going to die on that hill. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. Jordan, if Musk can make Tesla $500 a share, Cohen can make this happen and bring investors on board. If Musk can make Tesla $500 a share, Cohen can make. I agree. We talked about that. How it can be good to have a front man. How it can be good to have a front person, whoever it is, leading, like telling the story, selling the story, like you have it with Musk. Say what you want about Tesla and everything, but he's told that story, and because of it, he may will it to happen. All because the stock price has been running. He's been issuing equity, and so a front person like that can be hugely helpful. I agree, Jordan. Oh, but you're saying that increases the chance it's going to succeed. I guess it's not definite. It's not definite though. Chewy space program. Polygon says, when are we going to get the Chewy space program? Triola does not like Matt Damon. That must be a Rounders comment. Fox said, Burry just started gunning for Tesla. Did he? Oh, I missed it. All right, I'll look that up. Thanks for sharing, Fox. I didn't know that. Is he gunning for Tesla? Is it all around battery day? Oh, is he started? Wow. That's that's the short. If that's, if it squeezes, then this is like the big short squeeze. But where the real money is to be made and lost and so forth, it's Tesla. That's the squeeze. I mean, it's in its own type of squeeze. You know what I mean? Just wow. Oh, I gotta look that up. Oh, I'm excited to see that. Yeah, so we are trying to get inside Cohen's head in here. Yeah, so we're trying to get inside Cohen's head here in a lot of ways. He's really more like 3 extra scoops of ice cream on top of dessert for me, but I'm enjoying it. I agree with you, Gats. To be clear, we are way overthinking this. Is there anyone who disagrees with that? We are way overthinking this. Remember I've said on a couple of streams how the best way to go about this shit. But in this case, we're overthinking it, but we're bouncing ideas off each other. That's kind of this. But the best way to go is like you think about it, form a somewhat reasonable opinion, then leave it alone. Let digest it, sleep on it, maybe come back to it, maybe talk to some folks. That's what we're doing right now. Bounce the ideas off each other and then reassess. You just drive yourself crazy. We'll go all night. Wow, I can't. Are we gonna do another 5 hour? It could be a 5 hour stream with 5 hour energy. There you go. That'll get you going. We are trying to, if Cohen buys 10%, talks to manager, and then leaves, you are crazy to stay long. I would be fully out of shares. Well, it doesn't break the long thesis, Jordan, but it would delay stuff because I'd agree he has, even though I don't fully attribute the move to him, I agree that in the short term, it would be a sell-off. But remember, there was a long thesis before Cohen got involved. It would delay stuff, though. It could delay that sentiment and shift. It could delay the sentiment shift. I'm not going to deny that. But I disagree that you're crazy to stay long. I agree, though. I wouldn't say the bull thesis is fully intact after that, because if Cohen steps in, there'd be the delay in sentiment. But it could be if he didn't see that he could fix it. But that's not. But I appreciate you sharing that, Jordan. So Jordan's going to be out if he walks, but I don't know. Polygon Barry is a little late to the Tesla crowd. That's true. People have been short for a long time. Huge, yeah. Huge, yeah. If you were trying to take over board and you make a lot of noise, well, yeah, wouldn't you make a lot of noise? Yeah, I thought so. The Bourne Identity is a good movie. Jordan says that. Cheers. Cheers to that. It is a good movie. One of my friends, what did he? He liked Bourne Identity. Then he hated Bourne Supremacy, which is funny because he loves all movies. But for some reason, he hated Bourne Supremacy. We always thought that was funny. Fox, Burry brings a slightly bigger gun than most, though. That's true. Absolutely. Oh, to the Tesla narrative. Absolutely he does. Although it hasn't worked out for GameStop. People making fun of him on GameStop to play devil's advocate again, Fox. But I agree with you. Dude, okay. Just bought a Hulk figurine the other day. Chill. Polygon, Musk has so far proved completely impervious to such moral concerns as balance sheets or reality. Mortal concerns. Yeah, mortal concerns. Right. Thank you, Justin. Still love you, Justin. Justin, yes. Jordan, yeah. Musk equals chosen one until he's not. That's always the case, right? Absolutely. He's the chosen one. Look at it. You just raised $5 billion right before this bit of a sell-off here. It's true. It's not hot. It's not hostile. Cohen and Barry on the same page. I will send. Polygon. The funny thing with Musk is that SpaceX is by far his most successful venture and it's still private. Oh, yeah. Okay. Talking Musk. Depends. Tesla is pretty successful, too. I think Musk cashes out of Tesla by 2024 to fund his Mars memes. I will send like about 2 months ago, DD. I'm sorry if I am wrong, but I have the Fox. I don't think you're overthinking this at all. I can't tell if Fox is being sarcastic. Are you not being sarcastic? Are you serious? The price action. Oh, okay. You're being serious. All right, good. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that from Fox. We're not overthinking it. But okay, considering going long Tesla because I actually think the battery day should have presented, but apparently the market was horrified at the battery day presentation. Okay. The price action of GME is all dependent on RC. The short-term price action, Fox, you'd agree with that, right? The short-term price action is for sure. There was I know, Fox maybe disagrees with this. There's a long-term thesis with GameStop before he took his stake. But indeed, to Jordan's point, if he walks away, then people are going to be like, shit, maybe there's not something there. But Burry had a long thesis before this. Hester Permit did. Justin did. I did. Like plenty of people did. But to your point that it's the price, the short-term price action is all dependent. I think you'd agree with that, Fox, right? Free cash flows are what dictates the long-term price action, right? Let me keep reading. Michael Burry, okay, Eduardo. Michael Burry is comparing Tesla to other automakers. I believe it is not to be considered an automotive company. I've heard that angle too, yeah. Gat says, good point, Fox. Eduardo, the 2 days with more volume in GME were because of Ryan Cohen. Yeah, it's definitely partially explained by that. The moment Ryan Cohen pulls out, this could be down 50% in 2 days. Yeah, short-term price action. That doesn't go against what I was saying. Steve Stomp agrees with that. Fox, not saying he would, but it's a non-zero probability. Agree with that. Gats agrees. Eduardo, I agree. Eduardo agrees. This could hurt us a lot if he gets out. Yeah. Yep. Short-term price action. Who has $1 billion in free cash, Triola? Is it time yet for Justin to tell us what he meant to the 10Q yet? And Justin, Eduardo is calling you back. He wants to know that 10Q. Jordan agrees with Fox too. This is Cohen's company now. That's how I see it. All right, he leaves. The console refresh story won't matter. People will wonder why he left. Everyone would be scared and would sell everything. At least in the short time. I agree. I'm not trying to say the stock's going to go up if he files an amended 13D. He's there. I'm not going to say that shit. This is the thing. This is all said. Ryan Cohen has had zero impact on GameStop's free cash flows right now. His impact has been on the short term. It's been a month. It's been the short term sentiment. The value of any security is its discounted free cash flows. Period. Fox, I know we all agree with this. But it's not like the stock is, but to Jordan's point, it depends on your trade. If you're trying to get in because you're playing consoles, which I am to a degree too, make no mistake. So that's when I say it delays it. But for the long folks, if you were looking out 2 years as it is, it's still intact. I don't think that all of my thesis is still intact. Things might get delayed. Yes, it's down 50%. As Fox said, too, structure your trade accordingly. But seems everyone's kind of throwing in the towel to this. I don't agree with that. But your point still, I hear you. I'm glad you're sharing it, and I don't disagree. It could be 50. Look, it ran up so quick. It can elevator down. You know what I mean? Trying to catch up. Just trying to catch up. I don't. Sometimes it jumps on me. I don't know. I must be doing something. Sometimes it jumps down on me. Okay, Ryan Cohen, agreed, Fox. Okay, Steve says, Ryan Cohen walking away would be the least likely scenario of all the ones we have discussed so far, in my opinion. He has spent time and money drawing this play up to perfection. He will see it through. I agree. So that's my least likely out too, but we entertain this, in Fox's toss out. We entertain this because it's so important to focus on the downside. It's so important to focus on the downside. When I see this type of news, I think to myself, how does this impact me on the downside? How could I get screwed by this on the downside? The upside will take care of itself. I get it. It's a priori, a priori. I don't even know how to say it. Individual investor. It's self-evident. The upside will take care of itself. I don't even need to. There was already that upside already. He supports the case that it could happen. I increase my probability a little bit. How can I get screwed by this? And that's what Fox was saying. You could get screwed by this if this was a strong arm. If this was a strong arm move. and there is a hostile board environment, and then he uses that leverage, and then he doesn't get what he wants, and then he walks. I don't think that's likely. Now, Fox isn't saying it's likely, but this is important, like for me, because I think, how can I get screwed by this? How can I get screwed by this? There you go. Fox just gave you a reason. And even though, and to Steve's point, Steve says, well, I think that's the least likely scenario, which is fair. But Steve, that's why we talk about this stuff, because it's the downside. Always the downside. Always the downside to start. That's like the starting point, especially right now. This is still fresh. How can we get screwed by that? How can this not work in our favor? Because I keep saying, how are the bulls going to get screwed? Where's your bad news? Where are all you 120% short? Where's your bad news? When's that going to pop up? Because everything here on out is mostly going to be good news. But there you go. When a good item smacks you in the face and say, sucker, see ya. So I appreciate that angle. Gus, Fox, what's your take on the 13D filing? Did he stop to and make the comment to show how much he can drive price action? Yeah, Fox was saying that, Gats. I'm sure he responded. Good question. Jordan, I agree. Unlikely he leaves, but just throwing out there, since he is the story now, he wants to sell tennis rackets. I will buy 3 from him. Okay, so I was saying Fox, but Jordan's saying the same shit, where he doesn't think it's likely, but Jordan's just saying, if it did happen, Ryan Kitty and everyone else here, hey, heads up, Bear, you bear in mind, people are going to view this differently. So do you see what I mean? We're thinking this shit through, tossing it out, see what sticks. But in Jordan, GameStop has a customer. GameStop, you got a customer in Jordan. He's going to buy how many? He's going to buy 3 tennis rackets. A negotiation. Yeah, so Fox did respond. Negotiating tactics. I don't think there's a large premium in the offering. If there is one, check out all the price points he bought at. Gats, I think you might be right, Steve Stonk. Fox, yeah, that makes sense. My take as well. Harsh, hey, welcome back, Harsh. Harsh to Jordan. If Cohen leaves, I'll sell my shares. So Harsh is out too if Cohen leaves. I don't believe in companies' future plans to focus on gaming hubs more instead of digital evolution. I'm curious, Harsh, were you invested before Ryan Cohen took a stake, just out of curiosity? Not that it matters. Your point can still... I'm just curious. Polygon, Cohen leaving would be spooky because I start wondering if he talked to the board and immediately what in God's name did they tell him? What did they know? We don't. That's fair. That's fair. Fox, that's why in deal negotiations now, Ryan Cohen has the upper hand, and you can be sure he'll try to max his individual upside. Right? Fox has been harping on that. Harsh, each dollar spent on digital transition will bring in multiples in overall revenue profits. Gaming Hub is a gamble, especially with less foot traffic. U.S. is different compared to Asian countries. Yeah, he has leverage. Okay. An Apple Store style lobby gaming lounge with a regional 24-hour distribution system in the back would be a very strong store layout. I'm almost caught up. Eduardo, there are no bad... Yeah, Eduardo says there are no bad news. The only thing I can imagine is short-term is Ryan Cohen leave. I agree with you, Eduardo. We've been talking about this for a couple of weeks. We look at this chart. We think, what the hell? What are you... Do I have a longer one? Can I just do like 10? Don't I have that... What did I do? I should clean these up. Oh, that's it. When you look at this chart... What are you waiting on? If you're like, oh yeah, this is a good idea. This is fine. I'll add to my short position. What didn't I agree with you, Eduardo. There's always something that you can get blindsided by, like Ryan Cohen leaving is one of them. But yeah, I can't imagine the other bad news. This is why if I were short, I would be terrified. I agree with you, Eduardo. Harsh, less people per square feet, and kids can't play. All right, so Harsh, yeah. Okay, yep. And also, gaming hubs are not that profitable. You limit. It was more Harsh. I don't think they're going to go all in on gaming hubs. It was more to like supplement their current business model. You know what I mean? Is like to get some foot traffic, get people in there wanting to want to shop there and stuff. It wasn't like an all in. But your point, I thanks for sharing. I hear you. Trill, Barry is on board. Dude, Barry is on the same page. Hugo, just imagine that the GME buying from Cohen was just a bet with one of his friends by betting that he could move the price. Dude, just imagine the GME buying from Cohen was just a bet with one of his friends that by betting that he could move the price. Now that he won the bet, he sells. Yeah, thanks, Hugo. There you go. There's another downside thing. Harsh, no, I wasn't invested before in GameStop, before Cohen. Thank you for sharing, Harsh. I was just curious, just Cohen. So you know your trade. This is why this is why I got involved. I got involved because Cohen, guy's a visionary. He can turn this around. If it doesn't work out, I'm out. That makes total sense to me. Jordan, to be frank, even a takeout at 10 is better than him leaving and you losing 50%. It probably bounces, but managing can't tell a damn story. This would be so negative. Cohen in the driver's seat. Sure. Interesting point. Yeah. Pushing this thought experiment. How about $9 or $8? Ugh. I'm trying. Fox pushing that downside, huh? Good. Yeah, I wish Justin were here for this. It's just what about they talk about downside? Usually it's often at a premium, right? That's why we jump to premium. What if it's at $9 or $8? That sucks. $10 buyout would still be a comfy profit free, even though I came late to the play. Yeah, but if you're long, it's kind of bullshit, right? Imagine if you took it private. It's a take under, as Fox has been talking about that take under. I got to go. Great stuff. Cheers, Jordan. Thank you for your commentary today. It's been great. I've appreciated your thoughts. Really, I know we disagreed on a couple of things, but I was sitting here during the stream today. I'm like, I wonder how many tennis rackets would Jordan buy? You know what I mean? And now I feel like I'm gonna leave the stream today. I can sleep comfortably knowing that it's 3. Now it's 3. So thank you, Jordan. Nah, I'm just that's it, right? Cheers, mate. Jordan, 9 yes, 8 no. I've been in since the 4. Sick. Okay, Polygon. GameStop stores with tennis courts. You want the in-store experience? Polygon is saying, let's throw some tennis courts in there too. You want in-store experience? That is funny. Okay. GameStop stores with tennis courts. See you, Jordan. He support the chairman. Sorry, I don't remember the guy's game. Jordan, it depends though. Management could convince me to say no, but they would need to. Yeah, I know. You're right, Jordan. Jordan's thing is there is still a narrative here, but they need to tell it. There's still a long thesis here if Ryan Cohen walks, but management has to tell it. You know what I mean? Okay. And if they don't, then he's out. Retail take-unders are common. Look at all the Sycamore deals. Oh, really? You got any off the top of your head, Fox? I can just do a quick Google search if you'd like to share. Otherwise, I'll look. I'll probably just do a Sycamore take-under search. Gats is same here. In since the 4. See Cohen as a catalyst on a long story. Don't want to buy out at that price level. Fox, I don't think GME is desperate. It's a low probability. I'm always happy when Fox is like, oh yeah? Well, what if this happens? And then everyone's like, and then he waits for the reaction, and then he takes a sip of his wine. Low probability. And then everyone's like, well, that's me anyway. And what if this happens? It was like, but it's a low probability. But even still, like we always are trying to round out those probability models, which, I mean, you're supposed to be doing. Low probability isn't zero probability. And then there you go. Thanks, Fox. Thanks for reminding us. Yeah. And then he's got this smiley face. Son of us. I'm out, and then he sucks me back in, keeping it real. Thanks, you got to, Fox. That's why you're here. Fox is here. Fox is here to keep it real. That's why he's here. Otherwise, we'll go off on all these confirmation bias, echo chamber tangents. And Fox is like, hey, heads up. Oh shit, that's funny. Damn. 11. Oh, 4 hours. And there's still 44 people here. Cheers, everybody. Props to y'all, huh? This has been good. So, Fox, I'm glad you agreed that at some points I feel like I'm overthinking it, but good to ask the questions that bring you back to earth. Ain't that right, Gats, huh? It's good to round out the thinking. Just hearing other people's perspective, especially Hey, cheers, Jason Wang. Welcome. Cheers, welcome. Fox, keep going, man. I need more. Yeah. We like the tough questions. We do. I'm happy people are enjoying that, right? Because I just talk about probabilistic models. Usually you do it on a spreadsheet, updating your models and stuff, but eventually you reach the point where it's all mental models, right? And then it's just a conversation of people changing your view on shit. And this is what I mean. Like for something like this has been real helpful for me. I hope it's been helpful for other people too. This Ryan Cohen angle, because it's been a bit of a game changer. I was very focused, and many of us were, on one particular type of thesis, and now it's a new variable that we all have to roll with, and so bouncing off ideas helps. Fox, at $10, the upside downside feels a lot more balanced. I don't subscribe to the super short squeeze theory. We'll be happy to be proven wrong, though. I agree with you on that, Fox. I agree with you. Steve Mazzini, welcome, Steve. Welcome back. Anyone think he might try to emulate Buffett and have a controlling stake, keep GME, evolve it, and then begin to add into it, Amazon starting with the books? Yeah, maybe. I'm still not sold in the Amazon angle, by the way. It's just ridiculous. I'm all for the e-commerce front, but taking on Amazon, it looks like it was just a headline. It looks like clickbait. It's clickbait. You know what I mean? That looks like something that you'd see from a clickbait. That's why it was weird that it was Bloomberg. But maybe Bloomberg's just reporting. I don't mean to knock Bloomberg. I just mean, you know, those memes where you try to put in a title generator or something like that. It looks like someone put in Someone put in, hey, spin me up the most ridiculous GameStop headline that you could come up with. And it went beep, boop, 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 beep, beep. And this was the output. You know what I mean? And I'm like, what the hell is this? That's why I got up to tweet. I'm like, this is insane. But maybe if it's a legitimate source, Bloomberg is just reporting it and they don't deserve criticism. But otherwise, it's just weird. It's just weird. But anyway, the whole e-commerce angle, I agree with. Realistically, if Ryan Cohen wants to fight Amazon, he cannot lever up. No flexibility on balance sheet. He'll need a lot of cash reserves. Yeah, so Fox, we were talking again about how the financing for this. It's not your typical takeout play because of the balance sheet, because of the assets that it has. I mean, the low level of assets, but also the quality of them. The long-term secular risks in this industry. Remember, the deals fell through previously, which I know you know, but we were talking about that earlier. An at-the-money issuance is possible with Ryan Cohen anchoring. That's a distinct possibility as well. I don't think that's likely, though. I bet you agree with that. But definitely a possibility. Polygon. I don't want to think too... And I think bullish. I mean, you don't want to get diluted, right? But let's say they raise... Let's say, remember, like, raising capital can be a really good thing. Like what Musk is doing with Tesla, raising capital all the way. That's why raising capital can be a good thing. Like getting the price higher is a good thing. It can help that narrative, and then you can issue shares. Blah blah blah. It's not my biggest case. I'm sure it's not Fox's base case either, but it could be bullish because it's like holy shit. Now it not only is not going to die, but there's a much higher chance they survive and thrive and blah 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 blah. I don't want to think. Oh, am I running late again? I don't want to think too much about the short ratio because of how much volume there's been since the last accurate report. Gats, I don't think he wants to fight them. Okay, Gats doesn't think that either. Harsh, I don't see a scenario with board not listening to Cohen. Cohen is the expert. For the record, management's been listening to all the recommendations. Look at someone mentioned Hesta Permit, this Restore GameStop presentation. Go check it out again. And that's one of the slides. That's what someone was talking about. Like management did what they wanted. It just took them. It took the investors speaking up for them to do it. They did what they largely did what Burry wanted. Not everything. They still don't exhaust the buyback, but they did a lot. And they didn't buy back that month, but maybe they couldn't. Maybe it was a blackout period. But they've largely been doing what shareholders have been asking them to. You know what I mean? So why is this time different? It's because of his background. I understand. But so there's no reason to think that it would need to even turn hostile. What's that wording again? Willingness to become more involved in the company under if certain circumstances. It could be something light, like not light, but something like I don't know. And also, board members got a taste of what happens with much physical retail. Yep, Hugo. Honestly, I've seen many people in the GameStop, Facebook, and Twitter saying that their customer experience was horrible. How can they solve it? Yeah, and you've seen a lot of that. That ties into the sentiment. So we talk about all the different stakeholders, right? It's not just about shareholders, not just about bondholders, but there's also the employees. It's also the customers, their vendors. You create the most value, generally speaking, when you can satisfy all parties. So you don't want to. If you have a shitty customer experience, you better not. You better not. You need to improve that. Fox, look at his Chewy MO, burn cash, more. You're right. Steven's eating more expanding games. Right. Fox talking about what he's gonna do. We talking about this, Steve. More expanding games. Anyone think? Evolve it and then start expanding with games. Oh, more. So Steve's talking about that Amazon model. And then Fox is talking about that the Chewy model, what he did, spend on the market, right? Which is a completely different approach. Which is why if they didn't agree with it, why you'd see some members of the board be like, hell no, we ain't doing that. Steve, he was big on getting to upscale with Chewy, so I could see where games with passionate customers are easy to fit this model. Yep. He'll need to convince all the value investors who value free cash flow to focus on growth, which means significant cash burn. Indeed. And remember, it's all value investors. it's mostly value investors who are involved. You get so many folks. Even that we talk about that Fidelity gentleman who appears to be an activist fund, and he looks like he's value focused. I'm pretty sure we talked about that. Then you got Burry, you got Heston Permit, you get who was it? Bill Miller's involved, although it's a smaller position. And then Roaring Kitty and the whole Roaring Kitty crew here. So you convince me. Do you know that movie? You can guess that movie. That's how I would think about some of this stuff. When someone says something, I'm like, convince me. Let's see if anyone can guess that movie. Anyone else do that? You just do movie quotes with your friends and stuff? Oh, that's good. Was that a generational thing? I don't know. Probably not. Polywan, isn't one of the big things with Amazon that retail isn't even their major moneymaker anymore? I don't... Oh, right. Yeah, that they're getting into some other types of things. Yeah, perhaps. I don't see Cohen making GWS, GameStop. Right, I know. Amazon's got other shit besides. I think that the comparison was just to the retail model, but still, your point stands. It could be. Oh, jeez. Fox, my guess this is why the board is split. We don't have no. My guess this is why. What are you talking about, Fox? There's no board. There's no split board. There's. I gotta catch up. If the board were split, I'd agree with that. Am I picking? Am I being a jerk picking apart your language? I know you're not. I know you're knowledgeable on this. I don't even think so. If the board were split, if this were his intentions, I agree with you. This changing of the whole model, you can understand. Oh, I feel like I'm catching up because I just said that, Fox. My apologies. My apologies. Steve, I play a lot of tennis, and you have all these subscale distributors. Not my base case, but interesting to go for niche online markets and see GME as the cash cow to expand. Hey, you can get Steve. You get your tennis rackets from GameStop. Apparently, you and Jordan can get them there. No, it's not your base case. Thanks for sharing. That's what he always cares about, the base case. You know what I mean? That's the thing. You don't always have a base case. I mean, well, you do. It'd be, but it might. It's your base case might only be like 40%. You know what I mean? 40% chance, but it's your highest probability. GME has been in cash burn for years, but all the wrong reasons. Oh, that's not true, Steve. They haven't been in cash burn. Not material cash burn, and then I know they were the working capital management type stuff, but I wouldn't say that. Fox, if there's a large buyout, it's very straightforward for board to agree, and you typically don't signal beforehand to drive the price higher. Right. That's why Fox has been talking about a small premium to the prevailing price as opposed to a big buyout. Fox, that would hurt the value case significantly. I hadn't considered that. Could be driving a board split. Steve Song, if you read their corp governance policy, you'll see why management did what they did. Oh, I'm running low. I don't want to think too much about this. Did I jump? Oh, I jumped way ahead. Okay. Jump way behind. Sorry. Oh, how did I lose it? Okay. Yeah, that would hurt the value case significantly. I hadn't considered right. If you read there, it could also, if they're changing value, yeah, okay, I won't go down that path. If you read the car, okay, not about Cohen also had a funny reaction in an interview. This is what Steve Mazzini saying. Cohen also had a funny reaction in an interview about the Chewy interview when he asked about the IPO. He called it just a financing event. Makes me think he's not all about going private. Interesting. Good call, harking back to a quote in the videos. In one of my tweets, I included a whole bunch of quotes. Thanks for sharing. Just a finance. I forgot that, Steve. That's interesting. He called it just a financing event. Yeah, he's probably having a laugh, right? But still, that's a good share. Tristan, welcome back. Cheers. Welcome back. Hey, he's back. Steve Mazzini, I think he'd want to do this in the public space. That's true. That's another angle, too. That whole reputational type thing might want to be in the public space. Trill, malls are dying. Malls are dying. Yeah, well, not all their stores are a mall. Someone said that. That's not true. Not you, Trill, but someone else had said that. Steve Mazzini, by the time Chewy IPO'd, Ryan Cohen was already out. He sold to PetSmart before IPO, right? If it's cheap enough, way out. It's cheap enough way out, ADDS. Oh, is that a ticker you're sharing? Okay. Harsh Patel, Ryan Cohen's plans for GME indicates he's going beyond gamer base. We don't know Ryan Cohen's plans. Fox! Are you talking about this? And Denny's. Triola. Is that Dillard? Is DDS Dillard's? I think it is. And Denny's, he also prides his past on only using $150 million or something crazy to fund. That's a good share, Steve. Thank you. I forgot that. Steve Mazzini saying that Ryan Cohen prides his past on only using $150 million or something crazy to fund Chewy growth. I don't remember. Oh, was it $150 million? Was it $150 free cash flow? All right, I'll have to look into that. Thanks for sharing, Steve. I forgot that. Like those are the types of tea leaves that I've been reading recently. But then apparently it has resulted in a conclusion that no one agrees with. That's okay. That's why this is great. That is constructive dialogue. Maybe Hugo, maybe GMO board of directors was going to buy back shares, but Ryan Cohen pushed the price up, so they were like, what the F? Now they don't give any announcement about the Ryan Cohen deal yet because they still want to buy back more shares. Oh, they want to announce. Hugo, scroll up. We were talking about that. We don't expect them to announce anything on this, to respond to this. See, thanks, Fox. I just thought of it more of running the business. I just thought... Triola's Denny's. I miss pancakes. Yeah, Denny's is nice. Triola. I hope. Probably GameStop. Power to the tennis court. I'll toss this in the tweet tonight if I get this up tonight. What do we talk about tonight? Tennis courts. Tennis balls, tennis rackets, tennis courts, GameStop. How about GameStop? Power to the tennis court. I like that though. Maybe I'll use that line. Thanks, Polygon. Woody, hi Kitty, love your stream. Cheers, Woody. Thanks. Welcome back. I think you've been on before, right? If Ryan is serious about GME, why does he stop at 10%? I feel like he's planning for one final move in exit. Maybe. Yeah, lots of speculation about that. It could just be this. Check out the 13D. This is what I'd say. There could be he's willing to get more involved. It could be just on an activist stake, but also his position. Maybe he's willing to get more involved by way of adding more shares, but looks like maybe he may be waiting for under certain circumstances. Some people are interpreting that as some stronger requests on his part, but I don't. I just don't. There's just no. It could be. It absolutely could be. But so anyway, but I do agree. If maybe if he does intend to make more, maybe he's just waiting for additional news or something, or waiting for management to respond if that were the case too. Harsh Fox. He is going after the same base, just selling the more stuff, increasing the revenue. So everyone's running with this Bloomberg article. I think that's disappointing. I'm not knocking the folks who are doing this. I just think when that happens, when you have something like this, then everyone runs with this, and then the other discussions don't happen. I mean, so Harsh, you're just sharing your views. It's just so a lot of folks have been sharing these views. He's going after the same base, just selling more stuff, increasing revenue per customer. There's extra restrictions. That's true. That's a reason not to go above 10%. Polygon saying if you go above 10%, extra filing, more restrictive stuff. Fox said, read his interview, or rather sources. Yeah, that's what Fox. Yeah, so Fox is talking about this. Okay. The source was Cohen's pet cat. No, pet dog, right? Pet dog? Whispering Kitty? Hey, Whispering Kitty. I like that. Whispering Kitty. All right. Whispering Kitty. I like that, Fox. Doesn't that mean that he may not be as serious as we thought? No, not necessarily. Just like so if I may play devil's advocate to Woody, just because apparently that's what I'm doing tonight, playing devil's advocate. Hey Woody, what percentage of your portfolio? Excuse me, you may not even have a position in GameStop, but whatever position you may have in another stock, why aren't you 100% in that stock? I make the extreme case just to make a point. You're not 100% in that stock because you don't want to be, right? Because for risk management reasons, that could be a reason that you might not. That doesn't mean you're not super bullish on a particular stock, but it's just for capital allocations decisions why you might not go up higher. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just playing devil's advocate. There's reasons to not just because he doesn't go above there. There's other strategic reasons not to go above. There's capital allocation reasons. There's other reasons. It could be he's not as serious, but I think that's a small probability, if only because he's now an activist investor filing a 13D. If he wasn't that serious, you don't buy 10%. Don't file the 13D. You don't get as involved as he already has seemed to be. That's what I'd say. If Cohen takes over GME, I'll go to a GameStop and try to trade in a tennis racket for a couple games. I doubt they'll appreciate the reference. Yeah, I know, Gats. They wouldn't get it, but we'd laugh. We'd have a laugh. Woody, it is entirely... Woody's entirely possible he follows the 13 tomorrow saying he sold everything. He couldn't, or bought more. Definitely a downside. So, right, he could have bought more already. Definitely a downside case. Yep, downside case. We talked about that. Steve... I feel like half this stream will qualify as a person familiar with the WoW. But yeah. So exactly, Steve. Steve says, I feel like half this stream would qualify as a person familiar with the matter from the article. I agree. And that's what I'm saying is it's a little bit disappointing. It's good to get the conversation going. It can be good for sentiment too. GameStop, Amazon in the same conversation. But for our stake, in this pursuit of truth, to try to think through the strategy type stuff, I think I don't think enough people are taking seriously that he has other plans than something like this. Everyone's like overly focused on this. I'm not saying you disregard that. I'm certainly not saying that. But Fox, I don't think he's day trading this. I agree with that. He's doing this with an eye to the upside and hoping most of it will accrue to him. Agree with that, Fox. Yeah. Hoping most of it. Fox just saying that because that's usually what some activist folks like this will do. Yeah, it'd be funny if the certain... I can't... every time I'm like so close to catch it up. It'd be funny if the circumstance was a better price per share after some time, yeah. Johan, good night. Till next time. Have a nice night. Have a nice night, Johan. It was great having you. I don't think he's day trading either, but since he can sell at any time, is Keith working on mine? Yep, very low likely. Yep, we've been toying with that. No, No chance he's in this for a quick trade. Why would someone with this amount of... I agree. I think most people agree with that. What's the guess for the level with the latest short interest filing? Are they above or below 89%? Of the float? So right now, we think percentage of float, it's over 100%, it looks like. Percentage of the short interest is, the outstanding is 89%. But good question, Steve. If it does come out tomorrow, we should place our bets. I'd say let's use the 118% figure because that one seems maybe the most likely. I'd say it's I'll say it's below. Even a little bit. I don't know. I'm always wrong about this. I don't know what to make of that, but below or they're knucking butts. 10% stake in a couple years, not less. 10% stake is a lot. It's a huge bet, right? So, but Woody was just saying, why not more? Why not more? Was that Kobe Bryant shift where he's like, from the commercial, more. More. Okay. Steven Z. All the legit short interest data is 2 weeks old. Yes, we'll get. Fox, I think we're gonna get some more next couple of days. Steven Z. Fox, what do you think it'll be for the 2 week old data? It just seemed like right, but it's gonna be as of mid-September. For that will be a week old. It'll be 10 days old about, right? Fox, what do you think it'll be for like 2 week old data? It just seems like whoever was short still missed their chance of the summer. I'm almost caught up. Isn't Cohen's lawyer a big M&A guy? I don't think we mentioned it. He's also an activist. He's an activist attorney as well. I know Justin was focusing on the M&A stuff too, but look at the profile. He lists other things too besides like just general activist recommendations and stuff. It was a good observation though. I was happy Justin commented about that. That's the type of stuff that most people will gloss over. Even I do many times. But that's the type of thing that's good analysis to Google someone's name like that. Daily, I think they're still 100% plus. Shorts have just been trading hands on the way up, in my opinion. No way that many could have covered. Yeah, I don't think too many have covered, but that's just a guess. Fox, everything is suspect to you. Alpaca Master, Fox, everything is suspect to you. Fox. Oh, shit. Daily, we will see data tomorrow after close, Daily says. Okay, cool. Keep an eye out for that. GME at 75% now is bullish like 2 months ago, 20% short. Truth equals profit. That's okay. Fox says truth equals profit. Certainty equals risk. So, pursuit of truth equals profits. All right. Steven Z, Ron Kitty, you're the man. No, Steve, you're the man. You're the man. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Daily O'Brien, lower shorts have covered. Higher shorts take over. It's not necessarily that all the people who were short at 5 or 6 are still short. No. Short interest. Oh, I caught up. We had it ran here at the end, huh? Talk about shorts losing control. I lost control of the chat. Oh, geez, I just caught up. This stream's been going on so long. The beer's flat by the time I'm like, do I want to go so? Did anyone mention why Ryan filed his 13D the same day he brought up to 9%? Oh yeah, no one did mention that. Oh, Daily's laughing. Woody, no one did mention that. Good point though, huh? I think he might have had to do it because of his previous purchase. That might have been the 1% move. Oh no, I don't think so. Maybe, yeah, good question, Woody. Because he could have waited, and I don't think the initial purchase the week before. Remember, he had a small purchase. I don't think that was that a 1% move? Was it? No, it wasn't. Yeah, good call, Woody. No one's really talking about it. I wouldn't read too much into it, right? But good call. No one did say that because people were talking about it before. Hey, 10 days, you got 5 days, you got flexibility. Maybe, yeah. See, everything that night, I was like, a lot of this stuff looks a little bit funky. The article and the 13D filing and the Xbox and then the uptick rule, which I feel was coincident, but still a lot of stuff going on there, huh? It was interesting. And then he filed, and it looks like, as what he's pointing out, he had a little bit of flexibility there. Interesting. What else can I say? What else? Sometimes you're like, okay, all right. Then move on. Using 10-day-old short data for GME is like driving by looking in the rearview mirror. Oh, yeah, though that's true. Especially, that's what I mean. We're gonna miss out on the latest 13D filing, but even still, Fox, this is gonna be the short interest following earnings and following. I thought something else, but indeed, it can change so much when you have as much volume as you do with GameStop. I kind of get what Fox is saying. Daily, well done, Kitty. Great stream. Thank you, Daily. Thank you for participating. You've had some great thoughts today. Woody, he could have waited for 10 more days, right? Yeah, Woody. So Woody's signaling. Finished meeting with management. Signaling to whom? Why? What? Was under, yeah, he was under the 1% on that first purchase. Yeah. Yeah, it was, yeah, because it was 9.6. So it was, yeah. Yeah, right. Of course. Good night. Night, Tristan. Night. You have a nice night, too. I'm glad I still got a little bit of beer here. Cheers. I'll see you next stream. All right, yeah, see you next stream, too. Fox, that's why the last purchase was a small one. But he didn't have to file. That's what he's saying. He didn't have to. He could have waited. He hasn't moved 1%. He still had 10 days in the last purchase. When was that? When was the other? It's a 13D, so he needs to file within 10 days of any purchase. But it had only been 5 business days, I think. So he still had a couple of days. Not that it matters. Again, I don't want to read too much into this, but I appreciate the tossing it out there. I feel that he is planning something. All right, Woody. So Woody's taking this to. Woody says he thinks that he's planning. I feel he's planning something soon. I wonder what you think, Woody. Either push or exit. Ooh. So okay. Push what? You think takeout maybe? Okay. Not Harsh. Fox said not really, and it's only six trading since 9:15. The short interest, right? But a lot's happened. Like there was 31 million. You know what I mean? With 30, if there's low volume, it's meaningful. But there's been so much volume, it could have changed so much. That's the tough thing. But I feel like he's in a rush. Okay, he might be, Woody. He might be. Fox, given the volume. Yeah, so Fox points it out too. It's because of the volume. If it were low volume, and then you would expect that the short interest 10 days ago could be a reflection of what it is today. But there's been so much. 31 million shares traded. That's a shit ton. It's a shit ton. And it's not just that one day. It's not just that one day. There's just been a ton. Let's see. This will be as of September 15th, roughly, right? Look at this volume. 19, 17, 17, 34. Good point, Fox. I actually hadn't pulled up. But I knew it was highly, highly liquid. So that's what I mean. That's what Fox means. I think there's going to be a day in October or November where every single stock and every index is red and GME is up 30%. That'd be sick. That's why he filed then. He didn't have to do it. He filed for a specific reason. What's your specific reason? Is it because to signal? But we don't know what he's signaling. He wanted people to know he bought. Yeah, why did he want people to buy? Yeah, I'll get to it. He did it to send a message. Right. I kind of agree with this. Assume Cohen is doing everything for a reason. Okay, fair. None of his moves are random. I'd agree with that. Although, remember the typos in the first one? That one was always a little bit odd to me. Fox said the volume was high on 8:32. That didn't change much in short interest. That's true. So Fox is still right. But to Harsh's point, we've seen tremendous volume in the past, and they weren't closing before. But that doesn't mean it's the same now. Things have changed. Maybe shorts are more nervous, and so they're more eager to get out. Old assumptions, right? Fox says that. This is such a dynamic situation. You can't use stale data, old assumptions. All right. I'm on the same page, Fox. And the volume has been high from 9.1 to 9.15 too, so we'll see what changed. That's true. All right. Yeah. Good point, Fox. Harsh. Fox is saying there's been look at this. So to Harsh's point, there's a ton of volume here. Good point, Harsh. Good point. Ton of volume here. That let's see how that impacted short interest. I agree with you. Let's just see. It doesn't. Fox is still right, but I'll be curious. Maybe he's just screwing with us. He could be too. That's what I mean. His intentions are important, and the Bloomberg has kind of framed people's thoughts on what those intentions are. But I agree with the timing of it. It was signaling something, but it coincided with like the Xbox stuff and. Yeah. But what's imminent? What would be imminent? Does anyone announce buybacks mid-quarter? Talk about wishful thinking. Hey, where's the confirmation bias? Steve Mazzini, it's also hard to read his actions because he is working with these lawyers, so it's a mix between RC and Davis. Right. Well, you have to at that point. It's only attorneys who do this stuff, unless he makes the rounds and stuff. But he won't. Yeah, it's highly unlikely. Bankers, lawyers are merely implementing his strategy, right, and crafting the appropriate copy. And if he's using PR firms too, who knows, right? Does anyone announce buybacks mid-quarter? Does anyone talk about wishful thinking? But other than that, I can't think of anything. There's the buyout potential, which is a possibility. Make a bid. What else? I mean, he would the disclosure of the terms, if there's any terms. It's certain circumstances. Blah blah blah. RC making the rounds on AMC shielding would be insane. I agree, Polygon. We've been saying that on the stream. It just doesn't seem likely until he's done building his position. Now I think I even think it's less likely now because of this. See that phrasing? Because he's expressed willingness to become more involved, and we don't know what that means. More involved just in a managerial capacity, advisory capacity, ownership, an owner capacity. Hard to know. And so because of that, he ain't gonna say shit. If he did, I agree with you though. That could be insane. Gats, he seems to like dogs. Hard to distrust against the guy who likes man's best friend well, except Michael Vick, yeah. Fox, if this deal falls apart, what deal? I know, Fox, I know. I'm just messing with you. They think they'll have to announce a large buyback authorization. Oh. But there's no deal, but oh wait, we got Woody playing devil's advocate here. I have been hoping for a large. First, they need to exhaust the current one, right? They're not going to announce shit until they exhaust it, right? Can you announce a buyback? Do you announce an authorization until you've exhausted the current one? I don't think so. But even still, that's bullish. You know what I mean? Because they haven't been. It doesn't seem like you can. Yeah, okay, you can. You absolutely can. You don't see it that common. You don't see it that frequently, right, Fox? You don't have to, but you don't see it that frequently. That's my point. You just don't see it that frequently. That's all I'm saying. But you don't have to execute it. I agree. Many ways to massage such things. Interesting. But Fox, have you ever seen mid-quarter announcements of a buy? Like, hey, heads up to the market. We exhausted our buyback authorization. Also, usually because I expected it would be at the same time. We've exhausted our buyback authorization. Boom, and we've authorized another $300 million. It wouldn't be that large. Unlikely, given so many other stranded investors. All right. Yes, they can buy out Ryan Cohen direct. Oh, buy out the shares from Ryan Cohen directly. Yes, I've seen it before, usually in reaction to bad news. Holy shit. Interesting thought. I never thought about that. Wow. Interesting, huh? Cool. There's some strategy for you. Fox is saying that announce the buyback or execute the buyback, all of that shit on the heels of bad news. The buying back shares from Ryan Cohen, though, isn't as bullish because, in my mind, that has already been part of the float. I wanted those shares removed, so then they've just taken them from Ryan Cohen. Still meaningful, but super bullish if they buy it on the open market. Steven Zini, check out the RH buyback in 2017. Yeah, that's the ticker RH. Yeah, authorized $300 million, followed up by a completion and raise to $700 total. Right, at the same time, I imagine. Right, they usually happen in tandem. Maybe they announced that they did it. Maybe it's not on bad news, Fox. I guess that's my question. You're saying it's on bad news, which is fine, but you never see it mid-quarter. Why would you see it mid-quarter? You wouldn't. You'd only see it mid-quarter because of bad news. Otherwise, you just wait till quarter end. That's true. Defensive measure to support the stock. Right. They don't have to execute it. Right. It would be nice. I've been long wishing that they would already authorize it. I wish they'd already done it, but I've always thought maybe it's kind of weird because they didn't exhaust the current one. They don't have to execute it. 300 million shares out of 60 million buyback. Take that, shorts. I know, right? We've authorized the buyback. What's the market cap? What is it? 600, 700 now? What is it? 654. We've announced a buyback authorization of $1 billion. Then what do? They got $800 million in cash. I mean, I'm joking, but I'm serious. I'm for serious. They could announce $300 million. You know, $300 million. The previous buyback authorization, just to put things in perspective, I know everyone probably knows this. The previous buyback authorization was for $300 million. The market cap in July was 260 or August, I forget. 260. The buyback was 300. It's not that crazy. They come out and say 500 just to mess shit up. Defensive measure to support. They have to probably go through. Take that, shorts. Just say it. Just say that it's authorized. That's right. Yeah. So Steven Zini, Fox Ed is agreeing with you. RH was epic. So I wasn't following that closely. So they authorized 300, followed up by a completion and raise. So they doubled down. Sick. And that stock price has crushed it, right? As I recall. It was a huge buying opportunity. Wow, it's really, whoa, look how strong it bounced back. Wow. I remember, I looked at it back then. Damn, I didn't buy. Oh, that was a chart that looked good too. There you go. Add that to my missed opportunities. Boom. Add it. That's a missed opportunity. What's the market cap? Oh, missed opportunity. Damn. Damn, that looked good. Then you had that big, huge pullback. Shit. And then home related stocks been crushing it. That's what I mean. So, sorry, there's more. It's too. We said this a number of times on the stream, but you can have management teams who are like, "Let's burn the shorts." You know what I mean? Let's do it. And it could still be that happens. I mean, obviously, there's a more important long-term thesis here, but sometimes you have management teams that are like, "F it, we're doing this." And I don't know that was RH's plan. But what if GameStop like turned on a dime? And I haven't gotten that impression so far, but you never know. You never know. I mean, it happens. It happens. And again, I don't know if RH was doing that, but I've seen it with other companies. But I don't want to think about that too much. It's too wishful. It's too hopeful. I'm too hopeful. But if you check the track record of companies who do large buybacks up front, it's 50-50 whether there are long-term benefits. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Fox. Most of them, yeah, I agree with that. Bad news such as RC publicly trimming. Right, that's bad news. Yep. Or some negative risk. Agreed. Or some negative leak. I agree. That would be if they were to do it. Good point. That's another. It's a little bit of ammo, a little bit of ammunition that they have just in case. As a little bit of backup. I hadn't thought about that. I guess I haven't seen it too much. Thanks for sharing, Fox. Yeah. It's nice to have something to support the price. I mean, and for a thesis that I suspect would still be intact, but yeah, okay. Steven Z, GME has enough positive news coming. Plus, with the pandemic, I'm sure management is hesitant to pull that trigger. Which trigger? Buybacks? Yeah, maybe. I mean, they seem that they've been hesitant so far, but you never know. Could change. These are all hypotheticals, of course. You asked, I answered. Of course, Fox. Of course. All these these were all the blind leading the blind, baby. The blind leading the blind here, right? We all know that. None of this is recommendations. None of this advice. GameStop might not even be a good investment for you. Blah, blah, blah. I'm intrigued by this conversation, though. Steven Zini, authorization doesn't mean execution. Right. No, yeah. Example dish. I missed that one. Steven Zini, GME gets loan from Ryan Cohen to do the $1 billion buyback. Oh, I like that line of thinking. That's the type of confirmation buyers we like, huh? If Ryan Cohen gives a loan, I'll extend the financing to you for these buybacks. Yo, that would be crazy. Highly unlikely. Almost non-zero, but can you imagine? Oh, that would be crazy. Fox, buyback authorized for years, didn't buy back a single. Right. So that happens. Yep. And even when they do it, as you know, Fox, they usually at shitty prices. They don't know what they're not doing a good job of it. Leverage ratio will probably preclude a near-term large ASR tender. Leverage ratio, right. Right. So then Fox says maybe after console launch. Right. We were talking about the balance sheet earlier, about how that could impact the likelihood or timing of. I mean, we weren't so much talking about the timing, more the likelihood of it, but yeah, maybe it would be post console cycle because of the leverage ratio and also just the strength of the balance sheet and the assets on the books and so forth. Steven Zini, Fox is the man. He's on everything. Yeah, no shit. Cheers to Fox. Let's give a cheers to Fox because Fox is crushing it tonight, huh? Welcome back. I know that song more. That was a song from an old TV show, right? But I know it from. Anyone know Mace, the rapper Mace? He redid that song. That's how I know it. Man, I mean, GME tried to do so just a year plus ago with their GME tried to do so just a year ago plus with their tender. Right. Yeah, what the hell was that? The Dutch auctions. Hey, Fox, would you agree that was stupid ass shit? What the hell was that tender offer? What the Dutch auction? What? Can you explain that to me? GameStop is highly liquid. Why would you not buy back the shares on the open market? The only thing I could come up with was that they were trying to let the institutions who are in it for the dividend out in a systematic manner, so the stock price wouldn't go down. And then what the hell happened? When was that? So look at the daily. So right here, and then they did the Dutch auction right over here, and then look after it. Boom. Despite it. Oh, I never understood that. So that's one thing that I always think about. I see management did a lot of the right things. That one I still don't understand. I mean, bounce, then went down very quickly. Oh, Fox just said the same thing. Yeah, it's better setup for it now, though, right? Yes, much better setup. Yes, much better setup. Right. Yeah, okay, Fox. Okay, sick. Buyback plus positive trends have better odds of success. Sick. That's a good point. And remember, they've had the balance sheet to do this. Remember, we were just saying maybe they wanted to take care of their bullshit first. When I say the bullshit, you had to navigate the pandemic with your stores closed. The bond exchange. You had to get that bond exchange done. And then the bond exchange, it was done in July. And now it's September. And so there was maybe a blackout period. We never knew if they had a 10b5-1. That's if they did buy back, that would be I would say that's part of it. It could also be that maybe they want to, I don't know. They were, because if you read the press releases in like January and February, I remember they kind of changed their tune. It was the Q4 conference call, I think, where they said they made it clear, or maybe it was at like one of those fireside chats or something. I can't remember, but their sentiment shift where they made it seem like the focus from here on out for the foreseeable future is on the bonds. It's on the bonds. We got to refinance, and like they kind of made that up. Like they really made a point of it, which really put like it drastically reduced. Plus everything that was going on, right? But this was like, when was that? No, that was kind of at the same time. I forget when it was, but I remember thinking, okay, so they want to take care of this shit first, but now it's taken care of. I don't know. People want to say that it's not likely, myself included, because they haven't been doing it so much, but there could have been very good reason. You know what I mean? It's like so obvious that they should have been buying back shares and that they even had the cash to do it, but it could have been they needed to maintain the strength of the balance sheet, and plus the consoles are coming up. They want to ensure that they have the appropriate allocation, right? The allocation of consoles to them. You can't go in with if it's a precarious situation or you get a shitty credit rating, it could impact how much supply is allocated to you. So you just assume that's part of it for any retailer. Now you got me thinking about buybacks. This is good. All right. I don't know what my conclusion is. I just haven't thought about it in a while. I haven't taken it seriously in a bit. I keep on saying it's not my base case, but you never know. I gotta go. Sorry. Yeah. So, but anyway, Fox was just saying, yeah, it's a much better setup for that, which is true. Gat says would be very fun to see. Yeah, no shit, right? I mean, I feel like that's one of the big. We talk about short squeeze. Usually, you need something. It can just grind higher, but for a short squeeze, you need something that kind of catches a lot of people by surprise, don't you? At this point, it's no longer that they're not dying. Like, I don't think they're leveraged enough for that. Sometimes you'll see a short squeeze in a company that's super, super leveraged, and it's like legit price for bankruptcy. GameStop is like really cheap, but it's no longer priced for bankruptcy at a $600 million market cap. I don't think so. Although trading's below cash, so it's all it's all relative, I guess. In my eyes, not so much, but in other eyes, it might be. But and then what happens is that it pops. It goes up like 5x quick because they're like, oh, it's not going bankrupt. But otherwise, I thought we would need some news or something. But what if they? And I've been thinking buybacks. But maybe. And then if Ryan Cohen up to staked, which I don't know that he's going to do now, and if he made the rounds, I don't think he's going to do that. I don't know. Steve Mazzini, some of the fundamentals remind me of similarities with GME and IRA. Well, I like that chart. What are you seeing? The way they're managing cash and inventory, but it all depends on long-term execution in business, right? I mean, GameStop has some different on secular risk, but good comparison. I like those odd comparisons of stocks. I haven't been following RH's cash and inventory management, so Fox. But those who push for it at board level would presumably have lost credibility. Push for the buyback back in the day. Of course, at the end of the day, it's a bunch of guys in a room making decisions. Both smart and stupid things can happen. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, it's possibly the best description of literally any meeting I've seen. Yeah. Shinrai. Hey, Shinrai, welcome. So a board is no better than a coin in this case? I'm not sure I know what that means. Oh, because a flip of the coin. Hey, come on. Oh, there it goes. Oh. Now, I said it's not gonna be a 5-hour stream. Exhausted. Now we're going to 5 hours. So I'm trying to piece together the words here. My bad. Gad says, I want both smart and stupid things can happen on a t-shirt with GME's market cap. All right, let me make a note of that. Smart and stupid things. Or there could be something else funny on that. Smart and stupid things can happen. Someone was talking about merchandise. A couple days or last week, so I forget. Smart and stupid things can happen, or some variation thereof, right? If it works out, we should have some merch. You know what I mean? Sick. Fox said post-console launch plus 2 quarters. Post-console launch plus 2 quarters. They can go to lenders with annualized EBITDA instead of long. Yeah. Looks a lot better, right? We'll most likely get a better deal, right? This is the leverage ratio Fox was talking about. That their EBITDA looks like shit. But after the console launch plus a couple of quarters, so that's gonna look so much better. At that point, though, it could be that the price is much higher. You know what I mean? Fox, the tender was politics, an attempt to buy out weak hands that set the floor. So that's what I thought. Sorry, I'm just getting to your point now. I'm just getting to your line now, Fox. So that's what I was saying too. But it was stupid. It was politics. Yeah. So there you go. And politics, stupid. So right there you go. Settled. Where's the gamut? We'll use the gamut. The gavel? What is that thing? Oh no, it's too late. The gavel? I forget what it's called. Boom! It's settled. It was politics. It was dumb. It failed on all 3 counts. Yes, Fox. Management team pushed out. Weak hands got weaker. Broke the floor. Penalty box. Spot on. I couldn't agree with you more, Fox. I'm just catching up now. It was so stupid. It was dumb. I can't believe they went with that. So that's what I mean when I say this management is doing all the right stuff. I was really disappointed in that. I thought, what are you doing? Do it on the open market. This could fall quite a bit more. At the time, I was wrong about this. That's what I thought. I thought I thought maybe letting the institution out, but I thought they were setting the floor. I thought they felt at $5 per share, it was super, super undervalued in that the stock price probably wouldn't go much lower. I was wrong about that. but they still think it was a cheap price because clearly they kept buying back at $5. But clearly sentiment was, it's negative. It was much heavier than they felt at the time. All right, penalty box, all 3. I agree with you, Fox. That sucked. They just could have saved quite a bit of money. Plus, half the debt will be retired in March, right? True. That'll be off the books. It's gonna look at that. So that's why I kept on harping on the balance sheet in that GameStop video. It's gonna be just imagine what this balance sheet's gonna look like. Just imagine. In April, in June. It's going to look incredible. And then it's just a question. That's why the downside, I feel like so comfortable in the downside protection, which is really all I've long cared about. And then it's like the upside, shit, gravy. Go for it. Let's just watch. In March, true. I'm guessing they tried to reload. Makes sense. With or without a company trying to do a turnaround like them needs a ton of cash. Yeah. Makes sense. Fox with or yeah. They need more cash. Well, they could generate quite a bit of cash. I think they could generate quite a bit of cash. That it could be, but you're saying they need more is better. More is better. That's true. If you're serious about the turnaround, more is better. That's why Elon Musk keeps raising the cash. More is better. It's almost never enough. Take it when you can get it, if you can get it. Steve, I wonder how Ryan Cohen feels about buybacks with his 9.9%. Doesn't sound like this management team is trying for a last cigar puff. It'll suck for him because it. Oh, yeah. Why? Yeah, because they were talking about how to elaborate. Yeah. Have seen activists, defense advisors tell clients to push activists above 10%. So they're bound. Yeah, so Justin was saying this earlier. It could be a way for them to push them above 10%. But if it's friendly, if it were hostile, interesting. That's right. If it were friendly. If it were. Okay. I think it's not very smart, but have heard arguments both ways. Steve, I wonder if that came up in their discussions or maybe he just presented to them. Steve Stunk. Yeah, we talked about buybacks forcing Ryan Cohen earlier. Yeah. I don't know if the board would do that since Ryan Cohen has friends on the board. That's what I mean. So Steve Stunk's pointing out how they got friends on the board too. You know, and it kind of supports the friendly investor type angle. Steve Zini, oh my bad. You do it if the approach is truly hostile. That's what I mean. You'd only do it if it were hostile. So if it's friendly, yeah, okay. So Fox thinks the same way. I don't think Ryan Cohen is there yet. So okay. Hey, all right. Steve Zini, Steve Squared, Steve Stunk. No, so many Steves. Steve Squared. Fox, no bad blood either way is my guess. Okay, that's what I think. No bad blood. That's okay. No bad blood. So Fox says no bad blood and a take private or whatever we want to call it isn't your base case. So it sounds like it's right. It seems like you and I are at least on the same page. Fox said. I think we're the only ones. That would cause a squeeze in itself. It could cause a squeeze. Yeah, I know. Haha, just stole Fox's merchandise idea. Yeah. Steve, okay, I'm calling tonight. Great work, Bro and Kitty. Fox, glad you could join. Cheers, Steve. Great comments. It was nice having you here tonight. William Invest, dude, holy fuck. Oh, jeez, I know. I'm still up, William. Welcome back. William pops in. He leaves. He comes back. Oh, jeez. Steve Mazzini, Vern Kitty, check out the free cash flow from RH in 2017. I'll give you the debrief sometime. I lived and breathed RH for the last 4. Oh, that's probably a big win for you. Props, Steve. Congratulations. Yeah, okay. I may check that out. William Invest, my roommates are lit about this kitty play war for my house. 5 hours. God bless. Yeah, we did it 2 streams in a row. Jeez. I wasn't even planning on it. So much chat, huh? Even if I try to stay on top of it, I still miss out. It was a bloody. We didn't even look at what moved today, huh? That's okay. A lot of stuff was down, huh? Oh, did I scroll? I missed. Oh, did it happen there? Okay. Oh, William's back. William's talking. We have to do is yes. Sunday, baby William. For the love of God, we will make it have 5 hours of beauty. Love it. Puma hat swag. Yeah. We have a lot of headbands in our future. We are playing Warfare. Yeah, it's wow. That RH free cash flow of 2017. Oh, okay. All right, folks. I'm bouncing. Later, Fox. Tons of filings to read tomorrow. Later, folks. Thanks, Ryan Kitty. Cheers, Fox. Great having you as always. Appreciate your insights. Really, truly, it's been great. Fox, thanks for. I know. I'm glad everyone's thanking Fox. Yeah, pleasure. Cheers, Fox. Great. Have a nice night, dude. Have a nice night. Thanks for the discussion. See if Gaz saying thanks. Okay, everyone just saying peace. Okay, thanks, man. Let's run it up. It's a sell-off mode. Pleasure. I am out too. TM's rolling out too. TM's bouncing. You've been here the whole time. Cheers for TM. Cheers for TM. This is legit the first stream I have ever watched. Subbed. I'll be back. Thanks, bro. Loving the enthusiasm and providing me more info Yo, cheers, TM, huh? Oh, I appreciate that. That's great. Wow, your first stream? Oh, that's sick, huh? Of any streamer ever. Oh, my Lord. Whoa, it's sick, huh? That's awesome, right? I'll be curious, TM. I mean, you're rolling now, but honestly, I wonder how you came across all this, how you came across the stream and all that stuff, or what is it you'd like about it? It being your first stream ever, huh? I mean, I don't watch too many either, but cool. Thank you everyone for sharing, huh? Because you do something like this, you think that people might be interested and want to shoot the shit and kind of even learn more. Simon Choi's out. Peace out. Cheers. Great having you. Glad I got a little bit of beer left just to say cheers and peace out to everybody. All right, we'll start wrapping it up here, huh? 5 hours seems to be, yeah, man, been good. Yeah, no, thanks for coming. Yeah, that's great. This is sick. But you have theory, just like with stocks. You have a theory as to I guess I'll show myself. You have a theory that you test. Everything's an experiment, right? Everything's a test. That's what I've been saying with the channel here. Just see, throw it against the wall, see if it sticks, see if people like it. But I'm obviously encouraged by the feedback that other people share the view of like, yeah, this could be a good thing. You know what I mean? But again, people talking in the chat. You know what I mean? Without that. Believe me, check out those other streams. We'll get back to regular research. It's going to get back to boring, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Just kind of rolling with it now. But so long as GameStop's front of mind, let's shoot the shit about it, right? Then I've really thought about this, but isn't GameStop effectively like it's like a case study. It's like a real-time case study. It was never everyone else, other people, good stream, sir. Thank you, Shinray. Thank you. Cheers. Good luck to all positions. Cheers, Jason. It's a little bit of an in-depth case study, you know what I mean? You would think that research, you're tracking a lot of stocks, doing a lot of stuff, but this is an opportunity and it just so happens it's top of mind for me as well. But we end up talking about all the different types of things that you'd never usually talk about when you're doing research, right? It's like stuff comes up and you're strategizing on moves and stuff like that. Yeah, so in that case, okay, I'm trying to justify dedicating a whole stream to one stock, you know what I mean? I'm going to go upstairs and my wife's going to be like, you did it again, you know? You did it again. And you said you weren't going to do it and you did it. And I'm like, well, hold on. It was a case study. It was just a case study. It's educational case study, you know what I mean? So no, I learned so much about corporate governance and how markets work. Just do this. Thank you, Shinray. It's been an insane learning. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. That's sick. Thank you for sharing that, Shinray. That was my hope. You know what I mean? It's like if you do these in-depth things and then other people chime in too, sharing our thoughts, that's what I hope. I hope it would be a nice learning experience. We won't forget it. Thanks. Later, William, I'll be rolling here too. Cheers. Oh, that's sick. You even talking about GameStop, I assume you're probably talking about even just the GameStop analysis. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the stream, in probably future streams, I'll be doing more just general analysis. A big part of my process is just tracking stuff. And then sometimes maybe I'll be diving deep into stocks. I'm still getting everything done. But even these past couple, yeah. Y'all have changed my mind on some of these things about even with GameStop, because you start talking about so many different things that in itself can be educational, and then you can layer it on top of the other analysis that you might do. But it's a good potential starting point. Anyway, I never really thought about that. Yeah, it's nice to be able to hear other interpretations on this case. As Fox said, the situation with GME is so dynamic. There are a lot of different ideas floating around. That's what Gatz is saying. I agree. And it results in good dialogue, good discussion, different ways to think about stuff. We're not diving deep into free cash flow analysis, right? We will another time for other stocks and stuff, but it's a different type of analysis. It is just as relevant and even educational for me. You know what I mean? Even I learned shit on this too, huh? Sick. All right, what the hell did it? What time? 11:54. Wait, can I just see what moved? Oh shit! It was a bloody day. It's a bloody day. Yep, we probably can't affect the outcome, but we certainly can prepare for it. Yeah, absolutely. Get that chin right. All right, so it was a down day. Whoa, really red day, huh? Shit. How'd these hold up? Oh, 10% down moves, huh? Eduardo, no matter what happens, I can't think of a scenario where the stock goes back to 4 to 5 again. Just RC leaving, but I don't think he'll do it. I agree, Eduardo. I'm on the same page with you there. Anything's possible. No. Anything's possible. Right, Eduardo knows that, but I agree. It seems unlikely to me that if we dips back under 4, where we just were in July, I got something wrong. I can't, like if Ryan Cohen did that too, but again, I don't think he'll do it either. FTK. Oh, FTK was making its move up. There was more buying on that too. Damn, that keeps going up, huh? It'd be nice if it pulls back. Maybe at this point I'll add. There was more. Yeah, no, I did see that. I've been dragging my feet on that one. Damn, PBF, is that going to drag? I saw there was more insider buying on this too, though. Slim family, I think. Not much, 700K, but still. That chart was looking bad, wasn't it? Shit. Ah, shit. It was looking bad there. But it didn't add. I was glad it didn't add. Good. Yeah, chart looks bad. It's not just, it's refiners. It wasn't just, it was Holly Frontier as well. Macro just was just above 30 too. Jeez, things are getting hit. Wow, weird. Some of the speculative stocks. RFP was on a nice run up too. New Gold, that was above 2. Wow, some things pulling back hard, huh? What's down 17%? TGB? Shit, that one's been cranking too. Wow. Look at that chart. That was sick. Okay, so what's gold doing? Let me just check this real quick. That don't look good. Daily, weekly. That don't look good. Silver? I assume silver is the same. Wow. Oh, what's the dollar doing? Is the dollar up? Is the dollar up? I guarantee the dollar's up. There you go. Look at that. Shit. Interesting. Interesting. Wow, that looks kind of bullish for the dollar, huh? Just 1 week though. Let's see. Looks like it could be a trend turn. That could impact some of the positions in the portfolio. A lot of the some of these positions are like hard assets, and international type stocks too. When you get to more like safe haven type stuff, when those are in favor, some of these other ones are out of favor. So we'll have to see. Boy, this is kind of supporting the GameStop thesis, huh? That stock price held up well today. Shit, this is okay. I didn't even dig into this yet. All right, so it's blood across the board. Was anything green? What time is it? 11:58. Okay, I'm gonna make it a couple things green. Nah, nothing really. Oh yeah, this one look good. We talked about this on the stream. This was a company. This is a bankrupt company that looked interesting, and it's already a. It's about a 4 or 5 bagger from when I had added in the portfolio. It wasn't in the Roaring Kitty portfolio. But it's a bankrupt company. But it looked like it had a really strong balance sheet. That's interesting. Damn, went up to 90 cents. Sick. I think I bought in like 20. I messed up on my timing. It went down to like 15 cents. I messed up on my timing. I wish I bought a little bit lower. Okay, Nike was... Oh, is Nike green? I heard Nike's been crushing them, huh? Nike was up like big, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. $200 billion? Jeez, what a big company. Wow. Whew. Yeah, held well considering the rest of the market. Yeah, it did. It did hold up well considering... You know what I mean? Like this looks... I wasn't really paying close attention today. Look at this. A lot of dark green, like biotech, healthcare stuff. Interesting. So they got whacked today. But some of these are probably speculative. Look at the market caps. They're small. Some of them are micro caps. Club. TGB. Oh, that sucks. TGB got whacked. Was there news? I mean, it doesn't matter. NGD got whacked. These are things, though. These trends, they're in solid trends, though. That's what I mean. There's a case to be made. I should have been. But it depends. You always know what your type of play is. New Gold is a longer term gold play for me. So if you're truly trading the position, I should be trimming more on when it's overbought and buying more. I should be trading it more, and I'm not. But I keep on saying I want to be better about that. But it's just a matter. There's this many positions, just a matter of timing. What's your portfolio, Roaring Kitty? Can you share it with your entry prices? I am learning and got into stocks this way. I find great value in trying to understand your thinking when investing. So that was part of what I'm thinking is it's one thing to see like filings at the end of the quarter and see what stocks people bought. And then you can read their quarterly letters too. I encourage you to do that. Track their filings. You can use Whale Wisdom. That's a website you can do. And then read their investor letters if there's someone you respect, like some value funds. Here's a couple. I got some here. Here's a couple to get you started, like Scion or Toll. Or you don't want Scion. You don't have them. Green Lights. He publishes them. Baupost has them. Who else? There's not too many. There's some smaller folks. Check out on Seeking Alpha. There's like some smaller like fund managers. They post on Seeking Alpha, and then they got funds and they write quarterly letters. Sometimes those are really good. I don't have them listed here because they're not big enough that they need to file, but they do good analysis and good research. That's why you track the stuff over time. I don't have any off the top of my head, but I'll follow them on Seeking Alpha. But yeah, I can't go through the portfolio now. I know. I should. Someone had said, was it you? Someone had said I should go through all the positions and stuff. And remember, just because, a reminder, there's a lot of nuance here. Just because it's a top position in the portfolio, it could be that I'm trimming, I'm on my way out. It doesn't mean I have the highest conviction. Fair warning. That don't think that these are the top ranked positions. Check out if you haven't yet, check out my other investment style videos where I talk about this stuff. It's important, just so you know what you're seeing here. But here's some of them. But I know what you really needed. This isn't that helpful for you because just because you see it listed here, you can't think that it's first of all, that it's even a good buy altogether, but certainly that it might not be a good buy for you, depending on what your situation is and so forth, blah, 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 typical disclaimer stuff. But it's not as helpful if I'm not talking you through it. Someone said I should do a stream where I talk through each pick. I wanted to upload research for all of them, but maybe down the line. But here's roughly the portfolio. You can see it. You can pause this and check it out later. Just some tickers in there. What I saw Western Digital is Western Digital back up. Look at how many there are, huh? I usually run a more concentrated portfolio, but you can pause this later. I'll keep going just in the interest of. Oh, sorry, jumped ahead. Oh, so slow. Oh boy, sorry about this. You see the tickers, and then you can go check them out yourself. See if there's anything that resonates with you. Some of these are real small positions. See this column here, portfolio allocation of the Roaring Kitty portfolio. You're going to see 0.05. Those are positions that used to be positions, but I sold out most of the positions and I sold out most of the shares. I just kept them because I wanted to keep them in the portfolio. So much has been happening this year. I wanted to keep the stocks at least in the portfolio that I sold, just in case something happened again. Yeah, I know. The price points. I know the price point. I can tell you this. I'm up quite a bit on most of these, right? Not all of them. Some of them, but most of them. Most of them have been big winners, especially these top ones. RFP big. But I was in an RFP before it went up big, so that's not true. But yeah, maybe another time, Eduardo. Maybe another time. I know. I still gotta figure out. I gotta think through that. Hugo, did you make the fundamental analysis on BYDDF? I knew Hugo was gonna call me out on that. I did. I got it. I promise. Let's wait. As soon as we have a stream where we don't talk too much GameStop, I got all the tickers right here. But no, I didn't dig into it yet. Tell me what you think about them. I'm long since months ago, but want to hear your roaring suggestions. All right. Oh, but I don't know if I have fundamentals for it. If it's BYDDF, I don't know that I will. Because isn't that what did we say it was a... Was it a Chinese stock? I'm not going to have fundamentals on it. That sucks. We can look through it, but the analysis that I would do wouldn't be what you're looking for. Hugo, do you prefer BY? Yes. Oh, yeah, Hugo's been talking about this. He's been talking about the EV stuff. Check and seek an alpha the BYDDF income. Oh, I could do that. Okay. Oh, it's in C. Yeah. But I slice and dice the numbers a whole bunch of ways, as you know. Like you don't even see. Is it this spreadsheet? You don't even see aggregate figures. Like everything's. When people use like Yahoo Finance or something to do the analysis, I'm like, how do you do that? It's tough. I mean, it's possible, but I can't do it. I need to slice and dice the numbers a whole bunch of ways to get the quick take. Like if I look at that income statement, I'm like, I'll do my best. But I will. I'll do that, Hugo. Checking the Seeking Alpha BYD. I haven't seen them yet. I'll check those videos out. Oh, yeah. So there's like investment style. It's called, there's a playlist. I forget what I called the playlist, but there's only a couple of them. There's like where I talk about my investment style, number one, high level. And then there's a number two, like buy criteria. Check out both those. Those are like both those. And then if you're more curious about the spreadsheets, I don't know if anyone is. There's like there's a couple of videos that I have that I talk about my process and the tools that I use, the websites that I frequent, some of the stuff I look at when I'm analyzing a stock, my spreadsheets. I walk you through all the spreadsheets. I mean, you might not care about that, but I talk through my thought process behind it. So that could I thought that would be helpful, but I don't think anyone watches them. It's like a 2-hour video, one of them, the spreadsheet video. I'm like, no one's gonna watch this, but if anyone cared about the spreadsheets, you'd pick up a lot in that. Hugo, look, yesterday DD, the Chinese Uber chose BYDF as the official. All right, Hugo, all right, you've done some analysis. I know. I got maybe talk about your top picks right now or in the near future. Not that I know. I think I got to get going, Eduardo. Did this go longer than the other one? Did this go longer? Am I sleeping on the couch, Hugo? Hugo, you're still here. You tell me what I got to do. I'm just kidding. But maybe another time. What do you say? Maybe talk about your top picks right now or on the near future. Yeah, maybe not today. I can at least talk about them. But so just a heads up, Eduardo. Get drunk. I know at this point, Hugo says, just who cares at this point? Just keep on drinking. It's useful to see the tools, honestly, and how different people set up for their fundamentals or technical analysis. Appreciate it. Hey, out of curiosity, Gets, have you checked out the other videos? I'm just curious because I don't think anyone's watching them, which is fine. Who the hell cares? But I feel like for some people, for the people who are saying that they are getting some stuff out of that, I'm like, yo, just check these out because I did my best. It's some of it's dry. It's like it's not like the GameStop video. I had to learn Final Cut. I had to learn it in August, and I kind of put the other videos to go before that using iMovie, and I just talking about my process. But it can. Right now, I just blabber all over the place during the stream. I haven't just saw the tools link going to watch. All right, yeah, on your own time, right? Just if you're curious, for the folks who are like curious about that stuff, I'd point you in that direction first, just so you have a little bit of context when you're coming onto the stream. But that's not going to help you with the stock picks, Eduardo, so I apologize for that. But at least it gives you more insight to how I'm approaching this shit. And like you said, Gats, like how different people approach their fundamental technical analysis. A lot of different ways people set it up and approach it, and you may have your own approach. I've followed so many other people out there, you know what I mean, and gleaned certain aspects of their style, and now I have my own, what I would consider a unique style, but I'm really just standing on the shoulders of people who have had so much success in the past. It's just, then you add your own approach to it. And you'll all do the same. You'll all do the same. Or maybe some of you have. I don't know. But some of that stuff's there. But yeah, Eduardo, Eduardo, this is what I was gonna say. Fair warning. I'm nowhere near as dialed into my other top stocks as I am for GameStop. So there's not going to be much to talk about, which might be fine for going through quickly, you know what I mean? But I'm really dialed in on GameStop and the other ones. And even when I'm doing analysis, like my analysis on New Gold, for example, very high level shit. It's very high level. It's like a gold play, you know what I mean? All these plays are different types of plays. And I haven't ripped apart its financial statements as much as I have others, because I'm like, this is why I'm in this. It's a turnaround play, and could be quite a bit of upside, not only if they turn around, but if gold comes back in favor in a big way. And some of these other ones, some of them I've dug into, but some other ones not so much. I don't know if you'd be surprised by that, but that's why they're also not huge positions. They're not gigantic positions. You can see this is the Roaring Kitty portfolio. I got positions outside of this, but just a heads up. But even still, your point still stands. It's still helpful to talk through other damn stocks besides GameStop, just so you can see my thinking elsewhere. Oh, look at that for some of these are natural gas. It's not all just oil and stuff. Yeah, I'll definitely check them. Didn't know you had them. See, yeah. Hey, I know some people don't know that they even have them. How the hell should I do something differently? What the hell am I supposed to do? I don't know. I have them in playlists and stuff on the front page, but I didn't think people were looking. I don't even think people know they exist. I wonder if I'm supposed to set up my channel differently and something. I'm new to YouTube. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing on the investing front. You know what I mean? What the hell do I know? But okay, thanks for sharing. I thank you for sharing that you hadn't seen them, and that you both have been in the stream all night. Okay, so that's sick. And you're interested in the stuff, but you hadn't seen those. Maybe you would have otherwise. I wonder if I got to do something different on the channel. I don't know. I'll look into it. Thanks for you for sharing, though. I should put more videos, too. I got to upload more videos, but right now, I focus on the live stream right now, which is good because people are having a good time, because I know, like, you're supposed to upload videos, too, right? Like, people are interested in videos, and I was going to upload some videos on analysis, but I think more people care about GameStop, myself included, and then, but even just other videos on style and stuff, right now, I just have those couple of ones I'm pointing you to. But I feel, though, like, who was it? Someone was saying that they were learning stuff about corporate governance and all that type of stuff. It sucks for people who aren't tuning into the live stream. If you're not here for the live stream, you miss out on those tidbits. And right now, I'm not cutting down the live stream. I'm not cutting down the live stream, editing it up, and putting it into video and uploading it. But ideally, that's what I would do. You know what I mean? But instead, maybe I'll just upload a video, make a video, edit it up, I'll do it all that. And then there's just a go-to video that I can point people to. You know what I mean? That seems like that would be the most efficient way to get the education out there. And I know that. I know this. It's just a timing issue right now. So, but I'm always taking the feedback. I'm documenting the feedback, and I have some general ideas and some people who've been so kind to reach out to say, maybe consider this, consider that. And even though I haven't done it yet, I'm like, I've been thinking about how I would go about this. So just a heads up. I don't know. Yang Wu, welcome. Refer to your other videos in your video and link them in the description. I did. Is it not in my description? I thought I did. Wait a second. Is it not in the description to this video? I'll check it after. I thought I did. Can someone check now? Let me know. Why can't I check? Can I check? Do I have a link? How do I do this? I'll check it after. Whatever. I did, but I did link in the description. What else did you say? Refer to your other videos in your videos and link them in the description. It's there. Oh, thank you, Gats. Thank you. But no one's looking there. Yeah, but when you say refer... Wait, Gats says it is there. Oh, Hugo, what you doing? You messing with me? Gats and Jeng says it's there. Oh, Hugo. Come on, Hugo. Jeez. Okay, so it is there, right? But no one's looking, right? So y'all didn't look, and if you're tuning into the stream, then I know you must be somewhat detail oriented, but you didn't look. Like I wouldn't have looked either. Okay, when you say refer to it, you are drunk, man. Maybe Hugo, maybe. I called you Hugo, so maybe. Yang Wu, when you said refer to your other videos in your videos. Do you mean when I'm like in the stream, should I talk about them? Or do you mean like link to them in the video or something? What did you talk about? Just curious. Refer to your other videos in your videos. Because right now I'm not even uploading new videos, just the stream. But I got them in the description, which is good. Oh, what did Hugo say? GME is 25% of my portfolio. BYDDF. Wow, high conviction, huh? 20%. The other stocks with lower percents don't like to diversify a lot. Well, concentration can be... we all know the diversification aspect, but concentration can be a way to increase increase rates of return. It can be, but you got to be careful, right? You got to manage your risks. You got to be careful with that type of stuff. Jiang, while you're talking about a subject, if you have a video on it, then bring it up to let people know. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Jiang. The problem is I just don't have that many videos, but you're all right. Okay, point taken. Point taken. I'm not even going to take that down because you're right. Next time talking about that, I don't have that many videos up right now. All I got is freaking GameStop, and then I got my investment style videos and the tools videos. But thank you. I will, like the spreadsheet. We didn't get into the spreadsheet today, but I'll point people to that. I still don't know how many people will watch it. It's 2 hours. Although people are watching the live stream. Oh, I said that. That's funny. I said that in the intro to the tools videos. I did the spreadsheet video one night. And it went long like this. I went in to just go to do it like, I'm like, all right, I got to put together this thing. But I didn't think, I knew it was going to be long, but I didn't know how long it was going to be. And then when I was all done, it was like 2 hours. And then when I woke up the next morning and I'm like, what? I'm like, I slept on it, right? And then I woke up, I'm like, what the hell did I do? Who's going to watch a 2 hour video? And I'm like, I need to make another video to just warn people. And I warned people. And what I said was, I said, it's a 2 hour video, but if you're interested in the live streams, those are going to be 3 hours. So if you are interested, maybe you wouldn't be interested. And here we are. This is it. It's come full circle. Check out the intro to the tools videos, because that's what I said. I said that. So not everyone would care about 2 hour videos, right? But if people are interested in 3 hour tools, y'all might be. Y'all might be sick. While you were talking. So Eduardo says, I think the timestamps would be great. Maybe while in the stream, you just write the time you refer to important topics. So that's spot on, Eduardo. People have mentioned that before. I had a friend who said that. And also, a heads up, the tools video, that long tools video I'm talking about, is timestamped. I did put timestamps in that because I'm like, 2 hours is bullshit. I feel bad that you'd have to. I feel bad now that you have to sit in here for 3 hours. But I did timestamp that one, just a heads up. But anyway, Eduardo, that's a good advice. This should be timestamped. It's not fair. It's not fair to folks who aren't here and who have the time. I don't blame you. It's not fair that it's not timestamped. You know what I mean? Like, then you got to go click through. It's a shitty experience. It's not. So I apologize for that. In time, I hope to be being better about that. So for now, Eduardo, I won't have the timestamps, but I know I got to do it. I could write it down, but I don't even know the time. It gets like right now I can't even see what time I'm at. Oh, yes I can. I could. It becomes effort that I don't have the time to put in that effort right now, Eduardo. That's it. Well, so do it. But thank you, Eduardo. Even though my friend said it, if more people say it, then like you got to do this. Then I'm like my hand's been forced. Bawani Sean, streams are valuable. Thank you, Bawani. I'm glad people think the streams are valuable, right? That's good. I can always get to the videos. I did the videos, then we'll do the streams, and then if the channel evolves, I'll get back to I'll maybe try to do both. But I'm really glad people like the streams. This is great because makes it better because yeah, it is. I just had not seen them. Yeah, okay. We can talk about it. We're talk about the timestamp. Well, I don't put timestamps on the live streams. I don't do the time streams on the live, but I do it on the other videos. Yeah, check it out. Greatness ever. I'll do it. Dead serious. I'm with you. Dead serious with the stream forward. I'll post in the comments. Post streams for that. No, William, you don't have to do it. Please, you don't have to do that because then it becomes what's the important topics? What aren't the important topics? I appreciate that, but no, Bawani, me too. Well, that ain't bad. It is kind of easy, Ted. I mean, it is kind of easy to add the timestamps, isn't it? Like don't you just type in I think you just type in the number. I think you just type in the time, and I think it automatically is you don't need to paste hyperlinks or anything like that. You just literally paste the time in the description, and then it's linked. And then you just write the title. I remember it being easier than I realized, that I'm like, oh shit, I have to do this. All right, I'll give it some thought. Yeah, we are the same. Yeah, we're the same. I'm not going. Honestly, I pick the stocks from the big investors and make my own analysis, like BYDDF, Buffett, and GME. Have to say, GME was a headache for my analysis until I realized the changes this year. Yeah. All right, thanks for sharing, Hugo. Big investors and make my own analysis, like BY. Yeah. Oh, and that's not a bad strategy. I mean, tracking the successful investors it's a good screening tool. You don't. Not that Hugo does this, but you don't. Blindly just invest in what the big investors do, but it's a great screening tool. It's great for screening for picks. And then if they own it, then it's been validated to a degree. It doesn't always work out, but still. Have to say GME was a headache. Yep. Kitty Nation. Gats. I'm going to scour over that 10Q for a bit. I think there was something there. Take care, everyone, and thanks for the discussion. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I'll do that later. But I said I was on the right path, so I got to... I'll see if I can track that down tomorrow. Good luck, Gats. Good luck. And thanks tonight. You had some great comments today. Thanks so much. Cheers to you. Thanks for being on the chat. Thanks for participating. But man, I bombed your chat. I owe you. Thanks, William. Cheers. I guess I'll get. What time is it? 12:18. Oh shit, 5+. We might have broken. Oh. What are we gonna do? Who said? Someone said. It said cheers. Yeah. Someone said if GameStop pops off, if like GameStop pops off in a big way, 24-hour stream. Should we do this? We're gonna need more beers. We're gonna need a lot more shit. We have a party up in here. This is good. We're practicing. You know what I mean? Getting some experience with the long streams, and then we'll be ready for that shit, right? Damn. Going vaccine stream. Yeah, absolutely, William. Absolutely. Zoom me in. Yeah. Oh, William. Okay. Anything else? Oh, wait. We saw the daily mover. Sorry, I zoned out on the downward moves. We saw that. Just a bloody day. That's the takeaway today. Everything was down. And if I were being more diligent, vigilant about like trading in, trading out, I'd be. This could be a good day to be adding type stuff too. But I want to be better about that. But in time. Wow, look at that. A lot down. A lot in the portfolio too. Interesting. Wow, still here. Stock market videos. Yeah. We're rolling out now. We all pieced it. We're all piecing it. Our roll now. Just having our own shits and giggles tonight, huh? Let's see what the price action does tomorrow on GameStop. We'll see what happens. The fall through for the week. Forget let's just see if this upward move, hold 10, still stays up even if the market sells off. What are futures doing? That's all we're doing. Just watching, just tracking. There's not much to do. Futures flattened out. Noise. This couldn't be more noise, but I legit pull it up for shits and giggles. So we'll see what happens for the next couple of days, and then we'll see what we talk about on Friday. I mean, if there'll be new GameStop. If there's no new GameStop stuff to talk about, we can take a break, take a breather, and just chill and do some other shit. You know what I mean? Wow, still here. Yeah. What if you do a 24-hour stream when the short squeeze happens and you do a giveaway of an Xbox? Hugo, you were the one who mentioned the giveaway of the Xbox, right? That's it. During the short squeeze. That's a thought. Contact Genius. I'll love it. Could bring you many subscribers. That's true. I didn't get any pre-orders, by the way. I don't know who did. Trey tried. He didn't get any. My friends tried. They didn't get any. Oh no, one friend of mine did. An Xbox. But at least we can say in the future when we get it. But all right, y'all. All right, this has been a hell of a time today. This is some real research we did. I know it's always great when we're doing actual research during the stream. You know what I mean? It's a different type. It's all different types of research. This research is kind of thinking through strategic decisions and all that, and then there's fundamental research, technical analysis research. There's so many different types of research, and what other stocks do you also talk about? Well, it's mainly GameStop focused now, but I just showed off some of the stock market videos. If you scroll back like I don't know, a couple minutes, 5 minutes or so, I kind of went through some of the other stock picks in the Roaring Kitty portfolio, but I'm most dialed in GameStop right now, much like an order of magnitude more dialed in than the other stocks. So I probably wouldn't talk. There's not much to talk about. Plus, no one probably even follows the other stock. I got weird stocks in my portfolios. It's not like I'm holding like Apples and Teslas and stuff. I got the more obscure ones. It just so happens that a lot of people, GameStop's like it's a gaming one. Plus, the short interest has people's attention, so I think a lot of people are tracking it. But there's not much to say on my other ones. But yeah, rewind. Can you hit the rewind button? Is that a thing? All right, I'm gonna bounce now. Cheers to everybody. I kept this last sip. I somehow kept this last sip. I have no idea. It's going to taste like water now. Cheers, everybody. Have a nice night. Oh, can you make a streaming about me voting for the next stock you analyze? About me voting? Yeah, can you make a stream about it? Oh, well, we should just... I got the tickers. Someday we'll spend when like GameStop's quieted down, when we get a day, we can just run with it. We'll just run through a whole bunch of tickers. And we'll just go through a whole bunch of things. We'll do it quick. You start with the quick analysis and then dive deep if something catches your attention. That's the way to do it. So we'll get to it, Hugo. We'll get to it. But cheers, everybody. Have a nice night. Thank you so much for the commentary here today. This is great. And let's track the GameStop price action in just a couple of days. Let's see if it holds this upward move, and let's just see what happens. Then. And then I'll see you on Friday, which will be after the week has closed out. Maybe there would be another Friday after hours filing. No, I'm kidding. Well, we'll see. All right. Have a nice night. What am I going to do for the closeout video here, huh? I've been trying to not use that other video because of that. I'm just going to do the intro video that I did before. that I did it to kick off the stream, just to close it out. I need to do a closeout. I need a closeout video that I can just go to. Wait, where's my thing? That's the countdown one, so I could just go right there. So I gotta remake that. Oh, can you make a cheers? Cheers, Stock Market Videos. Cheers, Bawani. Tomorrow, Run Kitty hangover for drinking too much beer during the streaming. Oh, don't remind me. Oh no, I'm now gonna be exhausted on Friday. Come to that stream. I'm like, oh no. All right, cheers, everybody. Have a nice night. Adios.